Well, good morning. My name is Michael Pendleton. I've been able to meet some of you a bit ahead of time, others I haven't, so, hi. I'd like to go over the agenda really quick and some ground rules. First, I want to thank you for asking me to work with you. I've admired your community for many years, driven through it hundreds of times, ridden my bicycle through it, eaten, and have friends who live here, so great to be with you. I also want to thank you on behalf of your citizens for giving your Saturday. You may see this as a normal part of the work that you do, but those of us that work with elected officials over the many years, so I have at least, understand deeply the kind of commitment that you make, amount of time and energy you put into this. So I want to thank you for that for them. I'd like to go over the agenda, but prior to that, I want to talk to you a little bit about my ground rules for running a retreat. Best way to understand how I do work here in this particular setting is I'm sort of your air traffic controller. My job is to get you in on time, have a good flight, get you out on time. In order for that to happen, there's some ground rules that have been provided that I like to facilitate around and with. Many of them are self-explanatory, but I want to go over a couple of them in particular. I'm typically fond of the first one, which says empower the facilitator. So in order to create efficient conversations and so on, please work with me and hopefully you won't find it too onerous. The other kinds of things are self-explanatory. Seek acknowledgement before you talk. I don't know your discussion norms. I did yesterday go online and look at a couple of your council meetings just to see how you interact with each other and how you talk and all of that. Some of us are more verbal than others. And one of my goals is to make sure everybody who's participating has that opportunity to do that. So I'll ask you to give me the high sign. I'm also going to try to take notes along the way, and I have support for that. Thank you, Matt, and others that are going to help out with that. So if I miss your hand, please, someone can tell me that you're in the queue. I want to work like that if you can. I think one of the most important things in life in general, and certainly is the idea of listening to your colleagues. It's probably the most powerful thing you can do. Research on this is deep and vast in terms of a number of factors in terms of interpersonal relations. So listening to one another and what you have to say, I think is really important. I've been told, and it's yet to be seen, but I'm going to believe it on the front end that you are a group of policymakers that work well together. You know how to disagree effectively and so on. So I'm anticipating great conversations in that regard. So thank you for that in advance. I ask you to self-facilitate. Let's not be saying the same thing twice. Kind of listen to yourself. Let's move along. That will help with the conversations. I don't know how complex these conversations are going to get. They could. And so that could be really important. And I think we should have a good time today. We have breaks built in, and so I want to talk a little bit about the agenda and kind of my approach to that. Opportunity to work with Lori and Tracy and Phil and Tom. Actually, we had a couple of meetings to put the agenda together and so on. This happened pretty quick, and so didn't have a chance to. Typically, I have a chance to meet everybody in advance, but we didn't quite have that opportunity. So this agenda reflects, I think, a consensus by all the folks that helped put it together and really dividing it into two major areas. I think the morning is going to be some presentations and conversations about topics that are of importance that may provide context and or inform the afternoon. And so you can see what's on the agenda for the morning, and we have some presenters. We're quite looking forward to that. This afternoon, we're going to go through a process to identify some goals for the next couple of years for you. In my practice, I do facilitation, but I also work with the development of organizations, both of those in crisis, but more recently, those that are not in crisis, but are sort of moving into a whole new zone, if you will. My bias, and you'll hear it right from the beginning, is fewer goals done well is much better than 30 goals not. So I look at an organization, I see a raft of goals about everything. That's probably an organization that isn't doing much of anything, or something else is going on. So my bias has always been healthy organizations have fewer goals done well, that they're also funded, and that they're linked to outcomes, accomplishments, and accountability, if you will. I'll talk more about that later, but my expectation based on your colleagues who helped put this agenda together is we'll leave here today with a set of goals prioritized that you create that will inform the next couple of years going forward. So that's the goal for the afternoon session. Okay. I've facilitated in this facility before, but never in this room or so on. You've probably been here quite a bit. I don't know, but we will take breaks. And you'll see that built in. The facilities are down the hall. So any questions or comments or all before we begin? Okay, so the first morning sessions are going to be some presentations and discussions. I'll let each presenter decide if they want to take questions during the presentation or after. There's pros and cons to each approach, but I think we just move into it. I think it's Lindsay. Okay, Lindsay. Okay, you're on.
So I'm just gonna go ahead and for most of you, because we just had a budget and finance on Thursday, a lot of this information will be an overview of what was just discussed, but we're gonna go into more of the history of the original, how the original budget was built and created, and then walk into the discussions that should be very familiar from the Budget and Finance Committee. From that discussion, I did not edit the presentation, but I did print out, and I want to pass this out so everybody has it in their hand. And it'll be for later in the discussion, not at the moment. And I did print it out directly from the budget. It's the fund, the financial organization chart, the fund structure that we discussed. And I specifically printed it out directly from the budget to show that it's page 16 from our budget. So that 16 is marking that it is in an existing document that you can refer back to. So if we walk into some of the oh, I'm in control. I didn't know. Okay, maybe. Am I in control? Perfect. Okay, so walking into the history of how the 23-24 budget, biennial budget was built. On the general fund, there were some ongoing revenues that were included in the general fund, being the utility taxes that were adopted, that are the expenditures for the enterprise funds that are walking into the general fund. Then there are some ongoing expenditures, and those are from RACER, the increasing of the 0.4 FTE in finance, and that was being driven from a state auditor recommendation in order to have more financial support, supporting the municipal court with a tie to finance, and the pro tem judge hourly wage increase, the increase in arborist hours, the WCIA, we've talked about that significantly. Our general insurance costs are just going up and continue to increase. We included municipal court record software, which had some one-time and some ongoing costs. The planning professional services with the comprehensive plan, and some additional expenses within that professional services. Then the one-time expenses from the general fund was the street improvements that were, that have been transferred to the transportation capital to assist on that front. Then walking into the next portion of the history, the Transportation Benefit District. This was the other new ongoing revenues that were approved walking into this budget cycle. And that was the TBD sales tax. That started in April of 2023. We also increased as a city, the $10 vehicle tab, which started effective in June. Because as you approve these, it does take some time for, in order to implement them. Under the ARPA funds, the expenditures, everything within that fund, we received the revenue in 2 disbursements, and now at this point, it's just money being expended out. And so that fund will continue to just, until it's completely allocated. And so there will just be expenditures and no discussion anymore about revenue. The Transportation Capital Fund, the projects in there were the roundabout and the street overlay ADA program. And that was to increase, we currently have a set amount that we allocate on a biennial basis. And then in addition, the new ongoing revenues. Then walking into the Capital Facilities Maintenance Fund, there were a couple of improvements that were included in that in the history. The bidirectional amplifier, which is the BDA, commonly referred to, the antenna to make sure the new police radios work appropriately in the building, the police locker room remodel, and the public works lot paving. So continuing, the sewer utility fund, that actually has the new ongoing, it's actually a revenue and an expenditure. So that increased on the revenue side and it increased as an expenditure in order to walk in as a revenue to the general fund. For both the sewer utility fund and the surface water utility fund. And then going down to the surface water capital fund, the public works yard material bin covers, the culvert at Northeast 195th and State Route 104, the culvert for the L90 design, and then the 28th Avenue culvert repair. And then walking into the mid-biennial budget adjustment that was just done this fall, there were some additional, some additional adjustments. So as the budget was built, we anticipated and put some assumptions in for employees and cost of living. But as everybody knows, the salary for every industry right now is just going through the roof as far as cost of livings, market adjustments, and this affected all 3 categories of the city, being the guild, that's a police guild contract, the Teamsters, which are our public works, and then as we internally call them, the management professional employees, or the MPE, more commonly known as non-represented employees. And that is both cost of living, market adjustments, and that affected almost all the funds. Then in the spring of 2023, I want to give a big shout out on this because this is something very near and dear that I've been working on since I walked through the door for this city. And is the approved investment strategy to help diversify our city's cash flow funds, which allowed us to be able to invest in governmental agency bonds, which assists in providing predictability and stability on the interest front. So it makes finance really happy because we have solid numbers to budget on, at least for a portion of that cash flow. So it's more of a predictable that we can put in there. And that addressed in addition, a long-term solution where we already had a couple short-term solutions, creating interest on that cash flow and money. And then I think I actually just addressed all of that. It increases, the biggest thing on this is, this change and this, diversification increases revenue in all the city funds, which this is almost the only thing that we can do that affects all the funds for the city. So this is finance getting excited. So then walking into the expenditure side, which is not as fun, the jail expenses, those costs have just continued to increase. It is something that the city is paying attention to, monitoring. There are a lot of moving parts on that front. I will just say even currently, that the city lost, there was a Eastern Washington Yakima. If we remember, we used to be able to house long-term inmates over in Eastern Washington. They told all of Western Washington they were no longer doing that. And so that went away. But we did find a solution with Sunnyside. That was an ILA that was recently approved. And so there has been some moving parts on trying to find some solutions between the municipal court and police. Police department, police dispatch, that was definitely something very unforeseen. Bothell Dispatch provided us notice and we had to find a solution and quickly. And that solution ended up costing a significant amount of money. The rifles, that was due to a legislative change. So police officers were no longer allowed to use their personal rifles. So the city had to purchase rifles for all of them. And then with all of the staffing challenges that the police department has been running into, upcoming retirements, how long it takes, the council approved, I should say, a +3 in order to assist in this transition of retirements and trying to keep our police department fully staffed. Those positions were defined as limited term positions when they were approved in the mid-biennial budget. So I do want to remind that. And then the uniform, basically, these are just costs that are associated directly with hiring additional people, being additional staff. Uniform costs, civil service, which is the formal board of how we approve and select. It's a portion of how we go through in order to hire police officers. Then Washington City's insurance authorities, WCIA, what we budgeted was not enough, so we had to increase it. Sewer and surface water utility, that budget, some of that budget had to carry forward from 2022 for costs that hit within 2023. So we had to make some adjustments for that in those utility funds. And then the surface water capital project, which we kind of touched on this at the budget and finance, the 35th Avenue project, the project that was in and then out and then back in. And so we ended up having to amend that back in for the mid-5. And then at this time, I am going to pass it over to City Administrator Hill to touch on these topics.
Thank you. And just wanted to touch on this because this will become relevant as you get into your goal setting and kind of what do you want to do for the next biennium. And just as a reminder, so Lindsay covered the ARPA fund. I just wanted to go over that. As you look in your budget and as you're looking at for the upcoming budget cycle, you'll see $1,138,700 in there. That is allocated currently. All of those funds are technically spent. That is, if you remember when we formed RACER with our surrounding communities, we identified that as a pot of money that could get us through several years of funding that. For the 25-26 budget will be about $250,000, so $125,000 a year that will come out of that fund to pay for RACER. There may be a little bit of offset to that just because we had a lot of cost savings in the first year of Racer. We were slow to spool up. The executive board is going through kind of a cost allocation and what we'll keep in reserves. And then there could be some extra dollars that would then be credited to each city to kind of knock down the next 2 years. And then also the police department +3 was identified as one of the costs that would be allocated to the ARPA funds. Now, if you remember, if we had a full +3, we estimated around $500,000 a year is what that would cost us. That's just salaries and benefits. That's not these uniforms. We've got a few police cars that are ready to be auctioned that we're keeping to use if we get to that point. At the current state, we may be +1 by as early as April. So we haven't seen any costs related to that decision by council yet, just because we haven't been able to get over break even basically at this point. So just keep in the back of your heads that we have technically allocated or committed, we haven't actually allocated funds yet, but that they are committed and you will be allocating them in your upcoming budget. So there's to that. Opioid funds, this is something that, we've been taking in the revenue that comes to the city. We have not yet, or council has not yet identified how those dollars will be spent. Is running between about $4,000 and $4,500 a year is what we see in that. We're also getting some one-time disbursements. Walmart paid ahead for some later years. We've got a new one, and I can't remember who it's with right now, that we'll be entering into the same type of agreement we have in the past, that it will be a one-time lump sum. So you will see when we go through the budget that we'll have more dollars in there than we anticipated. But what we want to keep in mind is it's about $4,000 to $4,500 a year. The Opioid Abatement Council, which was required by state law, which the county runs, they're funded out of some of the funds that come from the city. So things will fluctuate a little bit on that. But just as you're thinking ahead to the next year and as your goal setting, that's something that we haven't done yet. And I think the discussion prior was, do we partner with other cities? Do we partner, is NUSA a player in this? How are we going to expend these dollars? Because it's not enough for any one city to really do much good. Resources need to be pooled. Next slide. Now on the good news side, I know on the last council retreat, we spoke about new revenue options. And so I just wanted to give you a little update on what came out of this last legislative session that's beneficial and could help us depending on which direction council desires to go, if any. In the past, King County was the only county, and the cities within it were the only county and cities within the state that if you passed a levy, it had to be for all new costs. You could not supplant for current. So we've talked in the past about the parks levy. It couldn't have paid for anything that we had current, but it could have paid for new. If you did a public safety levy in the past, it would have been just to hire new officers or new capital expenditures. You couldn't then supplant the funds that are coming out of the general fund to pay for police services. King County ran a bill, we supported it as well as every city in King County, that now allows cities to supplant funds with levy funds. And so it's a discussion that you would have to have with the community that, I'll use police, for example, because they're our single biggest cost as a department. But if you ran a levy, it passed, whatever dollar amount that was, could then supplant funds, and then that would release those funds within the general fund that you could do other projects. And because they're general fund dollars, you could expend them in any area of the city, whether that's streets or sidewalks or parks or within the general fund. But it gives you another tool as you think about in the future if the council is going to consider a levy with the voters. And then traffic cameras. This one was one that kept several of us up for many nights, because when this bill was first introduced, it would have made us take every bit of our traffic camera revenue out of the general fund and put it into traffic calming, streets, pedestrian safety. While those are all valid things to spend dollars on, our general fund relies so heavily on the roughly $2 million a year that flows into it out of traffic cameras that would have devastated the city. We managed to keep that in with with good fighting from our legislative lobbyists, AWC, surrounding cities, so we're good there. Because of the size of the city that we are and the fact that we have cameras already prior to January 1st of this year, going forward, we can add one more location. Those revenues or fines could flow into the general fund. Anything beyond that location, so anywhere else you did, whether it was in park zone, you can now have speed zone cameras. So say on 522 for the excessive speeding we have, there are bus rapid transit cameras that are now allowed. Those will be a future date because that obviously hasn't been constructed yet. But there are a lot of new options. Anything beyond that one extra that we get, those all flow 100% into traffic calming, pedestrian safety. So your sidewalks, your road improvements, your roundabouts, for example. So we have a lot of new tools in there. So I know we've had a lot of discussion from the mayor and council over the past probably many years about the problems that we have with speeding, cut through, and misuse of the BAT lanes. And so there's a lot of new options there. It also, currently we charge $136 per fine. This caps it at $145, except in school zones. You can as much as double that in a school zone. I think the mayor said Seattle's 234. So I think the one thing we've seen 178, and when the chief presents the numbers at the annual report, we'll see how 178 people just are not slowing down by side. Doesn't matter. So maybe a larger fee will encourage them to slow down. We have a lot of recidivism in that school zone. I went through a lot of data, a lot of numbers. Any questions before we let Lindsay move on with the rest of her slides? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so walking into the early estimated budget projections, and this is tying back to the 6-year forecast that was presented at the Budget and Finance on Thursday. And so I just want to make that direct connection. So this projection is an early estimate of where we as a city, asking all departments to step in and help on this one, because they know their departments in detail better than I do as the finance director, and what is upcoming. And so this was a true team effort, and walking through, going through the adopted versus where we are projecting to be at a year end. And I do want to say that when we built this budget, we also built it knowing that that we were looking at a deficit, and we were going to exceed on expenditures when it was originally built in the general fund. So an ongoing challenge, which is what drove some of the council decisions to increase the new revenue. I want to make sure I just loop that back to full circle. And those 4 were back to the transportation benefit district, the 2 from the vehicle tab, the increase of $10, the sales tax there, and then the 2 being the utility taxes of 6% from the utilities go walking back into the general fund. So that's a full tie. And with some of that, and so as we stand on a very early projection, we are still showing that same trend, with some very large, I'm just gonna state, unforeseen costs, being dispatch, being the rifles, being some WCIA, being some other things that we did not really have budgeted at that time, that we had to adjust. And the also cost of living and market adjustments that if an entity doesn't keep up, you start to, there's the challenge of losing your talent. And we wanna keep up with the market. And so there is in this, I'll just probably stop there and walk into the next slide of the projected, this is as a whole. And this is every single fund that the city has currently, walking through with the fund description. And we did walk through, and so I'm gonna take a minute to go back through this. For 2023, we have that actual beginning fund balance. That is an actual number, hard number. And then I tried to make this as descriptive as possible. So we have the actual, the 2023 actual revenue plus 24, what we're estimating. So we know half of the equation, we're projecting the other half. Then walking into the expenditure side, that's the same deal. We have the 2023 actuals. We are estimating all of the expenditures in 2024. Therefore, that walks into the next column of the early estimated projecting ending fund for 2024. That being said, I did hand out the financial organization chart or fund structure of the city, because as we were having this discussion at Budget and Finance, I realized how important this fund structure is to take a minute to walk back and walk through. We will make sure that this document gets posted in the documents for the website for the future. So walking through the financial organization chart, you cannot, due to the rules of, you cannot lump everything holistically that a city does. You can't talk about these funds from the general fund to the transportation benefit district to your sewer fund, all in the same capacity. They have very different rules. And so therefore, walking through the fund structure, we have the governmental funds, and I just want to say the squares, there is a note at the bottom left of the document that was provided, that the square funds, we define those as major funds. The circles are what we define as non-major or sub-funds. And what that means is that those sub-funds roll for a non-significant term of how it goes is they roll into that major fund. So anything with a circle is a non-major fund that walks into the larger fund. So the fund structures that the city has, that every organization has, is a governmental fund, the special revenue fund, the debt service funds, the capital funds, the enterprise funds, and the internal service funds. The fiduciary funds, I'm not really gonna go into those because they are outside. We are just acting, they are funds that operate, and entities like NEMCO that have their own board, they operate separately from any type of city function. We just help the accounting walk through on that from finance. So that's not important to the discussion that we're having here at this retreat. So with that, I'm then gonna circle back to the projected.
Summer,
Just
excuse me, you want to take questions now or late at the end?
Yeah, if there's a question right now, I'm
Summer?
okay,
A-okay.
thank you. I just want, so when we see a dollar amount in the general fund, that includes the dollars for the circles, right? Or no?
Not necessarily, not on what's been provided for the projected 2024 ending fund balance. Those are broken out separately, so you will also see the budget stabilization fund, the council contingency fund, and the strategic opportunity fund standing alone on this fund balance analysis.
Okay. So we have to kind of know, I think, when we get numbers, is the whole general fund or
So,
exempting those minor funds?
so as, this is a very technical question in the sense of like when we report for an annual, my department and I put together an annual report for the Washington State Auditor's Office, all of those funds merge together. But as far as discussions, when we have discussions and we talk with council and I reference the general fund, I am speaking specifically about just the general fund
Okay,
and not the sub-funds. I will make sure that when I refer to them and when I have talked about them previously, that I specifically refer to the Strategic Opportunity Fund as its own item. But then there is the technical part on how we account for them through the annual report, which is why I reference them quote unquote rolling. Because they roll together.
yeah, for year-end financials purposes, but for the discussions that we've had in the
Correct.
past and here, we're looking at them as separate buckets.
Very separate funds,
Thank you.
and I will just state that the budget stabilization fund and the council contingency fund, those two funds take council action as far as making a resolution to spend any of those dollars in those funds. They basically are funds that are set, that revenue being interest is what assists in building that fund at this point, and they are pretty much stationary funds unless the entity, the city got into a bind. They are your additional safety net funds
Thank you.
is, I guess, a good way to.
Any other
describe them.
questions on this?
Feel like.
No.
I felt it, I was waiting.
John?
Thank you. I really like this and the way you presented it. And one of the discussions that came out of Thursday meeting was trying to understand where we have revenue, projected revenue to expenditures on the operating side, to look at the delta. Can you take this and maybe add another one where we have additional columns that reflect what we plan versus forecast? Because one of the things, for example, is that when we see a delta on the ARPA fund of $1.1 million, that was actually planned.
Yes,
So it's helpful for us when we look at it to realize that some of these deltas that have a deficit, in fact, was what we planned to do.
correct.
So it represents something that we say, well, we're gonna do it, so it's okay. You know, we plan to spend the money, and we spend the money, so that's okay, and it's not really a deficit, because that's what we plan to do. But there's some of these others that are both on the revenue and the expenditure side, where in fact there is truly a delta between what we plan and what we're actually forecasting.
Correct.
And those are the areas that are more interest.
Correct.
And so if it's possible to take this or create another one that shows the difference between what we plan to do and what we're forecasting both on the revenue and the expenditure side. So when you look at the delta, again, for example, the general fund where we have a $1.9 million reduction, we'd actually plan to have a reduction. So it's not as though in this year, we're down $1.8 million as a, oh my gosh, we're down $1.8 million, of which we plan to be down about 1.6. So what we're seeing is like a $300,000 delta. And that would be helpful to understand. And this goes to some of the other funds, the difference between what we plan and forecasted and what we're actually seeing.
And I think that that discussion fully holistically, I think will probably be able to take place at the next budget and finance. But I do appreciate you bringing that up because I realized in this format, I didn't go to the last column, which is, I want to take a minute to explain that. I did it at budget and finance, but when we refer to operating, the projected revenue and expenditure to operating, what that means within that column is that we are just taking the 2023 actual and estimated the revenue just to the expenditure of what is coming in for the 2 fiscal years and what expenses are going out. So that is what we mean by the projected revenue to expenditure operating. And so that's gonna be a term you're gonna continue to hear throughout the budget, throughout, so I'm just gonna keep saying that, and we're gonna keep talking about it. So thank you for bringing that up because I didn't highlight that column either.
Yeah, it's really to help all of us understand what we need to focus on. Because some of these things we plan, but that's okay. It's some of the things that are expenditures and revenue we do have additional revenue, which is great, return based. But we also have unexpected expenditures. And what does that mean going forward? Okay, this is really good.
Tom?
Yeah, thank you. Excellent presentation and great question, John. I just, Lindsay, could you give, for the benefit of the existing council and the newer council members, excuse me, you know what I mean? Talk about the fungibility of some of the other restrictions on some of these funds. I just really high level about sort of the color of money, if you will. The 30-second overview for everyone's benefit.
So I'm gonna circle back and say your fund organization chart, that's the start of that is, previously for council members that have been here for a while, that's where we used to call this the color of money. That's where the color of money, that conversation started, meaning that if it's governmental funds, there's not a lot of restrictions on the governmental funds. You can use it to support what you want, but the bulk of it supports your operating, which your expenses in your overall operating tend to be high on an ongoing basis, just to keep your city moving forward with the services you desire, et cetera. The special revenue funds have restrictions around them, like your transportation benefit district, those dollars, those revenues that you increase, they are tied specifically to road improvements, to ADA improvements. And there is a resolution around what that revenue coming in can only pay for those funds, for those type of expenditures, excuse me. The debt service fund, I think that one's pretty straightforward. That pays for debt. And I will say that, that pays for debt. Capital funds can be a little bit on the trickier side. They house your real estate excise tax 1 and 2. And so your capital improvement fund is real estate excise tax, or what we refer to as REIT 1. And that has different restrictions on it as far as what you can use that money for versus your REIT 2, which is in the transportation capital fund. And so, knowing some of those restrictions, that the color of money, there are certain projects that REIT $2 cannot pay for. I'm just gonna use a very, an example that actually occurred for this city. Some funds were put into the strategic opportunity, not knowing how the city was gonna spend them, and they originally came from REIT 2. When the city identified how they were gonna spend those strategic opportunity dollars, REIT 2 was not, did not qualify to assist in helping us pay for our 500,000 towards the lakefront park that the city purchased. Therefore, we had to reconfigure how we paid for that half of the portion. It did not apply. It was not per the rules. So we had to redefine in order to make sure we appropriately accounted for and used the dollars and the color of money correctly. That is a very real example. Your enterprise funds, these funds have to operate. The easiest way to explain them is like little businesses. The money coming in has to support the expenditures on that fund. And if the expenditures are exceeding the revenue, then the rate needs to be increased. And on these funds, the sewer utility and the surface water utility, you're not just expending and supporting dollars from your operating, we're also trying to add to capital. And definitely a challenge that this city is currently, an opportunity challenge that we're facing is that the surface water, we're having additional culvert projects, unforeseen expenses within that fund show up right now. And so that's a challenge that we're gonna have to continue to discuss during the budget cycle. And then the internal service fund, Those are funds like your vehicle equipment and replacement fund, we newly created because we had the information technology also within that fund. And so, in order to understand what the vehicle and the equipment are costing the city versus IT, we made the decision together that it was an appropriate time to break those out. At one point, it wasn't as critical, but as you grow as an entity, you need to break those out and see what your true costs are for your IT versus your vehicles and your equipment. And internal service funds are fully supported by your other funds. They do not have a source of revenue. So they're fully supported by your other funds. They're just funds that are, because everything, IT, everybody has a computer. Everybody, for a very simple example, phones and that kind of thing, like that is, everybody is touching on IT in no matter what they do for their role and job at city. And so that is a higher, a high, but I think enough detail.
John?
Thank you. So when we look at this, for example, when you talk about sort of the enterprise fund with little businesses, that we need to have the revenue and expenditures match within those things. So the solutions, for example, where we have.
Can everybody hear?
Oh, I'm sorry, so I'll try and speak up.
Okay.
So when you look and see that on the surface water utility and surface water capital fund, we're running projected deficits, the solutions for those deficits may be related just to those funds, as opposed to trying to address, for example, on the general fund solution.
Correct. They're isolated. Is a way I would define that.
Thank you, Lindsay, that's very helpful.
Okay, so, that was a very good discussion. Wow, that just made finance happy. Okay, moving on. Clearly very easily pleased. Okay. That's okay, that's a mutual feeling. So this is where we look at the history and I previously, we have not looked at kind of the history of the city versus where we're going, but we have to be able to look at where we're going so that we can make changes, which is part of the situation that we were in at the last budget. At the last budget where new revenue was approved and as we were walking into that, those decisions and looking at these graphs. And so in the general fund, just simply put, you can see very clearly that expenditures are exceeding revenues. And with each biennium, it's, we have historically, I'm just gonna say, the city has been able to, through one-time reasons, push it out. And so, but at some point, this is, at some point, we're gonna hit it. And we're gonna hit that point at which we're gonna have to make some tough decisions. Some tougher decisions would have to be made. And that is my job as finance, to bring this forward to you so that we can continue to have these, even if they're more challenging discussions early, so that we can have the discussions on how to bigger solutions on how to look at this and problem solve together as a team and as a partnership.
So a quick question on that relative to this afternoon. So is that discussion gonna happen in the next 2 years? That's about roughly what we pinned as the goal horizon. And the reason I'm asking that question is that part of this morning, we might want to use to inform this afternoon. So that said, I guess my question to you is that, do you project in the next 2 years coming to this council with the lines crossed?
So what this is saying is, even if the lines cross, and even if we do end up spending more expenditures, using more expenditures than revenue, the third line on this is the target. This is what our policy states, is the 16%. And so we need to stay, the 16% is what council has defined as their not to go below. And so I would say that's a council-driven, a policy. And as the budget chair, Lebo, stated, that using ending fund balance, unallocated ending fund balance, which would mean not going into your quote-unquote reserves. And I want to make sure that we're very clear on that, because if you're using that bucket of money that is above the 16%, that's what we're defining as that. And so using that when we're doing projects and certain areas is appropriate. When we're truly looking at it for ongoing operating costs, that causes more of a discussion and concern. So I think there's some variances there. In this case, for the general fund, I think this is an ongoing conversation.
I wanted to give an example of that. So when we started to go into the pandemic and we were seeing severe declining revenues, yet we were trying to deal with our budget planning. We were very conservative, but even being and this is before there were any ARPA funds or any other ways to address the shortfall. We actually authorized going into our 16% funds up to a certain amount, but with the understanding that as soon as we were able to start replenishing that, it was money out, but also we wanted to plan for money in. So we did that very recently, and it just became a moot point over time as other funds came in.
And just back to Michael's point, and the question he was asking, this is something that we discuss every year. This is part of our retreat discussion. And I think Councilmember Lebo is the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, and understanding, you know, what we planned for and what we didn't plan for, and kind of what those true projections look like. Because if the council decided to go out for a levy, you never want to go out and ask your residents for more money if you don't really need it. You want to have a true understanding, because the mayor will speak to when he came on council. We were supposed to have the lines crossed in there between 2010 and 2015, somewhere in that range. And now we've got it out to probably 29, 2030. And so a lot of that has to do with a lot of one-time funds, some ARPA funds. We had huge cost savings during the pandemic, and then things came screaming back faster. So there's a lot of things that come into play, but as Director Vaughn pointed out, the second you start having ongoing expenses hitting these lines, that's where you're in trouble. And so, because it takes you 2 years roughly to plan for a levy, if that's what you're gonna do, yeah, that needs to be a part of this discussion, and part of our upcoming budget discussion is at what point do we start moving towards asking the residents for that, whatever that piece may be.
And the reason I asked the question is that it's not uncommon in this era, especially coming out of ARPA. ARPA did some things for organizations over a period of time that's now starting to it's not uncommon, and I'm not suggesting this should be any one of your goals, but I am now starting to see fiscal sustainability strategies come to the top of goal lists for some municipalities, because they're wanting to deal with the complexities that you're laying out, and so on and so forth. I'm not saying that's something you should do, but if the point of this discussion today is potentially to inform this afternoon, then some way to understand that would be useful.
Yeah, and just on point quickly, and I won't wax nostalgic, and there's no one else here that went through this period of time. When I first came on council, that 16% floor was, I believe, 10. It was very low, and we were right on the precipice of falling off a cliff. And one of the things that we did was, as we became more sustainable and responsible, I think, honestly, we were able to get the lines to push the crossing out farther, but also raise that threshold up higher. And what that threshold does is it really helps cushion the blows, like during, as Deputy Mayor Bodie was saying, during unexpected situations. If you have to go there, there's a potential to do that. When it's down at 10%, there's not a lot more. That's a dangerous place to go, honestly. So I really feel generally very good about where we are financially. It's thinking about the future 3 or 4 years out where I get more concerned. And I also am very concerned about the fact that we have been sort of having to coast and not the things that you all want to do in the coming years. We simply don't have a whole lot of resources to do those right at this point, but we have a sound foundation to build off of.
And, I don't think I have a whole lot to add to that. I think that was a good discussion, and I will just, state, circling back to during the pandemic, I'm just gonna share with the council members that weren't here, that was uncomfortable. I'm just gonna say it, it was uncomfortable for staff, it was uncomfortable for, council, there was a lot of unknowns. And I will say that immediately when that occurred, administration being, City Administrator Hill and our previous mayor at the time, immediately sent out a memo just saying halt on spending, and we evaluated budgets. There were some revenues we didn't quite see coming that would be minimized. There were some things that, like passports, I'll use that as an example, that completely would just stopped. And those are kind of the things that you don't think about, and having regional discussions, and then how ours played out. And we did furlough employees. We gave, and that was, I will just share with you personally, that was very hard as finance to have that conversation and present those numbers internally. And I'm speaking to that to share how hard it was. It was hard for internally, and just moving forward, just so everybody knows very, very honestly, that that's not a conversation I hope to have again. For everybody's sake. So, and then with that, I think we are, I should be ending on a happy note, not that note.
We came out of it
Anyways.
well. How's
Yeah.
that?
What?
We came out of it well.
We did come out of it well, and the other piece that I wanted to circle back, or state, is that because of that, we estimate, and for a blanket statement, we estimate revenues very cautiously, and that, I've always had that standpoint. I think it went a little more after that. But stating that, we also went through and built this 23-24 budget, that's been discussed from the ground up. Every department, every line item had to be defended on what level of money we're asking for and why. And so just know that walking into this budget, and it did lead to some tougher conversations because the numbers and the trends and the explanations, within the departments, within the revenue, didn't make, which led to a lot more explaining on my part. But it was the right thing to do for the city. So I just want to end, that's a happier note.
All right, now, for the council, discussions, questions. Sorry.
I will say that this graph does scare me. And especially that the yellow line seems to be accelerating over time. So I think the status quo is going to cause us trouble in a few years. So I really do want to take a hard look at what we can do to increase revenues. And we would need to tailor it well because Prop 1 failed badly 2 years ago. But what kind of levy might be appropriate to help get some of these interesting projects going?
So,
Yeah, I think my entire time on council, this has always looked like this. And that's talk about, it's historically, we just keep pushing the cliff, but we've never set ourselves up to always be in the clear. And it seems like the crossing of the target reserves and the ending balance is always that one biennium on the other side that we're not seeing. Just to reiterate that what has made us survive is the one-time funds. So We received a fair amount of revenue from the 12 Degrees North construction. There was a lot of construction revenue from that, the permits and so forth. That floated us a little while. Of course, all the belt tightening that we did floated us, and then we got CARES money and we got ARPA money, and we have been sustained from one-time funds, and we can't predict those. So the predictability of future budgets is really challenging. So I think that's what we kind of are seeing, is that how do we make those one-time funds be funds that can actually help and embolden and create all these projects while creating a sustainable funding process for the ongoing revenues. But like I said, it's always looked like this. We've always been scrappy and found a way to get through. But I think the thought is, where are we going after this? Are we going to continue relying on those one-time funds? Are we going to come up with a new solution? That's what I'd like to talk about a little bit more this afternoon.
Other comments, questions? Or
So a few thoughts came to mind. First of all, I wanted to mention that we did up our user fees. We do want to try to make sure that our user fees cover our costs. So that's part of the operating budget, and that's like, I just view that as ongoing housekeeping. But I wanted to mention it because it didn't come up, and that was part of the last budget process, is we were falling short on that. So that's something we always want to keep an eye on and think about. I also am mindful from what our budget chair Lipo said at our last budget meeting, which is even if we raise the levy rate, it's a drop in the bucket in some ways, because what, 1% is what, $34,000. So let's say we double it, let's say we triple it. It gives you an idea that that's not a panacea. I think keeping an eye on the councilmatic things we can do is important, and take a fresh look at those. But what all this makes me think is maybe we need a part-time grant writer, because we do need to make sure that we are taking advantage of those federal, state, and county funds, given our other sources of revenue. So is that, I'm just brainstorming here, is that a way for us to more, make some of the one-time fundings, more predictable? And then last but not least, traffic cameras. What's ironic is we get more money from those than we will from a levy lift. So looking at that carefully and strategically, I think is important, especially since we have some of our multimodal mobility goals kind of built in there. So just brainstorming some of my thoughts of the menu.
Tracy?
Thanks. So yeah, Deputy Mayor Bodie's reminded me of something, which is, I appreciate your idea about the grants writer. I think that's a great idea. You mentioned basically something about the levies not being a solution. I completely agree. I wanted to ask Director Vaughn this one question, which is, I heard that there's basically like a complete sewer overflow project about the Duwamish that could potentially cost the cities in King County a huge amount of money, meaning that we'd have to somehow cover the expenses for that cleanup that's going on about the Duwamish. It was quoted as $1.5 billion for the county over the next 10 years, and Shoreline was very worried about their share of it. Are we in a similar kind of situation?
We're both sitting here going, haven't heard of that. So that's the cleanup at South Sound and part of King County.
Right.
I mean, that could have definite consequences if they have to raise their rates significantly.
Right.
Unfortunately, that's usually I mean, we have our own sewer we have to pay, but unfortunately, that would be a huge pass through to the residents of the city. And this is, I think, similar to some of the stuff that they've been talking about, ecology of how they're going to address, cleaning up the sound, basically. County went through that same thing and wasn't thinking ahead to what that meant for the individual homeowner if they did it all at once. We'll have to look into that and see.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Okay, Ellen?
I just, had a question for, Deputy Mayor Bodie. You mentioned something about user fees. Could you expand on that a little bit? I wasn't quite clear what that was.
Oh, sure,
referring to.
it's, when people apply for permits or other kind of services from the city or approvals that are mandatory, but which we have a cost of service to provide. So, you know, if you want a building permit or you're getting, you know, something associated with the building permit, inspect it. There may be, I think there are other categories too, but that's the primary one that we were falling short on.
That's the most recent example.
Okay.
And it's where we want to make sure that all of our fees, there's the building fees, there's, and there is a user fee, what we define as a user fee schedule that is adopted by resolution. On an annual, pretty much an annual basis, we evaluate that. And just make sure that we are covering costs so that we aren't, charging less than what it's costing the city. So, and staff time is included in that.
And that was true of building permits till we made the adjustments.
And those are variable rates or are they a set rate?
I mean, for the building permit, you have the building permit fee, which is set at
Right.
the state level, but then we have our overhead of the time for the building official and the permit technician. Everybody who touches a permit as it comes through, we identify those costs, and then that portion we look at least every 2 years. And then the building permit fees, which are tied to the state, we look at as they update those.
Just a point, a couple other things too, credit card fees, we have not charged processing fees, for any things. Many years ago, it was prior to.
It was a long time ago, yeah.
It was a long time ago, yeah,
We don't charge it?
We do.
Oh,
we do,
good.
we do, we did not.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did not for quite a while, and so we're actually, on many of these different things, we're falling behind, we're not allowed to make money off of these, the fees. But we are totally allowed to make sure that we recoup our costs and not fall behind, which sometimes has happened.
One other example is like, if you think about Sound Transit issues, I believe in our MOU or whatever we call that document with Sound Transit, we can pass through our processing costs and our consultant costs and so forth. So that's something to keep an eye on, those big project one-time opportunities to get our costs, our processing costs covered.
So,
Yeah.
Thank you.
And as far as, are they variable? Some are, your building fee is dependent on how much your project is, and some of them are more fixed. So, and it's in the fee schedule, you'll be able to kind of see that, which should be in our budget.
It's actually not included in the budget document. It's a separate, it's a resolution so that we can update it on an annual basis.
Oh, that's right.
But you are absolutely right. We carry it with the budget process. So the mid-buy and the budget process, that's at the same time, we have the conversation together.
okay.
Great.
Any
Does
other
that answer?
questions?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
You good?
So my question is, so currently we are evaluating our fees as opposed to other city fees to make sure that we're within.
We do comparisons. That is accurate
Do
with
we
that.
need do we need to increase how many or how often we do that comparison?
We do, we're pretty, that's why it's an annual look. And so, this last year, is it last year that we did the building? Was it?
Yes.
That we did the heavier building, deeper dive into, to evaluate and really make sure that those costs were fully being covered.
Or maybe look at other cities and see where else they're dipping into fee structures to see if there's something that we're overlooking that we might be able to see that where we can use.
I think we do look at that and we do make comparisons, but it's worth making a note to take another look. I will state that on some of the fees, I will use like, passports again as an example. That fee is not driven by something we can change as an entity, it's driven federally, so then that is the fee we charge.
But the quantity now,
But that's, so sometimes we have an option and sometimes we are told what we are, you know, and just making sure, but that's why we do it on an annual basis and it's a team effort again. It's not just finance doing it, it's the email to all departments saying, hey, here's the user fee again, because we do this on an ongoing basis and, please take a look and let me know if there's anything, because each department more specifically knows their information way better than, I will as finance. I can see the holistic, piece, but they're gonna planning, or excuse me, community development, I'm still getting that one. We just changed it. Community development, they're gonna know their information and what they can do better than I will as finance. And
So-
that's why we lean on each other as a team.
So for example, the traffic cam fee, the way that I understood your explanation is that there is one more traffic cam that you can establish somewhere that will go into
The general.
the general fund, so then it behooves us to take a look at where the most where that location would be the most beneficial, right? So then there'd be other ones that are, so where do most people pass, right? Where's the biggest
Problem.
culprit?
Yeah.
Because, and it might be 522 because there's more people that pass through there, whereas schools are more. It's parents and it's people that are picking kids up, so it might not be as many people as.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, so, we went over a little bit, which is fine. And we don't know how long this discussion is gonna take. We're set for a break at 10:30. I'm gonna call for the break now because we're gonna have a presentation coming up. Assuming you're finished here, Reagan.
I
Yeah,
am.
Okay,
Well,
so let's,
got there.
let's take about 10 or, let's take 15 minutes, get up, walk around, use facilities, and then we'll come back and resume. Great presentation discussion, really good.
I know.
No fun in it.
No fun.
Makes me so happy.
I wasn't able to my last night. Okay. What rise to the top in terms of the overall buckets? Mission.
Oh,
They did like a hot spring recently.
Yeah, yeah. It made a big, I can't even, you know, I made. Memory doesn't. Retain that. It's like that back line. It just feels bad.
Oh.
There's a bunch of other stuff that would take, not that one. It was our-
I can choose.
Well, not
professional,
professional, 405.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you bet.
Okay, are we live?
Before we start,
Okay, we are live.
I went and spoke to the front desk. There may be food coming back, so.
Thank you.
As long as you're not taking it out of the garbage.
It'll be a little wrinkled.
Yeah. Just dust it off, it's okay.
2 seconds. 2 seconds. Yes. 2 hour.
See our blood sugars dropping.
Okay, let's,
That was her way.
let's get rolling on the next one, roads and walkways, and hey, Jeff, I think you're gonna take us through.
Yes, I am.
We might have to break in the middle and run to get some food. But you can go too. All right.
Sir, can you speak up a little?
I will do
Or
my
we
best.
will
Make you use the microphone. We have it.
Pin it to your collar.
Think about that.
All right, so roads and walkways, we do have, again, these two important things that, the council and the city are certainly, in tune with and curious about, how we're gonna operate those moving forward. I do have them in two separate, slide sections, if you will. Start with the roadways first. Keep in mind, the road is our largest asset that we have. It's by far the largest one. Some of the things I did want to touch upon as far as the priorities. Thank you, Madam. So for the discussion today, we're gonna be looking at, what's the size of our network? What does it cost to maintain? How do we assess the pavement's condition, which is the primary driver for a lot of the work that we do on those roads? And what's our current health of our road? We're in background. Are we in good shape, bad shape? So this is, the first part of the presentation would be something that we've already touched upon before. It will be, I'll go through that fairly quickly, but there's a couple of new council members who would like to make sure that they're brought up to speed on that. And as we talk about roads and roadways and walkways, that'll be, help us establish our long-term plans for going forward with a lot of the capital expenditures for that. So just some brief stats on our roadway network. We've got about 55 center lane miles throughout the entire city. That's the city-owned roadways that we have with private roads. Typically, you'd like to see the pavement replaced or redone every 20 years or so. That's usually the life cycle, depending on how the road is used, the weather conditions, how well it's maintained. And using 2023 numbers, it costs about $1 million per lane mile to resurface it. That's just to put a new surface on it. And in today's dollars, that would be 55 years that it would take to get through the entire city. The idea is to do the repairs and maintenance on that so that we're not reconstructing the roadways, which again, it's going to be much more expensive. We're looking at 6 to 9 million somewhere in that ballpark. So much larger expense to reconstruct than it is just to maintain it. And our current budget is approximately $500,000 per year. So if you line that out, that's about at that rate, and it takes 110 years to pave our roadway now. Again, ballpark number is just kind of a general sensation, just to give you a feel for how much it would cost and how long it would take. So when we start looking at the pavement, one of the main things that we look for is you look at the condition of it, and that's the pavement condition index, the PCI value. And the value goes from 100 to 0, 0 being road is totally unusable, if you will, and 100 is brand new road. And keep in mind, as soon as that pavement is laid, it starts degrading. So it's it's one of those things that you just gotta pay attention to and keep track of. What this graph shows is, again, going back to the resurface versus reconstruct idea. If you look at the graph here, again, 0 to 100 on the graph. At some point in time, the PCI value will drop down to about 55 or 60. That's kind of the sweet spot where you want to be starting to do rehabilitation, whether it's repaving, large patching, those sorts of things. And that's, again, ballpark numbers, especially a dollar spent there versus the $8 to $10 that might be expensive if you have to get to a point where the roadway is at 25 PCI. So maintenance goes a long way. And the sweet spot for most folks is around 70 PCI. That's kind of a good baseline to try to be targeting for, just because that's balancing the cost as well as the rideability and condition of the pavement. And I'll take questions as we go through the slides at any time.
Who evaluates the roadways for this?
In the past, we've used King County to do the pavement condition index study. This year, I used Road AI, which is an artificial intelligence service that automatically we drive the streets, and then the data is sent to their servicing, and it runs the numbers and it gives us the. And I'll get into that a little bit further.
Okay. I'm just so curious about that. So. Thank you.
Did you have a question?
No, he's gonna get to it later. I'll ask then if he doesn't.
So the next slide here, again, just kind of shows the idea of doing the rehabilitation. In theory, if you did rehabilitate at the right time, you could run this out in perpetuity, just kind of running that whole maintenance program without any reconstruction. That's unlikely, but in general, if you do that, you can certainly run out the you can do a lot more maintenance and avoid a lot of reconstruction in the future. And I will not go through all of this in detail, but again, that gives you the ratings, kind of gives you the idea of what sort of variations we have with the definitions for the different index ratings. Obviously, the higher the number, the better it is. Again, this is more of a kind of a nerdy, geeky kind of thing where we get into what types of cracks, how many, what size, those sorts of things. But that's just for your understanding. And so what we're trying to do, and going back to what I mentioned about the sweet spot, when we start looking at rehabilitation, our goal is to try to get the pavements that are, say, between 40 and 70 and start looking at those. The ones that are above that really don't need a whole lot of attention, perhaps maybe some crack filling and those sorts of things. Anything below that, it's probably in a situation where it's not going to get any better anytime soon. That probably reconstruction or major rehabilitation. So that's again, our focus is primarily on ones between 40 and 70. Again, just as some examples of what pavement conditions would look like based on the rankings between 70 and 100. We've got pictures here that show, again, the top two show something that's relatively new. One picture is the 71 to 85. So again, these are the ones that we're not going to do a whole lot of rehabilitation on. Again, maybe some crack sealing, those sorts of things, and that'll extend the life of the pavement. And then we get down to pavement that degrades a little bit more. Again, 40 to 70 range. This is the ones we're talking about as far as really taking a hard look and seeing which ones we want to do as far as resurfacing. Again, when you look at the PCI values, that's just one factor we take into when we do pavement rehabilitation. There's other things, whether there's drainage concerns, maybe there's other factors that play into why something might get slowed a little bit better or might be preferred to do, whether it's based on location and all sorts of things.
Do you have a map of the roads that show the condition that they're in?
I will get there.
Oh. I wasn't looking at.
That's okay. That's okay. And then finally, there's just, again, one more slide that shows the condition of roads that are under 40. Again, these are going to be ones that are really, really rough shape. Major rehabilitation would have to take place, whether it's full reconstruction or major rehab. That would be kind of the target for the streets. The cost on these significantly more than just repave or some minor patching and crack fill. And this is the culmination of what we've done so far to date as far as looking at PCI values for the entire city. Should have been emailed out to you. So you can look at it in finer detail. The idea is not necessarily to look at individual segments, or street segments, but maybe look at a holistic view of things from this point of view. The green and the light green are the ones that are 71 and up. The lighter green, yellow and of course don't show up a whole lot. Very well there. We can certainly distinguish the difference between the reds and the orange and the greens and the light yellows. But some of the things I did want to mention here. So again, this shows all the PCI values that we have for the city-owned roads. Scoring is based on 100, 0 to 100, and it's based on pavement's deficiencies. This scoring process is the same or very similar to any size network of roadways in cities and counties and whatnot. For example, I worked in suburb of Chicago. We had about 110, 120 center line miles. And when I worked in Fort Worth, it was 8,000. We did the same process as far as analysis, doing the analysis for the pavement. And that's in Fort Worth is where I started a pilot program for using Road AI as the basis for doing the pavement condition, just because it's so effective and so much easier. So how do we get to establishing a PCI value? Well, there's many steps that we have to get there. First, we have to obtain the base map with the center line data for the roadways. We loaded up the application. We loaded the center line data into the application for Road AI. With that, and then this goes to perhaps some of the things we mentioned. We loaded the Road AI application on the phone and positioned the phone in the windshield and drove the network with recording the video. So that's the first step. And then the pavement is continuously analyzed as the roads are driven, and each individual segment of road, which is intersection to intersection, each segment, whether it be 50 feet or 300 feet, that's a segment. Each one of those is scored. And also every 10 meters, roughly every 30 feet, the pavement width is recorded. So we have good analysis of how wide the pavement is. That also goes to how much it will cost to pave that road. The difference between a 16-foot wide road and a 28 significantly different. So it's good to know those details. So once done driving the streets, the data is uploaded to Road AI and it's processed usually overnight. We process quite a bit of data, and the next morning you can actually see the data and see what it looks like and start playing with it and understanding where what the PCI values are. The next step is to take that data and analyze it and import it into GIS. It's a shameful plug for GIS. We definitely need somebody that could do this in-house, and that'd be savings to us as well as other things perhaps get into later. So you can use the GIS, you can create maps, you can develop relationships within between other data sets. Meaning in GIS we can show streets that have a PCI value under 50 and longer than 1,000 feet and have a pavement width greater than 24. You know, those are the kinds of things we can start running analysis and say, okay, what do we have?
Tracy?
Thanks, Jeff, so far for the report. Just kind of wondering, since you are using Road AI, can it build a model, a predictive model of basically how the roads will change over time? In other words, will it give us warning signs?
I was gonna get to that.
Okay.
But no, that's okay. I'll address it now. And within Road AI, I would not do that. I would do that in GIS. So yes, we can degrade the pavement over every year a certain amount, and then kind of calculate 10 years from now, this is what the road network would likely look like.
So it also looks like there's a trend of where there's failures or potential failures, and it all seems that it's slope related. For example, it looks like there's a lot of red between 522 and Lake Washington. So that would mean to me that there's some movement under the earth,
Not necessarily,
not necessarily,
could just be the pavement is old. Older than
but it could be
others.
ground movement.
I don't know if I go that far. Again, it's primarily the payment that we're looking at, that's usually pretty stable unless there's something catastrophic per se.
A lot of water under the roadway.
That would lead to paving degrading faster, yes.
Okay.
So traditionally this.
Summer?
yes,
So how frequently would you do the road AI?
If we're using road AI, we could do it as much as we want. We could do it every year if we want to. However, the standard is probably 3 to 4 years. But if we do have the service, we can use that as much as we need to and update the roads as we
So like
repave them over.
rescan them after they've been resurfaced so that we get updated data in the GIS. Okay,
Or we could manually change the data to say it's now 100 or 98 or 95. Depending on how we do it.
if we change the width, it'd be nice also to have that,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Any of those major changes, we would go through and scan it.
Yeah, again, there's with our service with those folks, there's no maximum number of times they can use the service for the entire year, use as much as they want.
So subscription base?
Yes.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
do you own the data or do they own the data?
It's our data, but they process it for us.
Okay. Larry.
Yeah, so looking at the map, so in budget, the budget is for roughly half a mile, 1 mile if you were generous of resurfacing each year. But on the map, there's clearly more than 1 mile's worth of need. So how do you prioritize which roads will be resurfaced?
That's what we would get to later on, is as far as determining what are those factors that we want to look at to determine which ones should be done first. Obviously, PCI values would be one of those, so it's kind of one of the main driving forces. Is the ability to put walkways or install other facilities on that road. And then the other thing we look at is geographically speaking, is it near school, near facilities? And then geographically within themselves, we don't want to have different blocks being done all over the city. We want to try and lump them together, maybe it's one, maybe maximum 2 different locations. So those are the things that really go into determining what would be the next step as far as planning this out.
And just to reiterate for our newer council members, we don't pave, but we contract with King County to do the paving. And so in my mind, there's certain things that King County will do as kind of part of that, the curbs and so forth. But we would probably need to look at communicating with King County if we want to do something really unique. Because they would be the one doing the paving.
Correct, they do the paving, public works employees do all the prep work for that to take place. And we do oversee the King County's working with them to make sure that things are. A lot of our roads are very unique, shall we say, they do have some special treatments that they need. That's. One of the other things about, we continue to use road AI is, having consistent, unbiased ratings that be consistent from every year, every other year, all the frequency we do it, and be consistent how it's rated. So even if we look at the screen up there and we see the red, we see the green, no matter how it's being rated, it's still kind of in that category, because the exact number is a little bit less important, but as far as, we know that some of the streets down by Lakefront are in poor shape, relative to the green ones, so we can just kind of make that distinction between not having, being consistent rating, looking at it the same way versus if you put eyes on the ground to assess it, it's gonna have some variability on who's looking at it, what they think is a little bit more important. That's an important part. And the great news is that our overall network is at an 80 PCI rating. National average is around 70, 72, something in that ballpark. So we're, relatively speaking, in good shape despite the deficiencies that we can have out there. Overall, we're pretty good shape.
Tracy.
Just one last thing, obviously our state highways are Washington DOT, but, they tell us what they think their PCI scores on those roads are?
We could probably find them, but if we asked, I'm sure we could get them.
Yeah, because I'm thinking about the, balance you're right.
It's a big,
Yeah,
say,
it's like,
yeah, it's 12.
That's being generous.
We could run we could run those streets and see what they are. Based on kind of the same parameters we have for our roads. That's a possibility we'd like to.
Great, a quick follow-up, given that basically more and more people are starting to use our streets for cycling and other, non-motorized uses, is there a different PCI score or some kind of thing, you might be coming up on this in walkability part of your talk, but, is there a different way to score it based on that kind of usage?
The condition of the pavement or?
Yes, or just even safety aspects?
I think given our runways, they would probably just be using the regular, just an extension of the road itself. So I'm not sure we'd have a different PCI for that.
Okay, because I'm thinking, of course, I am on a bicycle, a pothole that's, a car can just go right over, is fatal to me, that kind of thing, right? Yeah, so just wondering about that.
Yeah, I'm not aware of a separate PCI value for bike lanes or all sorts of things.
Just
Summer.
to put in a plug, when I've seen a pothole and I report it, it does get filled very quickly. They're very responsive, so.
Thank you, indeed, yes. Guys work hard to make that happen. Any other questions? Well, that finishes that, as far as the PCI values and how we determine the condition of our network. Move on to walkways and just a few of the things that we'd like to touch upon here is, where we currently have walkways and sidewalks. Walkways would be something that's either thinly striped out or has a extruded curb or some sort of established berm, if you will. And the final question that we're going to address is how to improve our walkway and networks, sidewalk networks. That's so as we did with our roadway network, we've got the locations of all of our sidewalks and walkways that have been established. This does include the proposed walkway installation on 35th with our pavement for later in this year, as well as 187. So this gives us an idea of where we have our existing facilities. You can see that obviously down by the lake and just on the other side of 522, there's a very consistent run of sidewalk on one or both sides of the streets. And the rest of the community is to some degree lacking those facilities. And there's some good reasons why that is. The map on the right, what I've done there is added radius of distances from schools. That's kind of a priority to look at. Got 2 schools in the city. Also, we've got Pride Crest on the south end. The first inner circle is for a quarter mile, then a half mile, then a full mile. If you do the full mile, that's almost the entire city. So hard to prioritize the entire city. So we'll look at the 2 inner circles, if you will, the quarter and the half mile, kind of focus on those. You can see for LFB Elementary, if you look at that quarter mile anyway, there's a fairly good network of sidewalk or walkways in there.
I know that there's sort of around the schools, the safe route to schools or walking routes to schools are sort of mapped out and given priorities in certain ways. I must admit, I don't actually know those maps. Do we have a map that shows like the walkways to the schools that are kind of like the official walkways or the safe routes? Uh, walkways that would be available for like safe routes to school funding, things like that. Do we have a map that shows that?
I don't recall seeing, but there's probably one that either is available or can be created. I think it's a 1 mile walking distance from.
We have the Safe Streets study, which identifies some locations where improvements can be made, but I don't think it went to the level of detail where it mapped out what those routes would ultimately be.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, there's actually, the school district has the walk to school routes. So there's two distinctions. One is the actual routes that the school district decides upon. Then there's the 1 mile radius, which is under state statute, under the RCWs that says within that area, there's certain kind of legal protections for people traversing that area. But the school district does have their designated walking routes, which are actually really pretty important for us to understand.
Yeah, that was what I must have been thinking of.
I think we actually, I think that I put that in a slide 2.5 years ago when we first started talking about.
Oh, that slide.
Yeah, that's why you remember it. Well, that one.
Lori.
Thank you. Jeff, thank you for including Briarcrest because my kids went there and that also provides walking routes to Kellogg and a little bit to Shortgrass. If you look at the school district map, so, I appreciate the inclusion of that, but I agree with Councilmember Riddle's comment that it isn't all the side streets, it's the primary walking routes that we need to focus on within those circles. So I go outside the smaller radius to the larger one and cover those walking routes, I think. So anyway, this is very helpful. Thank you, Jeff.
And the addition of Briarcrest was actually Councilmember Lee's suggestion.
Thanks. You're in that zone also. So,
Very good.
So one of the things we need to look at is, potentially if we wanted to add walkways, sidewalks, we have some requirements or some guidance that we have through King County Roads standards, which is what the standards that we use primarily for Lake Forest Park. What's highlighted up there is a couple of things. One is the traveled way, which is basically the pavement width for most of our roads would be 22 feet. And then typical roadway width would have to be 28 feet to accomplish a safe implementation of a walkway. And to visualize that, this is basically a typical cross section you could be looking at for, again, a safe configuration and a comfortable user experience. Anything definition of that would probably be uncomfortable for some folks. It wouldn't be necessarily wide enough for two people to walk side by side or with a stroller, those sorts of things. So trying to keep this configuration in mind would probably be with us to do that. There are some variations when it gets to the road context. You want to look at if it's on a slope, there's some curves, sightline issues, speed limits, those kinds of things that may prevent you from even installing a walkway. Again, we've got a lot of curves and hills and all kinds of different configurations in town that make it difficult, not impossible, but difficult to implement. So if we look at some of the examples of roadways that we do have in the city, this is kind of the ideal version, if you will. 23-foot wide pavement. You've got two cars that can easily pass each other. Sidewalks on both sides. Flat. Looks great.
That half mile.
Until you start driving around a little bit more. On 32nd, we've got the entire pavement width of about 17 feet. Barely can get two cars. This is probably a little bit more typical, if you will, 25 feet wide. Again, not the preferred and best way to put a walkway in there. It gets really snug, shall we say. But this is probably one of the more typical pavement widths and kind of configuration. We've got some curves, you've got some perhaps some blind spots at the curves. And then, what we'd really be looking for is something like this on 35th, which we just paved last year. You've got a 28-foot wide pavement, 5 foot for the extruded curb and walkway. You got the lanes that are 11 feet, plus you've got another 1 foot on the other side. So this is kind of in the perfect world, this is kind of how it would be set up. And we don't, unfortunately, live in a perfect world. So we do have some struggles as far as what it means to be forward. The roadways being narrow, very curvy, hilly, all sorts of. So that's gonna be the struggle to figure out how to make this work.
Lori?
Jeff, if that's the optimum, is there like also some okay minimum, like 3-foot wide sidewalk, 10-foot wide roadway? I'm trying to look, perfect's the enemy of the good if you're looking at the objective of having places to walk. So is there something that you could reference, or is it just case by case?
I would suggest it's probably case by case. Something like 35th, yes, you want it to be a little bit more consistent, but it should be there, 11 feet wide. Could you go down to 10 feet? Perhaps, again, depending on the context, but those would be probably low volume streets. And again, a lot of our streets are not conducive to.
I was just looking at the 25-foot, so 10, 10, 3 would fit, kind of thing. Or 10 and a half, 3.
Again, once you start having cars that are on curves, they take up more room. It's not.
Yeah,
To go narrow lanes really cause some issues with that.
okay,
A lot of people don't feel comfortable with narrow walkways.
yeah,
On Hamlin, I think we've got some areas where it's down there like 2 feet.
Oh, okay.
3 feet. It's very stunning. We get a lot of requests to drive the common roads to do something about it.
okay, thanks.
All right, Summer, and then Bill?
I was just gonna mention Hamlin, but I've
You
walked
already did.
Hamlin several times. One person, but if there's a lot of residents there who don't maintain their foliage. And for some places, it's not even room for one person.
It's
A lot of times if you go walk there, somebody else want to be walks on the road.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Anyway, sorry.
Summer?
I do have 3 questions, hopefully, quick. What is the criteria for whether we stripe a road or not? Paint stripes. You can follow up later if you don't have an answer right now.
Follow up.
Okay. And
That
then,
usually falls to King County to decide which ones get done. However, we can, let me look at that.
I'd appreciate knowing how they determine that. And then for this picture, a couple of quick questions. And I mentioned to you before, if they can come in different curb heights, because some of the challenges with, these 6-inch curves is how do we keep the other side clean and maintained? Because, our snow plows can't go there, our sweeper can't go there. And then once it becomes, so debris ridden, people don't want to use it, and then they're back in the road. So did you ever follow up with King County on curb height options?
I did not, but I will. The other thing I would point out too is that the other issue is that do we allow parking behind the extruded curb? That's gonna be the other thing too, is how do we
Manage that.
as a city determine what should be allowed?
Perfect, because for those here, I know that other municipalities have done like a 2-inch curb. So like the car will feel if they're going into that area, but it allows like the street sweepers to go across it and keep the area clean. So that's just something I've seen in other municipalities that I wanted to know if we had access to. And did you do a evaluation of like a multimodal walkway where it would be for separating out bikes and pedestrians off to the side to keep bikes out of the drive aisle. Did you look at what that width might look like?
We haven't gotten there yet.
Okay, thank you.
This is still preliminary. And very nascent as far as what we're gonna be looking at holistically again. The other thing too is that once we get to a park master plan, we'll be looking at how do we get people from one park to the next safely. So that'll be directions.
Thank you very much.
Not this presentation.
Not in this presentation. Thank you very much.
Tracy? Yeah, thanks, Jim. One question, you know, that deputy mayor kind of put in my head, very good at basically prompting me, is, literally, going on a road diet would, making a road one way literally cut the amount of roadway in half.
If it's an existing road.
For instance, if we had decided to basically make, this example, the previous one, right, which is clearly not wide enough for sidewalk, but if there's only one lane going, say, in the direction we're looking, would that basically allow us to put a walkway on this?
Absolutely. And that was one of the things that was mentioned when we were discussing this at one point is, and who's brave enough to move forward with the one way, this one way. That is a definite
So it's
possibility.
a tool in our toolkit.
That would be, it may not be well received, but but it might be, you know, again, especially if it's just for a neighborhood, and they all generally agree that that's a good thing. There may be some.
Oh, so when you could put roads on diets, then that also affects emergency vehicle access, so.
Just on point, I'm just gonna say one word, Perkins.
Up to 180 seconds.
Yes. So what we've done here is, again, trying to, again, have a starting point of discussion and kind of moving forward with how we always maintain the roads at this point. So what we've got here is a couple of maps, one that shows on the left-hand side, roads that have PCI, shows the PCI scores, and the roads that are 28 feet or wider. I will say that some of these roads are actually not 28 feet. What's happening is that the software picks up the road at 10, 11, 12 feet wide, but it also picks up the paved shoulder or parking areas that people have added to their front yards. So these will have to be validated to determine exactly which one, but this is a starting point for us to at least see what we have out there. Again, these would be ones that we could, in theory, look at some sort of walkway installation. And this does not show the ones that already have sidewalks or walkways. Obviously, we're excited we've got plenty of walkways and sidewalks, so those would come off this list. And then when we further narrow it down to, on the right-hand side, the roads that have PCI values between 40 and 70, which is kind of our sweet spot for rehab, and 28 feet wide, 20 feet or wider, that obviously narrows it down to even less streets. I will note that on the PCI values between 40 and 70 and 28 or greater, we do have 35th that's being picked up with our paving this year, as well as 187th. So those definitely would fall kind of in that category for walkways. And that those, again, will both be receiving walkway installations.
Jeff,
Yes.
if we could have a aggregate list of the really low PCI ones of any size, and then the sweet spot, so the ones that are at danger of needing reconstruction, and then these ones that give us an opportunity for sidewalks or walkways, apologize, and resurfacing. So we kind of can see those two competing needs. Is that something that is adjustable in this GIS info?
Yes, what I'll have to do is validate the streets to make sure that they're the width that we're talking about before we have solar here.
Before we use this for anything. But it would be great if we could see the danger roads and then the wide roads kind of as in the same map.
But yeah, that's the view zone. I'm sorry.
I have a question about the safe routes to schools. versus integrating walkways with our paving projects. So there are two different sets of priorities. Is that the way you're looking at it? Because they're not the same, right? You don't come up with the same list of priorities for walkways. So I just wanted to, how have you been thinking about safe routes to schools versus the, the efficiency of providing a walkway with the repaving?
I would offer that it's sort of a table and you go through and you look at, for example, does this road, what is the paving condition? Is it a safe route to school? What are the opportunities for widening or things? What are the risks associated with accidents and speed limits and number of vehicles that are traveling above the speed? So that you begin to create this matrix that says, I score these things. So for example, if something might be, if it's in really good condition, it gets a 1. If it's not a route to school, it's a 1. It has no accidents, it's a 1. It has no speeders, it's a 1. And then you just say, well, if it's a school route, it's in poor condition, speeding traffic, heavy traffic, and it gets a 10, and it just rolls out and says, well, I pick everything that's above 90.
Well, I was more thinking about grants. So if
So
there's
that's
grant funds for
so-
safe routes to schools, for
So
example.
it's the same thing. So
Okay.
that you can say to a grant, you apply for a grant and says, poor road, no walking, safe route, speeders, accidents.
Okay.
And you say, you just cranks out and you say to the agency, look, what our data show you in the data that supports why we need to do this.
So, just a second, so are you suggesting this model to the staff to provide an analytical approach? Is that, or something like this?
Yes.
Well, okay, so,
So for example, we have a PCI rating, there should also be a mobility rating. And you overlay all these layers, and so you give each of these things a score, say for like 1 to 10. And then it just cranks out and say, oh, my criteria is, anything over 80 gets tracked. And so then you aggregate it so that, for example, paving in the same area, so you might have a 6-year plan that says I paved around Broadway Crest, I paved around Lake Forest Park, I paved around Horizon View, because those parameters all fit together.
Larry and then Phil.
On that point, at a Seashore Transportation Forum meeting a while ago, we heard from the city of Shoreline, and they do have this sort of matrix approach. So, if we could lovingly steal Shoreline's metrics, I think that would be
Borrow.
good for us. Also, if we're looking at criteria, I think we should consider equity, because I think that would make our grant applications more competitive, both in terms of, are there areas that have lower income, higher diversity that are lacking? So, if you have, would that make it a more attractive grant application? And or are there neighborhoods that have historically been underserved by the city in terms of maintenance and safety? So I think that's a criteria that I'd like to see in these metrics.
Yeah,
No, I think I'm good. I think I got it.
that's good. Okay, so these discussions actually produce outcomes, which is my bias. The second, I'm hearing an interest in having some sort of analytical matrix that we could come forward. Is that? Okay, is that something that staff could do at some point?
Yeah, I mean, it's something, it's gonna take some work, like Jeff has stated, this is initial, I think what we've looked at, what this is focused on to date is where are the opportunities. There are also, to Councilmember Lebo's point, opportunities around the schools, the pavement may already be taken care of, and so how do you work that in? How do you score those? And so it's a body work that's gonna take some time, but yeah, definitely as we proceed with this.
Okay, so the
we can reach
takeaway
out
could
to
be some
Shoreline.
analytical model, whether it's shorelines or your own blend of that. I just want to make sure we capture that here. To this point,
Yeah, so the way I think about it is, investing in the analytical and the analysis to support grant funding, because as Director Parago has very well pointed out, instead of repaving on a 20-year cycle, it's a 55-year, 110-year cycle. So we cannot support repaving, which doesn't include mobility enhancements in that program as part of that cost with our existing revenue structure. So relying on grants is really important, but you have to be well positioned to put in grants. And so I think of the sort of analytical or GIS as an investment, that maybe we pause a year to invest by putting in the infrastructure, the data collection and the analyticals to support future grant writing on a cycle that can be continual. So I think of this as pausing for investment purposes.
Okay. Paul, you in that?
Just one more thing to add to that, because looking at the map that has some of the bad roads appear to be on slopes, I think that might, another thing to review would be the Water Springs map, because it looks very similar to me, because I just saw it not too long ago, that there could be underground springs that are affecting some of the roadway degradation. And so I know it's another factoid that if there is water under roadways and that's why it's degrading, no matter what else you do, you have to take that into consideration so that you're aware that it's happening, because it'll be on an increased schedule, I would think.
Okay. Tom?
Yeah, thank you. John, to John's point, I would ask Director Vaughn, can TDD funds be used for planning purposes for grant writing, for example?
I literally have to double check the actual, ordinance on it.
The other thing I wanted to bookmark just real quickly to your point, John, I think also the connectivity of some of the sidewalks as opposed to having them being completely in isolation. And if we're going to be considering putting a sidewalk in isolation, we need to have a plan because we have sidewalks that go to nowhere. They're just literally hyper local, and we need to find ways to connect things again. And in terms of a scoring matrix, I think it would be important for us to have that as a part of the scoring too. Does it also connect to something and allow additional mobility?
Yeah, to your point, Sarah?
If I recall, King County did not get to our paving last year. So do we have that funding carried over, or are we still with the 500,000?
I believe this year we have 400 to use.
Okay,
To that point, the only thing that's gonna be done this year is what was not done last year. And so while we continue to accumulate funds, we have not put anything else out there. So they will just come back through this year and do what they did not do.
okay.
Okay.
So continued work, especially on the roadways and walkways, for example. Again, validating the pavement data, making sure that that is correct and up to date. Identify viable candidate roadways for walkways, and then also investigating alternatives, whether part of that may look like it's one-way streets, if it's raised sidewalks, I don't know, some, whatever opportunities are out there. And that could also include, if we had a part-time grant writer, and a GIS person, great.
Okay, so the takeaway from this conversation I hear is you can rate your roadways. You have different criteria. I think there's been agreement amongst the team here to develop some analytical model that begins to allow you to prioritize and or commit and connect that actually to a revenue development strategy, whether it's a grant writer or what have you, and to focus in a real specific way to make those applications competitive. So that's kind of what seems to have been coming out of that. Does that work from a staff administrative perspective? Is that something that could come forward for your folks? Yeah, okay, cool. All right, so we're pretty good. We're gonna charge forward in parks. Are you guys with me still? All right, let's do the parks thing.
All right, as far as the parks discussion today, a little bit much lighter than the pavement and walkways. Just a quick check-in on the Lakefront Park. Where are we now? What are our next steps for that? And then kind of looking at as part of the overall park system, the budget review, and some of the activities that are occurring and upcoming. So just get started. Just a big shout out to council, Corey and her folks over there, as well as our consultant, and moving this thing along. It appears that most people are in favor of some sort of configuration that looks similar to this. That's certainly one that we support, and it's going to be our job. For the city. Thank you to everybody for putting that along. So as we do look at the Lakefront Park, there's some things that are coming up again. March 28th, decision for the preferred alternative. Hopefully we can make that decision and move forward. So that way by May 1, we can apply for the RCO grants. Over the summer and fall, we've got we have some contractors come in, salvage, repurpose, and demo the cabins. It's gonna be an interesting project for sure. And then after that, we need to secure the site. That's gonna be kind of wide open at that point. And then spring of 26 is kind of our target for begin the construction. Between now and then, obviously, we'll be hunting down some many grants and free money as much as we possibly can. So that goes into the next point. And then the other thing to obviously be aware of is the operations and maintenance costs that we have associated with the park. That's going to be an important thing to look at and try to nail that down for ongoing budgets.
So RCO stands for,
Recreation Conservation Office.
thank you. Acronyms, yeah.
So this is actually pulled short from the budget, 2023-2024 budget. Just a few points to make for this one, because our personnel cost is about 2/3 of the entire budget for the parks. So it's our maintenance arm of the fund. Our focus is obviously on maintenance, making repairs as needed. Again, we made some repairs in annual acres for the split rail fence. For all of our parks, we put down wood chips for that. That was significant cost actually. And we have a lot of engagement on Graceful with Jim Mead and those folks over there. At Graceful, we've got a beaver deceiver, which is a device that prevents the beavers from creating more damage, which is pretty cool.
A beaver receiver.
Deceiver.
I'm just, yeah. It's okay. Just trying to keep up.
And that seems to be working pretty well. I mean, the beaver is still doing its thing, but it's not walking away from the waterway whatsoever. Pickleball courts have been painted up in Horizon View. We do have a number of events with the showmobile, as well as the other events that Corey's putting on, which we get to. But the main thing I wanted to point out here is Parks Master Plan. That's something that we desperately need to get going probably in the next couple of years. Yeah, that's again, that'll incorporate all of the parks, all those connections between those two, which can tie into the parkways and walkways that would be looking to create. This slide shows the 10 parks that we currently have, does not have the Lakefront Park on there yet. Again, you can see how it's sporadic. We do have perhaps some areas that are lacking parks. It'd be nice to have parks that are perhaps closer to more people. Even if it's a little pocket park or some sort of facility like that. Perhaps in the future we'll be able to make those a reality. Just touching upon the maintenance costs. For 2024, we do have some upcoming work. The invasive species removal at Horizon, we're looking to make that happen at a cost of about $85,000. And then as funding permits, we need probably about another $100,000 to remove the invasives from spring willow, blue herring, and animal anchors. That comes at a pretty steep cost. And then going forward in the next budget, we would allocate some funds to, make sure that doesn't creep up again. And then some opportunities for additional funding, with additional funding, we could increase our, pathways, maintain them better, increase the maintenance around the parkways, and improve the entrance to, 5 Acre Woods. That 5 Acre Woods is really another nice place that we could, find a way to make that happen. That would be fantastic. And then also, updating our playground equipment will be a priority for going forward. And then at the bottom there, lakefront, park maintenance. We do have a general rule of thumb for the cost for that, roughly $6,800 annually per acre of active parks. This is the number that we're looking at. That's based on the truck legislative audit and review committee. And how that directly fits our park. I guess it's to be seen.
This one's kind of obviously an estimate at this point, because we don't know how well that park will be used, how much it will be loved. And how many times garbage has to be entered, there's also opening and closing of the parks, which a lot of times comes with some after hours, and so there's some additional costs in public works. And so this is just our early estimate based on what we can see around the region, and then the JLARC report was something that was given to the legislature a year or two ago, as they looked across the state of the costs, and it ranged from $14 an acre, which I would assume is, out in the middle of the woods and they really don't do anything, to $16,500 an acre for the really high impact property marines, things like that. So the smaller entities around us, for ones that we could find, reported about $6,800. And this is one point I want to make, is the future as we have to redo our pros plan, any master plans that we do. I think one of the biggest disservices we've done in the past with our plans is not to have the consultants do cost estimating. Or it's been so nebulous that it's really worthless by the time that we get to it. There's no escalation. So I think as we look to the future to plan, and especially if we're talking grant writers, we need to have a little bit more robust data in those plans, so that we understand as administration and council what is really going to cost us. Yeah, we can go out and buy it for this much. How much is it going to cost us to improve it, and then how much is it to maintain it? Because that all has to be within that consideration. So,
John and then Lori. And then say Emma.
I would offer that, when you do this, that you do really a level of effort, and that's just the sort of, maintenance cost, but it's not the renewal cost that you need to incorporate, such as it needs to be.
Yeah.
It needs to be, so, I think those costs, that's low for a park like the Lake Markets.
and we're thinking this is just like the staff going out and maintaining it on a daily basis, not those longer term.
It's.
Out. Yeah.
But part of it goes to, yeah, you can do it for $6,800 an acre per year, but what does it look like?
Yeah.
Does it look like?
Does it look like Horizon View?
Yeah.
Lori?
Yes, I have a couple of questions and comments. So first of all, when we did the Lakefront Park property survey, a lot of what came back is a need for active playground areas. Because we are a community, even now, as we're aging of families. So that came back. And in fact, some of the feedback, even on the workshops, was better playground equipment than the drawing showed. So just mentioning that, I have the same reaction as John to the cost. I think it's probably pretty low. My two questions are, when we think about O&M, we should have another number that isn't just public works, but that builds in security, safety and security issues. So whatever police department costs are, so we have a more, part A, part B complete set. And is there a sense of when we're going to redo the pros plan? Does it depend on how much money we have left from the grant on the Lakefront Park?
Corey's looking at that right now, because our pros plan 6-year timeframe is up next July.
Right.
And so it's something we need to get on. So she's looking at what the level of effort is, what's required. Because it's a good plan there. I think it's a refresh.
Yeah,
And so she's looking into that
we
right
said that about the comp plan.
now. A little different.
So yes, within the next 2 years, we have to get something started on that, so it fits in our time window that we're talking about.
Yeah, we need it because like we have a letter that authorizes us to apply for grants through RCO, CFT, all
Okay.
that. And that's good through July 1st of next year. They're on a 2-year funding cycle, so it gives us some time,
Yeah,
but we need it in place so we can continue to apply for those.
okay, thank you very much.
Summer, Tom, and Jeff.
So obviously the lakefront park has the lakefront piece to it, which, at the Civic Club, their maintenance of the beach itself and the dock, I mean, those are fairly costly, maintenance elements or, repair, they're gonna have serious repairs and interventions at some sort of regular interval, as well as, looking at, do we need to dredge the Lion Creek sort of sediment ever? So thinking of those costs and like, what does that look like? Those like larger one-time costs that aren't necessarily able to see a percentage of every year, but we know it's gonna happen. And like, so kind of bringing those costs into play too would be very useful for like a planning perspective.
Tom and then Jeff.
Yeah, thank you. Many of you, well, some of you probably know this, I'm very passionate about celebrating the assets that particularly the natural spaces and open spaces that the city has that we don't celebrate. There's probably an additional 10 acres of properties that were acquired through various means in the 90s and on that we don't even recognize. And as we're just bookmarking it for going forward, there are places I took Councilmember Furtani to a really magical place that no one really knows exists. And there are other places around our community that were acquired through the foresight of councils in the past and staff that we need to celebrate and make sure that at least they're marked, that this is your natural space. The city owns this, or we own it in conjunction with the county. And I just want to bookmark that because I really do believe when you look at this map of our parks, there are other places too that could be the highest and best use could be made potentially something different. And I think we need to make sure that we do consider that when we think about the pros plan and also thinking about funding for those kinds of spaces.
Okay, Jeff and then Tracy, quick question on that topic though, are these pieces of land or property or forest or whatever they are that people can go to if they wish to?
They can, absolutely. Okay. Yeah. Some of them are just unheralded.
Okay. Jeff and then Tracy.
Yeah, just, for discussion point as far as the, costing for the watershed, we'll be looking at those numbers to give us a sense of more based on their.
Okay. Tracy and then Larry.
Thanks. Just to address a point that I know Councilmember Goldman's brought up in the past, this also sort of speaks to equity. A lot of these pieces of land are in areas that are underserved by our parks right now. I've been very excited by some of these pieces that are especially, what are they called, street ends, I believe.
Yeah, exactly. Undeveloped right of ways.
Right, and especially the ones that are street ending into the lake, which are kind of an exciting thing too.
Thank you for mentioning that.
Larry.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was gonna say, that, if you look especially in the northwest and the southern ends of the city, those are park deficient. So I was just wondering, will the parks master plan have potential properties that either we own or could be purchased and could be converted into small parks, small playgrounds, that sort of thing?
I would think that would be one of the goals is to get diversified where we have the folks and meeting those needs for equity.
And I would be very interested in seeing that if there was a map of these unheralded areas, because I don't really know where they are.
Okay, Summer.
I believe they did an analysis in the pros plan, showing, yeah, so that's, page 17 of the pros plan.
There, just one bookmark for that. There are some errors. They're not errors, there's some omissions in there.
Perfect.
But that.
An
that is
attempt
the
was
place to
made.
start.
Okay, so that's a starting point.
So in response to your question or request, there is an answer that actually does exist, what you asked for. Is that what I just heard?
Needs to be updated, but it's pretty close, probably
Okay.
90%.
Okay, so is that something that could be provided to everybody then, or is that
It's in
readily
our current-
accessible?
It's in our current Parks and Recreation Open Space Plan.
Okay,
That's
so
available to anybody.
it is currently available.
Yes.
Okay, all right. All right.
One idea that I wanted to, consider, and the Parks Board has thought about this in the past, but on a smaller scale. And it's come up in connection with the Lakefront Park, which is updating our policy on contributions and donations to the city. And maybe even having, an endowment fund or something that people could, as part of their, annual financial planning or even estate planning, could donate to, and publicizing that so that people, who have the ability, can contribute to the future of Lake Forest Park. So I don't know quite, that could take many forms, but I think being park specific, or maybe parks and critical area specific or something like that, would be something that our community would resonate with our community. So again, thinking about a way to enhance our, and it would take time, enhance our financial future. That's one thing that both the Parks Board has been very passionate about, but in a narrow scale, I think we could think a little more broadly about, an endowment fund that could be used for, whether it's asset management or O&M, or, potentially improving some of these little pocket parks. It could, or donating walkways, the Tom French Memorial Walkway.
I'm not dead yet.
The several riddle bench.
Yes.
So I want us to me, that would be a worthwhile initiative to develop that opportunity and publicize it as a way of enhancing our funding. Maybe we could even get some foundation money or something from, tech funds or something like that. So just want to flag that because there's been past interest, but no ability to follow through.
Okay, Bill?
And to the deputy mayor's point, I've been working with the city attorney. We have a draft ordinance that will be coming before council that will set this up within our code of how the administration can accept donations, whether they're cash-based, whether they're land-based, whether they're an object. And it'll set the thresholds for dollars amounts, what comes to council, and so forth. So that is coming with probably in the next month or two.
Awesome, thank you.
Wow, that's cool.
Thank you.
All right, get things going.
I may have heard this before, so I've been working on it.
I've mentioned it a few times.
All right. Any other questions before I ask the question about where we are with parks presentation?
Almost done. Just a big shout out to the Stewardship Foundation. They do a lot of good work, with our public works folks, and really appreciate their efforts. And finally, just want to look at the community events that are coming up for 2024. Many of them do take place in our parks. And we do have the showmobile that travels with them and those sorts of things. So there's a whole host of things that are coming out. Corey does a great job putting these things together. They are some of it pretty monumental, and she's able to pull up how she does it, I don't know. But no, she does a great job putting these things together, and light of, maintaining our parks properly. When we have these events in those parks, they do look pretty well, and they do reflect on the city pretty well, so that's. Just want to bring that to your attention, so. With that, that's all I have. Unless there's any questions, comments, discussion.
Discussion, parks.
I'm sorry. I see a linkage between walkways, parks, and healthy streets. So I just wanted to put a placeholder out for that. This is something council members Riddle and Goldman, maybe others, maybe Bertani, I can't remember, have been proposing, which is, streets that are blocked off more for, except for local residents. So it provides a more sheltered walkway. It would be at the option of the residents. We haven't done much with it, but I see that it overlaps with walkways, and it's kind of a semi-park situation, though and it isn't a topic that the Parks Board has been interested in also for the future. So just a placeholder, I don't think that that's imminent, like do this in 2024 necessarily, but maybe it is. I don't know, just throwing it out there for you guys to consider.
And to bring it up again, Perkins. If we go one way, we have an amazing park right
Yeah.
along the creek there. So, sorry, just had to,
Or even weekend closures is something that the Parks Board talked about, like summer weekend closures up to 182nd.
Just on point, Perkins, Councilmember, do you want to mention your conversation with, Councilmember? Yes, Shoreline?
Yes,
Laura?
I spoke to, thank you, Mayor, I spoke with Councilmember Mork at, conference we were at recently. She's a council member in Shake Shoreline and, very interested in working with Lake Forest Park on extending, I don't know what it's called in Shoreline, is it 24? No, it's not 24.
No, it's,
Whatever it's called,
yeah,
the extension of Perkins into Shoreline. They're very interested in, making that much more. There's a sign that says it's a Brook Gilman interurban connector, but it's just a sign. There's not even a shoulder. So, Shoreline is willing to invest, some in making it more walkable, more bikeable. And so it'd be really great to be able to work with them on seeing how connected we can make it. The city manager. the city administrator.
I just say really quick, I already got a call from their administration and they want to coordinate, when we get to the point. They're like, do you already have plans? Is there something we need to know? I said, no, this is something we're talking about. But it has already been brought up to their administration as well.
Were they freaked out?
They just wanted to make sure they weren't behind the 8 ball. Just like, that we hadn't been keeping them informed that we were up to something.
Okay.
yeah, I think really it's been sort of behind this, it's been the electeds, I think, that have been communicating, saying, let's get this sorted out. It's been bandied around for literally for decades.
It's basically creating a walkway between each other or are they?
It is a connection between the interurban trail. It is a designated connector between the interurban trail and the Bergman Trail. We've received grant funding for sharrows in certain places and some other things. And so we have shared success there because there are a lot of cyclists that ride down this road. It's one, incredibly expensive to maintain. Two, we're on phone to the PD. It is I believe it's the second of our local roads, aside our state routes. I think it's has the second highest accident rate. It's a very, very dangerous road. And the last thing I would say, anecdotally, it's probably the second biggest cut through route for people, which doesn't lend to the.
So it's used, not necessarily safe, and is on your folks' radar.
Mhm.
Can you say liability?
Mhm.
Opportunity. Yeah, opportunity. Lori and then Tracy.
Can I just add, as we consider that, we should realize that it will, if whatever we do to restrict traffic there will divert it onto 178. So we need to think of the two things together, so.
And just to complete the point on Perkins, it is one of the most scenic routes that we actually have. So it's a great view shed. I also want to add that the climate action plan is also going to take into account these things we've just been talking about. So it really is kind of a big, large package of actions that we're taking that address multiple different things the city needs to do.
And then kind of on the point of diverting to 178th, which is an arterial for us. And so, but completing that sidewalks and then working with Shoreline on their end.
Oh, that's.
Because right now the road definitely changes in walkability, rideability when it moves into the Shoreline side. So continue those conversations with Shoreline would be great.
Tom, then Larry.
Not to go too deep down the rabbit hole, but I will tease you with the fact that if you take a look at to Deputy Mayor Bodie's point about the cut through question. If you take a look at the data and the throughput times between 178 Perkins and 104 Ballinger Way, The difference is minuscule. It's about 30 seconds between 178th or going down 35th to Ballinger Way. My proposal has been, and I'm hoping we can flesh this out at some point, to put traffic calming on 178th, create the linear park or some sort of semblance of that on Perkins, and work with Shoreline to divert the traffic down to 104, the state route where it should be, because it shouldn't be coming to our neighborhoods. And part of that process is I've been working with Administrator Hill on trying to figure out what we need to do to fund a cut-through traffic study on some discrete roads before the 3 light rail stations come online, because we need the baseline data before this happens. And even if we do it for those specific 3 routes or a couple other streets, that may save us some money, but it'll give us at least visibility about the change that's coming down.
Yeah, just on Perkins, you know, kind of stringing together a few of the topics we've talked about this morning, that if Perkins became one way, then that would narrow the width needed for the roadway, so there'd be space for a sidewalk and a bike path. And then making it a park in an area of the city that doesn't really have parks already. So it seems like it's hitting a whole bunch of the goals we've talked about in the last few hours.
Just putting a fire point on it, I've spoken with 4 resident families that live on that road, and they're all broadly supportive of the change.
Okay. Other points or conversation here on this and or other aspects of parks? Okay. Perfect. Well, we're a little bit ahead of time. I think they brought the food. I don't know if that's brunch.
It's gotta be
lunch, or what that is. But if you're ready, and unless that, we do have on the agenda a placeholder for any other city services or any other kind of topic that might help inform discussions this afternoon. I don't know if they exist, but we did put that there. If anybody has something that they feel would fit that mode, sorry.
This is, I have a lot of thoughts because I'm liaison to both the Parks Board and the Planning Commission. But one of the things I see is that with the portion of our community that is aging, they might have large lots and a portion of their property that is a sensitive area or wooded. And I do think that we could better educate people on the opportunities for conservation easements, which would protect some of those sensitive areas and make and provide a less regulatory approach, which I think is always going to be, you know, a little bit difficult to administer with the reasonable use exceptions and the perception that some have that protecting trees and ravines is somehow NIMBY. So I just, it's not the most pressing dynamic thing, but making sure people know that that option's available and thinking about how we would deal with that if we had more of those properties coming in. Again, it fits back in with parks, conservation, green spaces, green infrastructure. So it's not the most burning issue, but I'd like to make sure our comprehensive plan has some general stuff on it, and maybe as time and resources allow, we could publicize that option. It exists right now. I don't think it's on people's radar. We don't have a form for people, maybe we do have a form for people to fill out, but it's something that I think fits in again with the ecosystem of tools. So just wanted to flag that.
Tracy and then Sarah.
And building off of what Deputy Mayor Bodie said, there's also a place for you to address housing for our aging population with community land trusts, especially being able to use something like, not the conservation easement, obviously, but basically other lands that are like that were donated to the city. Yeah, we've taken some action on it in that we passed that ordinance that allows the CLTs, the community land trusts, to actually was it having first bid on these ones that are being sold by the city sales properties?
Yeah.
Yeah, but there's more we can do in that regard. And I want to put a bookmarker there too as well.
And I just want to highlight this council and probably future councils and how we are looking at more data, and we want to have more data supporting our work. It's going to be what gets us more grants. And it's what allows us to have these conversations with our community members as to why we make the decisions that we make. So I would like to second GIS work, because that's a very visual way to be able to share data with the community and with prospective grant providers. So I just see us getting more sophisticated in our decision-making, and we need to support that in a way.
I just want to say, having a portion, that's a 501c3. The Stewardship Foundation is a 501c3. So maybe there's a linkage there, but, I know the police, department has a foundation that's a 501c3. So if you're donating or doing things like that, so you get some tax advantage, looking into, for the donations, not the conservation easements, because that's an established process. But, for other donations, especially if they get to be large, now having a 501c3 conduit is something that it would be helpful to explore.
Any other topic? Okay. Well, we're 15 minutes ahead of schedule. That's great. It is. I do think that's lunch, or it's masquerading as lunch.
It's kind of like French toast, eggs, salmon hash, so I think that's probably brunch.
I think they're making up.
Yeah, they're making up. for this.
Right, so you can just start grazing.
Does that
So
mean?
let's take an hour and,
Okay.
and spend some time getting something to eat, and then,
Getting home.
we'll come back with a goal setting part.
So what are you thinking from what you've heard?
So, okay, yeah. Well, I really like the play off on each other in terms of innovation ideas. You're clearly a database group. I read your bios on it. Okay. So with some background with UW, which I shared, and all that kind of stuff. So discussion, in many ways, the discussion doesn't surprise me in the sense of its sort of complexity and what you've kind of got about things. So my takeaway from your discussion is that you definitely have to be, conscious of your fiscal situation. It was sort of an interesting discussion, because it was like, yeah, the lines are crossing, but we always seem to have a way to figure it out. And we want to keep that 16% available. It's kind of like what I call at my house. We have this slush fund available. We need something to go get it, and we fill it up. So I don't have a sense that that particular discussion takes me to a place where it's a burning issue. And I'm not saying it's not, but I didn't feel like that coming out of it. That said, many of my clients are looking long-term at fiscal sustainability issues, and they're also looking at levies and how to do that. I found something that was said earlier really interesting, and I think it went under the radar, and that's the ability to supplant. That's huge. I mean, that is really huge. And so it will put a lot of pressure on you if you decide to go out to your community to do two things. One, really articulate what you're gonna do with the money, and really ask yourself, are you gonna supplant? Because how you sell that to your community versus what you do with the money is huge. A school superintendent over where I live just lost her job for a variety of reasons, but one of them was their levy failed because they were gonna take that money, they were selling it as capital, but they were gonna move a portion over into operating. So heads up on something like that. It's down in there, but it's really huge if you wanna go ahead and do that. If you do levies, communication is huge, and you've been down that road probably, so all that. I think the classic conversation about roads and safety, you know, as the outside guy, listen to that discussion, $500,000 a year doesn't seem like a lot of money to me. And so the only question I'd have, and I realize the science behind it, good stuff and all of that. Are your roads falling apart? I mean, that'd be the question. And is 500 grand a year enough for that kind of thing? And where are you? I mean, that's the nut of that conversation, I think. I mean, the parks and walkways start, now you're not moving over into amenities in my mind. You're starting to move over into these things are quality of life, the first two. But this last discussion now starts moving over to sort of the personality-esque of Lake Forest Park. And I think there's excitement about that. I was really fascinated with the conversation about the endowment and that kind of thing. I think it's really smart thought process and all of that, kind of do that. So I think these are topics that maybe are gonna inform this afternoon. I don't know. We've certainly not put that pressure on you. You do not have to talk about stuff in the morning that you're going to pick as goals for the afternoon. And so, but we'll kind of see how that's kind of my really quick response to what I heard. I think a great discussion. It's good. Very good. So. Okay,
Okay.
let's do this. We'll come back a little bit before.
I never heard of a beaver deceiver, by the way, so, okay.
They're also bringing us on. And
They should be,
And
yeah.
they threw away our breakfast.
Time for yoga.
I don't know what they have done, honestly. Poor management of
You'll
their.
check.
Oh,
So it's not. Yeah, if you go.
Okay. Well, thank you for that wonderful lunch. My goodness. So, time to set goals. I'd like to do a couple quick things. One is run through the process so you can get that in your mind as to how we're going to go about doing this, and then give you a quick overview of what a goal might look like. So the process I like to follow and work over the years is the following. In a little bit, I'm gonna ask all the council members, because these are council goals, just the council members, to quietly alone, write down 2 goals that you would like to see as city goals that would be addressed over the next 2 years. And why 2 years? So when we first started having our conversations, and this is pretty consistent with many of my clients now, they've expressed an interest to really begin to kind of focus in on some more specific things and not be as broadly focused as an organization can be if they take different approaches to setting their goals. The shorthand version is when I come into an organization and I see an organization that's looking at 30, 40 goals, I'd much prefer to see in the healthy organizations have a few goals that they really focus on and do well. Right away in your organization, because you provide a wide range of services, policing, public works, parks, we've been through those conversations. The question comes, well, don't I need a goal in each of these areas? The answer is actually no, you don't. And the reason for that, in my judgment, is this. I think the policy body should be directing the organization and be sensitive to the era and time that they find themselves in that organization confronted with those problems. If public safety is an example, and police are near and dear to me because I was one for years in my hometown. If you don't have a police goal, it doesn't mean you're not going to provide police services, correct, or what have you. And maybe it's the year where you do something else, or maybe it is a year, I have one of my clients where they are focusing on public safety because they have real needs there, because that's what's facing their city at this time. In addition, it's possible to set a goal over the next 2 years period of time that has a life longer than 2 years. And that's okay too. Capital projects are a lot like that. So if you decided that, we really need to build that swimming pool, and I know that conversation's ongoing and communities in your area, you're not gonna build a swimming pool in 2 years. That's probably just not gonna happen. But that could be a goal for a council. And you could start the process over time to do that. So my advice to organizations and my process really contemplates that you establish maybe a long list of 10 goals, of which the top 5, and this sounds arbitrary, maybe the top 3, what have you, become the focus of your organization. Now, ultimately, that's your decision, but my process will take you to a list, a long list like that, that would then, and then a process that would prioritize that list. It's also important for organizations to be nimble. So goal number 7, and I've had organizations that have had this, is, you know, build sidewalks over here, and you have no money for that, and all of a sudden the feds dump a bunch of money out the door and say, here's a bunch of money for sidewalks. Well, yeah, we'll move over and grab our goal number 6 or 7. So I want to stress it's not so locked in and so on that you can't be nimble and can't be real and related to the world that you find yourself working in. What I'll have you do is write, I'm gonna ask you to write 2 goals. And then we're gonna go around and post the goals, each of you, and then we're gonna come back and have a conversation about those goals. Then I'm gonna use a paired comparison methodology that will actually cause you to, it most approximates the world of a policymaker, having to make a choice between this good thing and that good thing. And we'll go down, and that will actually cause those goals to then go from 1 to N, whatever that ends up being. And then the final piece of this is that I really hope that the mayor and the administrative team, if you have any questions about particularly the top 5 goals in terms of what it would look like, or the top 2 or 3, what are the deliverables, really what, we need to have a bit of conversation about that if in fact there is questions about what that means and so on. One of the things that's missing here is any kind of constraint on you in terms of money. Now, you've had your presentation earlier in the morning, so you know what that is, but I think at one point in time, the leadership system and organization should have some time where they're not constrained about, oh, I really think we should do that, but I know we don't have enough money to do that kind of thing. And many stories where the idea for a project started at a session like this and wasn't funded for 5 or 6 years later, but it became a focal point and it moved forward. So that's the process that I want to take you through, and I want to. Do you have any questions about that or any comments before we start it? A little spiel about what does a goal look like. You've been provided a guide. I'm not going to read it directly to you, but it really talks about what the purposes of goals are. Your practice, many of your experience, worked in organizational life, so much of this you understand. But there are several reasons why you would pick a goal and have it. They're articulated there 1 through 5. I think the important thing is it sets direction and it also has expressive value. So when you do these goals, we're going to do a report and we're going to find these goals are going to tell you, your organization, your community, what you're going to be focusing on. So it has communication value as well. No, we're not going to wordsmith the goals here today. We'll get the essence of it. We'll figure out a process. Typically, the administrative team will work up the language and so on that will come to you for approval. Well, years ago, I learned don't use a group like this to wordsmith that idea. So we're not going to do that. 2 types of goals that I've articulated in this little guide. One I call a content goal. You know, we can hire 3 more police officers or build a new city hall or whatever that is, or a process goal. I have clients right now that are going, one client just set a goal. We're going to establish one of our goals this year is to go through an extensive community outreach process to set the new vision for our city. So they're going to go utilize a process, engage people. It's going to cost them money and take time to do that kind of thing because they're looking forward. So you generally 2 types of goals in that, what I call content process. The third area of the guide really starts to focus on, well, what is a goal? And I've given 3 examples in here. One that really is what I call too general. Basically, I want a safe and happy community, and lots of money, or whatever. That gets more specific. Those goals are relatively, they're more like values expressions, but they generally don't inform a budget. They generally don't lend themselves to any kind of meaningful outcomes. Then we have on the very opposite end of the scale, and this I find particularly with highly educated professional councils, people who come from that background, micromanagement goals. We're gonna build this 3,500 square foot fire department on this corner with this many people, and it's like, whoa, wait a minute, no. And so in the middle of this guide is sort of where I think we all hope we land, and that is, and I give the little example in there of a community center. We'd like to build a community center that would address the needs of the multi-generational populations that would do several of these things. If you had something like that as a goal, now professional people can take that, turn that into a work plan, blah, 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 blah. So a couple more things on goals. It's really important that we don't do today and then just throw it away. Let's don't do that. That's not what we want here. Your organization, but I'm begging, please don't do that. I think what you really want to do today is identify some things that you want to accomplish in the next couple of years, and then fund it. So that's my spiel on goals and kind of the nature of them. And this has kind of come together over the years. And I've had the blessing of working with a lot of really good organizations, and this has tended to be their approach to how they go about getting things done. And then if you do this on a regular basis, some goals last a lot of years. So next year, we're building that swimming pool, the big bridge to everywhere. You'd be phase 2 or phase 3 of that. And I have many clients that are doing that kind of thing. So any questions or thoughts or comments? So, okay, let's do it. So I'm going to give you about 10 minutes or so. I'd like each of the council members to write out 2 goals they'd like to see over the next 2 years. And you're on a 2-year budget cycle, I'm told that, right? Yeah, so. Yeah. Okay. And then we'll go forward after that. Are folks ready? Need a little more time? You
I'm
good?
trying to justify my goals. I
You're
have
trying
it
to
written
justify your
down.
goals to you. That's a problem. So you're supposed to be justifying it to them, so you know. I'm not
It's all
trying to
written down,
justify
I'm just, I'm all done.
So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go round robin and I'm gonna have each council person do their first goal till we get them all up, 1 through 14. And then we're gonna go back around and I'm gonna have each council person speak to the goal. And any questions are answered for clarification. It's not gonna be a debate of whether we should have the goal or not, but I want a fuller understanding. And this is a good important time for any staff in the room, if this is in your content area, really want to listen to this discussion because it starts to inform in terms of how we go about doing this and creating outcomes. So, yeah, Summer, what's your first goal?
To develop a path to financial stability.
Okay, develop a path to financial stability. Unless you kind of see this in the next couple of years, it's on and.
At least developing the path.
Right. Okay. Yeah,
Little we put that more in my hand.
got it back up. So that'll be number 1. Okay.
Improve multimodal safety by building more sidewalks in areas lacking them and reducing speed limits on local and arterial roads.
Okay, so improve multimodal,
Improve multimodal safety.
okay? Okay. Oh,
Reduce the speed between 153rd and 165th on
Okay.
522.
okay. Reduce the speed between
153rd
153rd,
and 165th
165th.
on SR 522.
That's our reduce state route. Oh, okay, interesting. So do you guys have control over that or no?
We have petitioned the state for that reduction.
We do that, okay,
But it may be done by other ways.
all right. Late night chainsaw, new sign.
Axe.
Right, okay,
Broken bottle.
all right, Ellen.
A lighted is it lighted or lit, a crosswalk at 40th and 178th, which is just north of the Presbyterian Church.
Okay,
And part of that would be also a possible speed camera at that lighted
So where is it?
crosswalk.
So what is it by Brookside?
40th and 178th is probably just down from Brookside and the church.
and then have a camera. So what is create some space, what we're doing is, what we like is.
Across 178.
So 40th comes down, and a T intersection at 178.
So it's lighted,
Turn,
so Ellen,
yeah,
Lighted crosswalk.
crosswalk, and then possible cameras,
speed camera.
speed camera, possible speed camera.
I includes it.
Yeah, yeah, I can be more specific.
We'll make it work. Okay, Tracy.
Oh, sorry. So what about goals that have already been said? Do I just reemphasize them or do I just go on to my next
No,
one?
you should say the goal, even if it's similar, great point. So the process is gonna come back through. I anticipate similarly situated goals. We're gonna broker a conversation between the two sponsors as to whether or not they're similar, okay?
Okay.
Because many times in this process, may have had a public safety goal, but one person has a feature in that goal. The other person doesn't want that feature, so now they stand alone. And we'll do that, so I'd rather just not worry about it being similar, because we have a way we're gonna combine them if it makes sense. And it's only, just to punctuate this, it's only the two sponsors that get to decide whether they get combined.
Okay.
Because if they stand alone, they know they're gonna have to compete against these other goals. So I would say just bring it, whatever it is.
All right. Have a resident directed financial stabilization plan committee.
Oh, okay. Well, it's related, but that's different in my mind. So resident directed financial
Stabilization plan.
stabilization plan committee. That may be different.
That may be different.
Yeah, maybe.
So it's residents who
Okay.
have financial sustain.
That's my.
Right, it'd be a citizen, what we call just one of these seven.
Yeah.
Citizen, so put citizen in there.
I know this much would cut.
Right. Okay.
Cool.
John,
So my first one is establish a fiscal sustainability, or I'm sorry, yeah, establish a fiscal sustainability community advisory group to educate the public and inform the city council on financial recommendations and revenue and expenditures.
go to inform us.
This,
Very technical.
As a fiscal committee to.
establish a fiscal sustainability
Educate the
community
public.
advisory.
Fiscal sustainability.
I got lost.
Okay.
Community advisory
Community advisory group for fiscal sustainability,
to educate the public and inform the city council on revenue and expenditure.
so they're gonna educate the community, form the city council on expenditure. Right.
Oh, yeah.
Opposed to development. There we go. Oh, it's high paid staff people. Okay. Okay. Lori.
I will stick with my fiscal one because there are three other fiscal ones. So mine is different though. Build financial infrastructure for sustainability through having a grant writer and improved GIS data.
Okay.
But the theme is better financial infrastructure to allow whatever plans we come forward with to work better.
Okay, so build a financial
Financial
stability
infrastructure
infrastructure, so okay,
for
hold on.
sustainability.
Financial infrastructure for sustainability. For sustainability. That's what that, okay, that we go for that.
It's supposed to be sustainable.
Okay, just go ahead and
Through a grant writer and improved GIS data.
Yeah, okay, perfect, okay. Seven.
It's coming back to me. Okay, sorry, got on my Easter candy. So develop a path to financial stability. For me, that's kind of doing the background work of what are our options and what tools are available to us, and then actually starting to realize how we could use them and what it would come to. It's also for me getting like better estimates on projects so that we have less unexpected, cost increases to projects that we've already committed to. So for me, it's around developing that path to get to that financial stability. So whether that's, contracting with a consultant to back check all of our estimates, or getting out a levy, or deciding whether we want to install traffic cameras.
Okay. So why don't we're gonna come back
Yeah.
and then I'm gonna ask you to get, so.
So that you gotta explore financing options and estimate project.
Just check to clarify, are we justifying our first goal or are we giving our second goal?
You're starting your second goal.
Oh,
Goal number 2.
Oh, I thought you said we were gonna talk about our goal,
I
goal
forget them
one.
all up, no?
Oh, okay, you want me, so sorry,
This goes back to one.
sorry, that was one, yeah, no, I was following a different path. So,
I was like.
Okay.
Okay.
sorry,
Yeah.
the second path is essentially GIS.
This is your second goal.
This is my second goal, sorry. GIS, to improve safety and multimodal access.
Okay.
Through data-driven decisions and data transparent communication.
Multimodal. Through data. Okay. Your second goal. Number 2.
Increase housing availability at a range of sizes and affordabilities.
Okay. So increase housing
Housing availability.
availability through a range of options. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Paul?
Reduce police and fire response at Woodland North Apartments.
There's-
And fire response.
Yeah. I was like, work out, I know, and said, yeah, we have to get to the rest of that. So we're not to reduce police.
Is that the terrorist one that's across from?
This will be.
So do we want to be
Police response.
less specific and more just to like trouble spots? Or do we want to stay?
No, let's not say
No, I'm
that.
being specific.
Whatever you want.
Sorry.
No, that's all right.
No, that's all right.
I'm trying to figure out.
Number 10 is reduce police and fire response
At Woodland North Apartments.
at Woodland North Apartments.
And I'll explain why later.
Okay.
How many goals do we get?
2. Well, we'll get to that in a minute. 2.
Okay. Have to decide between these two. Find funds to hire a climate administrator to oversee the climate action plan
So hire climate
administrator,
to oversee
the climate action
climate action
plan
plan.
and implement the actions they propose.
To oversee and implement the plan, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Perfect. Okay, Tracy, number 2.
I'm just gonna sound like I don't have any creativity whatsoever. Begin implementing the climate action plan.
Do what with the climate action?
Begin implementing the climate action plan.
Begin implementing it.
I've been reading my notes.
I know.
This is gonna be interesting.
There's some synergy.
You know,
You guys are sitting too close.
I know.
You're like auras are intersecting.
I'm copying off of that.
Okay, John.
Develop a mobility infrastructure program.
Hold that thought. Develop.
A mobility infrastructure program
Structure program.
for revenue opportunities, priorities, and expenditures to address
The revenue and expenditures to address.
safety, connections, maintenance, and equity.
Safety, connections.
Maintenance and equity. I'm a technical guy.
Safety connections are similar, right?
And safety, connections and equity. Second. There's a pre-folded chart.
When you're first, you're coming up across one, I was confused, because I was thinking that was 182nd. It turns into 182nd.
They don't turn into 40 at
Yeah.
the bottom.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Okay, number 14,
Yeah.
Lori.
Well, so John, I'm warmer and fuzzier than you. Equitably enhance community connections to the environment through improved walkways, parks, and climate action.
This is a mega goal. Like-
Well, except there's a focus on the community connection. That's the theme in there. So you're looking at it through that lens. You're not just, looking at them. Well, so John has his lenses of, revenue and safety, and mine is what's that connection? So how do you connect the community better in these three areas,
Okay.
walkways, parks?
Walkways, parks,
To the equitably enhance community connections to the environment.
equity. You wanted to go over it again? So.
Equitably,
We're not-
I threw in equitably,
Okay, so just go again,
equitably enhance community connections.
equitably. Community connection.
To the environment. Through improved walkways,
Okay, group walkway,
parks, and climate action.
parks and climate action.
So the two, it's like community connections and environment. So we're connecting the community to the environment, but so that's the overarching thing, and then there's 3 examples, so you're right, it is a little bit of bundling. So, but the prioritization would be through, equity and community connections to the environment.
Okay. Okay, got it. So so. Okay, so. Any last goal?
Sure. I think Ellen would like.
Ellen would like. So
Yeah.
I pitched you purposely to 2 goals a person. And waiting to hear if anybody would squeak about that. Because of my bias about organizations being better with less. Ellen didn't squeak, but she
I was gonna say.
she had a dilemma, right?
Yeah.
Did anybody else have a dilemma like that? Okay, who else had the dilemma? So if it's okay, we hear. I think it's important to hear what the third.
You
Okay,
guys okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay,
that you had to choose between the 2.
I had to choose between the 2. And the only reason why I chose that one was because this other one had already come up and in our prior conversations this morning, but I'm happy to know that so many people, I'm aligned with so many of you on this, how important this is, as to redesignate Perkins Way as a one-way for westbound motorized vehicles.
Did you say designate Perkins Way?
Yeah, to redesignate it as,
Redesignate Perkins Way
as a one-way
as one way,
to
okay?
westbound motorized vehicles.
The westbound motorized, okay,
Correct.
okay.
Meaning that the eastbound would now become a
No can
biking,
do,
walking
right,
lane either
Okay.
way,
Yeah.
obviously, closest to the creek.
sure, sure,
To know.
okay, okay. Tracy, you had another one that you were,
Right, I was kind of hoping somebody else would say it, but
well, they did it, and so it's your choice. Now, I think we should give this opportunity to,
absolutely. Basically, have the city develop regulations surrounding the city as a land bank.
develop land bank regulation.
Yes.
Develop city land bank regulation.
So the city can work with real estate, especially with regard to housing.
Sure, okay. That one. Okay. Someone else had Lori had, okay, what, and you chose between,
I chose between the community connections and this one. So it's kind of like Councilmember Goldman's, the housing one, housing diversity and affordability. And I would only add the element of home ownership, the community land trust issue as a nuance. So I think what you said, Larry, I'd be perfectly good with, as long as we add that nuance of making sure we explore how to support affordable home ownership through a community land trust. If that's okay with you.
yeah, we're gonna go through a process
Okay.
to check all that. So what we might wanna do, okay, so anybody else really, yes,
Yeah, did have a third one. This is gonna, I would like us to have better defined critical areas, slopes, et cetera, throughout the city. to
better
sup-
define critical slope.
A critical area map, slope, all those elements, the wetlands. So,
Hold on a second, let me help.
yeah,
So, a better define,
Yeah.
better definition of,
or
critical
like in
slopes
a
and
map,
areas.
yeah, so a better map, let me say this, a more accurate map of critical areas, slope, landslide, wetlands, buffers. We require people to know that
Right.
when they do, and then,
Okay,
so why don't we know that?
okay. So better define critical area maps and knowledge.
Yeah,
Perfect, okay. All right, last call. Is there anyone else having? Okay. So what I wanna do, we know who, let's put this over here, and then we're gonna start back there. We're gonna have a conversation. So let's pull this off. So now we're gonna go back through. And we're gonna talk about, have each of you explain, and let's just go ahead and start here again, okay? And this time, let's make it bigger cities, and then I want you to get some goals, and this is important for you and staff, because it. Direction, exactly, so let's start with number one again. And we're calling this the path to financial sustainability, okay, and there are different versions of this. Okay, so, but don't assume that they're all the same until we get to when we have that consolidation conversation. Okay, let's give it a one. Okay, and then any bullets that you want to put in here, this is conversation, okay? Then we're gonna space it. And we'll vote on these sheets. And I'll use this sheet to go up, okay?
Okay.
So tell your colleagues what you mean by this, and as you listen to her talk, if you have questions about, you're uncertain exactly what that is, this is a time for you to get clarity in terms of your vision of this. Okay, so
a stability for me, financial stability is knowing our revenue and our expenditures with more accuracy. So for
so
me,
accurate knowledge of
revenue and expenditures.
in and outs, okay?
Yeah, and then the path part is saying, okay, well, if they're not aligned, how do we get one to meet the other? So takes on a lot of the options we've heard today, but the new state tools that we have for cameras, any new taxes, any new investment opportunities. I can't list them all because I don't know quite what they would be, but creating a path to get revenue up to expenditures, and then more accurate expenditures. So better cost analysis of projects, better cost analysis of council policy decisions. Sometimes we make decisions and don't see the kind of the rolling cost to it. And then, things like, are we gonna be more rental fees for that need to cover, like we talk about fees in the for planning, you know, they gotta cover their costs, so what are fees that could cover costs of other areas, so we don't have to invest general funds into supporting it, so kind of looking at those things. And then an idea that I've kind of had tickling my brain for a while is, in order to reduce sort of the strain on our budget from the police department, is seeing if Kenmore wants to contract with us, so that we have better efficiencies. Our police department works and it's good, but there's more efficiencies that can be built in. A supervisor can supervise more than one team. And if that supervisor's supervising more than one team, then Kenmore will be paying half of that supervisor. And they'll be paying half of leadership and things, and we would have a better connectivity with Kenmore. And I know that we've had contracts with them in the past that we've had to walk away from because they outgrew us. So I don't know. But I keep toying with this for the not combining, but they would contract our police department rather than contracting the sheriffs.
So when I listen to you talk, it sounds like it's a blend of, are you talking about a financial sustainability strategy, or are you, because a lot of this is sort of detailed stuff around budget.
Yeah, and I think it's to get us stable, and then, of course, then we have to like continue to be stable
Okay.
as we look forward.
Questions, for clarification? Any questions? Tracy?
So this is similar to what, for instance, North Shore Fire does, where we had that merger between our fire departments and we were able to save a little bit of money, not we, the city, but, you know, the fire district itself.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I haven't run the numbers, but I had this conversation with Chief Sutton back in the day, that it would reduce our costs on some of the shared administrative individuals, and it would better utilize the supervisory officers for their patrol teams, because they can oversee multiple patrol teams, but we only need one patrol team right now to serve our city.
So this is an example.
Yeah,
This is an example. So policymakers wouldn't actually do what you're doing. They wouldn't actually go tell the chief to go contract with somebody. What you could say is, look for innovative ways for us to cut costs or create income or revenue, right?
yeah, so these are examples that I can think of right now.
Perfectly, right? But as a goal,
It's,
I'm gonna be you can not hire me again. I would never encourage a policymaker to have a goal that says, tell the chief
Oh, yeah.
to go contract with Kenmore.
Yeah.
But, so I'm looking at this more as you're giving examples of
Yes.
how, what
To get
you
to the
could go
goal.
about to get there.
yeah,
Yeah.
so
Okay.
identifying revenue,
Right.
and then,
Maybe innovative ways to look at this.
yep,
And you want some
And-
more knowledge. I heard you say that in this
Yeah.
call. Okay, any
Yep.
other
And
questions or comments about?
you know,
Yeah. Okay, cool.
okay.
Okay, improve multimodal safety. Talk to us a little bit about that, Larry.
Yes, so there are some parts of the city where it's not very safe to walk or bike around. And so look at areas where there's high levels of injuries or neighborhoods that lack sidewalks. So what neighborhoods would benefit from having more sidewalks on them? And also, where are people driving too fast? So where can we lower speed limits on the roads that we control? So not the state highways, because that's WashDOT, but on our local roads, where can we lower speeds for safety?
Question, there is a process though for petitioning the state for lowering or raising.
Yes,
You could do that too, I suppose. Right,
we're in process of both of our state laws.
right, okay. Questions, discussion for clarification? Any questions for Larry on this? Yes. Dylan?
Larry, do you have a thought on how your priorities would intersect with what, Public Works Director Perigo went over?
I think that's, that sort of approach that we talked about this morning, that would be the rubric by which we decide, where do we need sidewalks the most? So where are the roads wide enough to accommodate them? Maybe go to the chief and ask, where are you seeing the most 911 calls about injuries?
Would
So-
that incorporate like a matrix kind of idea?
Yeah.
Like we talked about, like we mentioned Shoreline House?
I put a bullet down there, collect data and analyze, and I think it definitely does go back to that discussion this morning.
Other questions of Larry in terms of what he has in mind? Okay. Paul. So I'm looking at reduced speed, 153rd, 165th, SR 522. Very specific, not wrong, but very specific. Talk to us a little bit about what you have in mind with that, and then I want to raise a question for everybody, or for you, actually.
Okay. Well, I know that we've been trying to work with WashDOT to lower the speed limit along that stretch of the roadway. And there's also been talk about putting a traffic cam if possible. And there's been a variety of different reasons why there can or can't be or something, but the bottom line is because of the safety of trying to walk along that roadway, or if you wanted to develop a sidewalk along the roadway, whatever you want to do there, it's dangerous the way it is right now. So whether WashDOT will allow it to be lowered, or whether you put a speed cam or a drag cam on it so that it is it can produce revenue for the city by tagging everybody that decides that green means go, then it should be done. There's got to be a way to do it. And I'm not saying that I know 100% of how to do it. It's only that it needs to be done because it affects so many other parts of the city where there's driveways that come out onto 522 where you've got someone going down 80 miles an hour. You know, there's lots of near misses. There's people that turn left, and, you know, we have a transit project that might come through where it's, you know, it's a danger point. And so however we do it, we should do it.
So your issue there, safety on that road and,
Revenue would be my second.
okay. So how that happens, would you be comfortable with goal says improve the safety and enhance revenue off of whether
Sure.
something like that? Because how that, because there may be other ways
Yeah,
to do
sure, of
that,
course,
but
yeah.
besides reducing the speed or whatever, I don't know.
Right.
Who knows, right?
Well, that's the goal. The goal is to reduce the speed
Okay.
and to increase the safety, but,
Okay.
yeah, so I might be too specific.
So before I move to the next, a little conversation I want to have you guys have, do you have questions of what, and any comments or thoughts, questions? John?
Would you be comfortable with improving safety and, community connection?
Of course.
So you could add the word community connections to that?
Yeah, the idea is that it's, there are many different ways to improve safety. There are different ways to improve connection.
Right.
And so while we may not be able to lower the speed limit, we may be able to make it safer and provide more connection for the community. So even if we can't achieve.
Are you
But I'd
okay with that? Cause this is your goal.
Yes, but I'd also like to, I'd really like to put a speed cam on it because,
Okay.
and that would be the one speed cam, because you have so many people, you have way more than people going on that roadway than ever.
So leave speed cam in. This is gonna be with speed cam.
Because we do need the revenue and,
Okay.
it would be, if the revenue for a speed cam on that section could go into the general fund, I think it would be quite healthy. Because, you know, you're having people from multi-jurisdictional, it's not only Lake Forest Park people, it's not only the community, so you're tagging people which would automatically lower the speed limit anyway, because people they seem to speed right there. But I've also heard that a lot of people don't speed in the rest of Lake Forest Park because they know the police will get them.
Okay. I want to ask a question, Larry and Paul. Are these goals similar or no? Your number. Yeah, I'm not saying they are. So the way this works is a conversation about, are they similar or not? If they're not, then they stand alone, and that's the decision only you two make. Either one of you says, no, I want my goal to stand alone, it can't. If they're the same, and I'm not saying they are, yours sounds a little more general than, and Paul sounds very specific. And so I'm not trying to urge that. I just want to now create the conversation. Are they the same?
And the other thing is to me, this is a 2-year span, and so my thinking might have been more specific than my colleagues, because
Right,
you put
right.
down a 2-year goal, and I
Right.
think that this goal could be accomplished within 2 years and be successful and implemented.
Okay, so are you saying you'd rather have standalone?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, so yours is lighted crosswalk 40th, 178 speed camp. That's real specific.
I know, that is very specific.
It is. Sorry.
I can add lights
So-
to mine, we could try that.
I feel like if we, I just want to preface by saying that if we're down to one speed camera allowed left in Lake Forest Park, Paula's location takes precedence over this, but,
So just to that point, we're not limited to one more.
oh, we're not, okay.
Just for.
One more
Just for
that can
general
flow
fund.
into the general
Oh,
fund, the rest
I
of
thought-
them traffic safety programs, which is.
Can you
That's very
supplant?
positive too.
Sorry,
Can you supplant
yes.
on this?
Oh,
You see what I'm asking?
Yeah, I mean, they've never been tied. That was only to levies that was tied.
Yeah.
Okay.
okay, do you want me to elaborate more about
Yes.
this? Okay, so does everybody know where I'm talking about?
Mhm.
Okay, so there is a
You
T,
know where the Presbyterian church is on 178?
and then there's a T
Yeah.
There's a speed
where
sign there right now.
there's a
Is
speed
that
sign.
way the Ballinger?
Oh, yes, yeah.
There's a speed
And it's
sign.
going north off of 178.
So people are coming down off of 178 and they go through the school zone by Brookside. So right when they get outside, I'm getting ahead of myself, but when they get outside of the school zone, then they just
Accelerate.
jump on it. Yes, they accelerate and up to speeds of 45 miles per hour, probably maybe even more, but that's just what I've seen. But I guess my main focus would be there's really no safe way of crossing that T intersection. We walk that way a lot. And I know families walk that way a lot with their children who go to Brookside. And it's basically, you're kind of taking your life in your own hands. You're at the mercy of just running across the street when you get an
Really?
opportunity there's no crosswalk at all. And so,
Be very careful. You might not want to put a cam up there because what you're gonna see is probably not gonna be good. Sound like.
so the problem that we run into though, there's a sidewalk once you cross the street that you can access and walk to the church and to Animal Acres and the school, et cetera. But there's nothing on the other side. So if you had a crosswalk there, you'd have to have a landing zone onto a sidewalk on that side, on the opposite side of the street.
Okay.
So it would be kind of one of those, obviously, somebody would have to go out and evaluate that and plan
Okay.
around that. But I think it's crucial to have some kind of safety crosswalk going, just like we have up by Animal Acres as you approach the school. Because so many people do cross at that
Right.
point. And again, there's nothing there. There's no safety measures in place. We're
Okay.
just kind of.
Questions or colleagues, or
So, I agree with you, and I am a fan of those flashing light crosswalks, and I've learned at least once upon a time that you can't put them at lights, at traffic lights, you have to put them at, other crossing spots. And I know exactly what you mean, and I support that, but I wonder if we could make it broader and say, explore and implement two at high
Density.
safety or whatever it goes, whatever it is, high risk areas, including yours, because I like the idea of thinking about that and putting that into our traffic calming program. I think we already look at that, but, I do think those flashing light crosswalks are very effective. And so, maybe the exploration would come back saying, 40th and 178th is the only place it makes sense, or maybe it will come back and say there's 3 places, but we can
Sure.
only do 2. But I like the idea of making it a little more general, because I think it's a very good for particular situations where you have a lot of people crossing midstream.
And I did have that in my notes, so thank you for bringing that up. It doesn't have to be specifically right there, but in that vicinity, just to make it so you don't, because, if you are coming off of 40th and you want to, turn right and walk up the street, you're either walking on that, there's a neighbor's, it's kind of a grassy walkway, so you're either limited to that, which is still, it just feels not safe, or you
Yeah, I
have
get
to
that.
dart across the street to get to the sidewalk. So somewhere in that vicinity, I feel like something needs to happen right there.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
I mean, the goal could even be wider. It could be identify dangerous crossings and install lighted crosswalk signs,
Or whatever.
or other safety treatment.
Right,
And that way we can just start picking them off through the city. And that would be under that one goal.
right.
So, to that point, this is the second, what I would consider safety, maybe camera or some innovation or some intervention, I should say, goal, but just in a different place than yours. So, my inclination is that you're starting to move to where you are, which is basically do an these are my words, so make them yours, but basically do an assessment of safety and revenue opportunities to include this and this place. And then that becomes a goal. This conversation, and I'm sure you're very, very well informed and so on, what starts to make me feel uncomfortable, and that's okay. But it is down on the ground in terms of how to create safety and money there. And so at some point you have, I think people, maybe traffic engineers on contract or whatever, who could say, what you really care about, if I'm listening to both of you, is I want that to be safer. And if there's a revenue opportunity there, then I would like to see that
Yeah.
harvested. So that's what I'm actually hearing. So I don't know, we can continue on around, there may be a couple more on here, but I do think your point's starting to emerge, that we may have a safety revenue, traffic safety revenue goal, if you will, that has these two areas. Currently, there may be more coming along here, but, okay, so my question then, and it's not the same as what Larry said, so the question I now would have is, can we is it okay to combine these and call this free? And really redefine this as a traffic safety and revenue goal that includes these two areas?
I think so.
Are you two good with that?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's do that.
But there's a pedestrian focus.
This is not.
It's not just like park traffic.
No, it's pedestrian.
Yeah.
522.
Right, no, I just want to say, more than safe.
Okay.
It could include lighting too.
Okay, we guys
Yeah, we're
good?
good.
All right. Tracy, you're up. And then you really, talk to us about plan, community citizen.
Yeah, I mean, much along the lines of what Councilmember Gillum was talking about. I think, the reason the kind of motivation in mind is that Kenmore set up a citizens financial stabilization commission or committee. And I think one of the great fallouts from that was the outreach that team is doing. So they're not electeds, they're just basically people who volunteered for this, right? Some of them have like strong nonprofit backgrounds, some of them are in business, some of them are educators. And the point is they're going out to their own communities and talking about how cities are actually run and funded. And I think that force multiplier is kind of what I'm looking for here, because I don't know about you guys, but every time I talk to people on my street, they don't have the first idea that the water district is not the city, that kind of stuff, right? Where's the revenue coming from? Our taxes are too dang high. It's 8 cents on the dollar. Yeah, 8 cents on the dollar thing. And they're going, I'm paying only $400 for the city. Where's the rest? Now they're mad at the county. But,
Where it should rightly go.
right, doesn't really, so I think that's one of the reasons I like to see this is, not just basically the ability to generate ideas from not us, but also the ability for those folks to go out and talk to their communities about what's going on here.
Okay, and I know we have other goals down the list that speak to this, and I'm gonna broker those conversations, but just for now, in terms of what you've had to say. Your colleague, do you have questions, or just for clarification, you understand what Tracy is suggesting? Okay,
Can I just ask a clarifying question?
sure.
Would you see this commission, or how did the commissions, in the other cities work? Did did finance and staff bring ideas to them, or were they more of a develop their own ideas and bring it to staff, or were they more just communication?
The way that I understood it was the staff came to give them the budget and other details of the finances. Then they would have go into deliberations and think about ideas about, well, can we do this? Can we do that? That would filter back up to the staff. And then staff would bring it to council or whatever they did. But the idea is that the outreach was almost, it wasn't their goal originally, but it actually turned out to be one of the things that happened.
Most effective piece of
So
it.
these came about when both Shoreline and Kenmore have done these, and they hired a consultant originally. The committees were a part of that, and it was to help vet those ideas. It was kind of take staff out of it. It was a citizen-led commission. And then the consultants were educating that citizen-led commission to then make recommendations back to the administrations. But then I know in Shoreline, they maintain long-term. I think Kenmore is headed to that, where they will keep them on board as they go through the future to bounce against those financial sustainability plans that were created. And this looked at 6-year forecast revenue and all that. And so it wasn't just like staff led effort. It was consultant driven at the start, but then it continues possibly in perpetuity.
So I'm familiar with that process, and so they actually had as a goal, develop a financial sustainability plan, and part of that process to get to that was this community outreach, and there's other aspects to it as well. It does involve some internal work and what have you, so you can do it any way you want, I suppose, but that they actually adopted a programmatic approach to financial sustainability, which included that, so. Other questions of Tracy? Okay, we'll take a quick break because I want to get these up on the wall. Just so we can keep here, let's pop these, and then I need to start referring. I want to push them.
That's how you turn on.
You're gonna have to go up.
There you go. Silent.
Oh, there you go. Oh.
This, I'm just
Learning.
trying to use our space. Like here.
Well, it's I got it.
Okay.
There's no clue there.
John, lose people, hold on.
You said a little break.
Yeah, pizza break, like maybe break.
Okay.
Like, drink of water and run.
Yes, yes.
So are we in break?
No, I'm just, I need a break.
Couple took a potty break, so yes.
Yeah.
I need to run.
All that water, berry.
Okay.
Lime and water. I had it on, like, on our plate.
That's going to be. This should be,
Oh, it's not 7 anymore, is it?
no, this is gonna be 4. That's fine. Right? Yeah, so because this is where we are. I'm gonna ask John. So this one. So, here, 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7.
Oh, it was.
So.
I misnumbered.
This is gonna go here. We're gonna pull these off. We're gonna pull these completely away, and then we're gonna start the pulling these.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Snack distraction.
Chocolate. That's chocolate. Sugar. You lose us every time food comes in.
Where's the chocolate?
Well, it's important you're comfortable.
There's the chocolate. There it is. Oh, I missed it. There is. I'll have to go walk over there.
Here's a whole step back. All right, Lord, I'm gonna try this.
It's good. Trust me, it doesn't taste like.
Oh, it's good,
watermelon. It's kind of big berry.
Yeah, it's just,
So.
it's really like watermelon. We'll see.
I think, Tracy's has a very, if you follow the structure there, it's gonna take some time to explain it, sustainability. It's leading and.
Well, we've been talking.
It has a very long. But, you know, but they come to you. It's always one. Okay, two.
Wait a minute.
No, you said it was two. Okay,
Apologies.
John. So you're this fiscal, kind of, I don't hesitate to say the same general theme, but.
It is the same general theme as, with,
That's crazy.
yeah, Councilmember Attorney.
Okay, so
So, just wanna
please.
mention community education, incubator for ideas, involvement. So,
Before you go forward, just to help us kind of capture this. Are you saying, and then we want to hear you elaborate. Well, actually, go ahead and let's let him just
it's
go.
the same idea as Jason.
Well, the question I want to make sure, if it's the same idea, Tracy, you're okay with combining it, because I'm gonna move there pretty quick. If your guys are good with that.
No problem.
Let's add community education.
So we'll put community education. Live will be something else. Okay, go on, John. I'm sorry.
It's education, it's the idea incubator, it's about involvement where, Tracy referred to it as, force multiplier. Where I talk to someone, they talk to someone. And part of that is for, education for the future, if there's a need for future levy. Both the education involvement and communication is critical for success of a community beginning to say, we want to act ourselves.
Right.
And that's the way Shoreline has approached it, in some other cities. Kenmore hasn't done it.
Questions? Any conversation with John? You guys are good with consolidating that? Laura?
I think the only concern I have is we're having trouble getting enough volunteers for our existing citizens committees. On the other hand, we do have good members of our new salary commission, and that's gonna sunset at some point. So I just I think this would attract people though. It's just my concern that lately we've been having trouble with recruitment.
Yeah, I think the thing that I would say in response to that is that we don't have a committee, like you said, the Civil Service Commission and the Salary Commission are kind of like this, but this would really get the hardcore finance people,
Yeah.
hopefully.
Okay, perfect. Laura? So build a financial stability infrastructure, GIS grant writer. Talk to us about what you had in mind there.
The way I was thinking about it is, regardless of what the elements are, of our financial, sustainability or stability plan, there's infrastructure we need underneath it, and to get going on that sooner rather than later would be good. And so, I realize it's hard to call a grant writer infrastructure, but it is kind of infrastructure. So regardless of the path we pick, I think that, we would be helped very much by having a grant writer and, an improved GIS data system. I'm not saying what the elements are. I'm not saying whether we'd have a full-time or part-time grant writer, but I see those two elements as something that it would behoove us to put into place sooner rather than later to support any of the paths that we come up with. So that's why I called it infrastructure. It's kind of like the grounding.
Tom?
Just on the point, would you like to talk about the conversation we had about sharing grant writer?
Oh, yes, had mentioned that in passing, but sharing a grant writer with another city would be perfectly okay. And that provides maybe a cost-effective opportunity. Obviously, a grant writer who we would hire would have to bring in more than it costs to have them. Perhaps a consultant, there might be expert consultants to get started on this before, so we can see, rather than have a permanent position, or maybe it would be a term position, kind of like our temporary police. I don't know. I'm leaving those details to the future. And on the GIS data, it just seems to me, and I had experience with this, to get money and to communicate with the public. We just need better ways to both arrange and display our information. So I could see something, I realize it's kind of an investment, but a multi-layered system that both works for the staff, for outreach to the community, and for grant writing, would be an enhancement. Now, maybe that would occur in incremental steps. You'd have a grand vision and then, prioritize the incremental steps to hang other elements on the platform. So those are my thoughts, is that it's foundational.
Not to dive too deep into grant writers, but I've had this before, there are contract grant writers out there that you spool up when you need them. So, but that's getting too deep right now.
Questions, conversation with Lori on her goal? Tracy?
I do appreciate that, you bringing that up, because, much as I know that there are contract grant writers out there, I just love the idea of having somebody who knows the city, who basically knows the community and what our values are. And, having a contract writer, they could probably get some feel for that, maybe enough to, get a grant or two, but having that long-term investment in somebody who is engaged with the city, I think is really important. So thanks for bringing that.
I think the other aspect of it is we want someone who can cover transportation, community, environment,
And not 4 different people.
Yeah, not 4 different grant writers. So, though I must say, having experience with the parks consultant and their experience with the state grants process has been really very, rewarding. But partly, so they know the programs, they know the ropes, they know how to break the project up into the components that can get funded. So, I can see it both ways. I think how you started off and how you ended up might be different.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions or discussion? So. This.
Paul, I have a.
Sorry. Oh, I see that.
So the GIS, and you're talking about that to improve the documentation that we have on the city,
Yes,
because it needs to be constantly updated.
Yeah.
And
roads, walkways,
parks.
critical areas,
Yeah,
maybe even, we were talking a little bit on the side, knowing where the conservation easements and deed restrictions are.
yeah, all of that.
Which creates part of our green infrastructure. And then, as Councilmember Riddle said, it's available for the public too, because, so they can kind of know what they're getting into. So.
Sewer map, for example.
Obviously you can't, the perfect's the enemy of the good, so I like the idea of doing it incrementally.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Anything else? So initially, this started out with words that said like for fiscal sustainability and so on, but as I listen to this conversation, while it's related to that, this feels like a standalone goal. This does not seem like a consolidated goal with this. And one of the reasons I say, because the actual discussions seem different, and also, we don't want to pile on. In other words, that's what I'm hearing in the conversation.
I came at it through the fiscal because, I saw that to make any of the things that we have, arrayed, or a lot of the options we have arrayed, these would be, things we would want to have, but I understand what you're saying, which is it enhances our ability more broadly, not just on the fiscal side. So
And
I
thought if we
confer
consolidated
with my
it,
colleagues.
it begins to fatten this one in
Oh.
ways that other people might not quite see in
Okay.
terms of their goal. But also, as the conversation went on, this did not seem limited only to creating fiscal
That's true.
sustainability. It seemed like it had much.
I agree. It was my entry point in thinking
Okay.
about it, but I think
Perfect.
that it has broader applicability.
Okay. All right. Thurman, we're back to you.
Yes, too.
So I'm seeing GIS for safety and multimodal access through data.
Yeah.
Now, did we just have this conversation?
Kind of. Yeah, so it was really leaning on GIS as a tool to collect the data, but then also the second part being to use it for data-driven decisions
Okay.
and to allow there to be data transparent communication. So again, like posting on the website so people can see it and it be publicly accessible. It could be used to support a financial committee.
So did this last discussion grab what you had in mind? And or would it get really close to it? And then if it did, the conversation I want to have is between you and Lori about combining
Yeah.
this.
I guess I wasn't 100% sure where you saw the GIS being specifically. Was it specifically roads, or were you looking like? I don't know, are we looking at it as
Multi-layered. So I was thinking, I was looking at, if you have layers, like you can on an online GIS system. There would be roads, there would be parks, there would be critical areas. You could do the different overlays. Or you could look at multiple overlays at once. And so I was thinking that gives us visual tools, whether it's putting in a grant for sidewalks to schools or promoting a speed limit reduction. And so what I hadn't really thought about is like using it to collect new data, right? So that's a little bit different nuance that you were bringing, which is let's make sure that for these kind of things, we have more data that doesn't exist right now. Where I was talking about a little bit more of mining existing data so that we can, and you might have to mine it differently, like if you want to find all the deed or the conservation restrictions, say from our reasonable use exceptions, and put those on the map, you might have to mine for that, but you're not generating it, right?
Yeah.
So that's a distinction, I think, between what we were talking about, what I was talking about.
Okay, I think that's good. And I think for the grant writer, in my mind, that could be part of what the financial stability plan is engaging with the grant writer. So I almost feel like this is my 1 and 2 pieces of 1 and 2 just combined into a single goal.
So you can certainly, if we both agree, combine, or we could just go GIS. So what'll happen then is in the prioritization process, you and your colleagues will be through the process required to vote this one against this one, that you'll see how this goes. At some point in time, it'll cause folks to go, we're going for this package, we're going for just this package.
Yeah.
The kind of conversation, just as the outside guy listening to you, when you talk about GIS, if you actually hired somebody to do GIS for you, would you limit them? You might prioritize how they go about doing it, but at some point in time, you have that capability on deck, so you could move it in any direction you chose to do it. If I'm looking at this goal, and if I'm you, And they go, yeah, this is number one. Well, now we're gonna have to come up with money to hire people to do this. So I'm hiring a GIS person and a grant person if we pick this one. Or if it's GIS alone, I'm doing this one. This drops way down. So that's kind of how.
Well, and I was looking at it temporally. That's why I called it infrastructure. Because I don't want to wait to do these things and to try to figure out how we could do these things till we go through our whole budget process. I think that these are things that we need no matter what the financial plan is. So
Which
that's
is
the
why
way.
this should stay out of here.
Yes, yes, I'm viewing these as critical infrastructure pieces or staffing pieces, but I'm not gonna specify how much time, whether it's a full-time person. I'm leaving all those details up in the air, but it seems to me where we are right now, temporally, these are urgent.
So, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and with GIS, I can tell you, we need it for both. We need it to gather the data that we have today. Some of it's stuck in people's heads and we need to get it. Also for efficiencies within Public Works, but then we also need it to gather the new data that we've been speaking about
Yeah.
today. So I would see it, that role is filling both of those needs, and how we put that together is for another time.
So we're gonna combine them or have standalone?
I think the only thing is that I don't feel like we should be doing this outside of kind of the budget process, because it involves a big budget allocation. So for me, it's not as imminent, I think, as you're describing. For me, we need it, but I want us to be able to have the budget to pay for it before we do it.
So on that topic, this process does not assume you have the money to do any of this. What'll happen, these goals will get set, they'll be prioritized, then they get handed to the administration to come back and say, we can do this with this, we can do that, I can't do this until I do this.
Yeah.
So we haven't pushed that onto you here. That would be a 3-day retreat, and that would be a long set of discussions, not necessarily wrong. But the
Yeah,
typical
okay.
way we do that is once the administrative folks hear what the policy body wants to have happen, they go back and tell you whether they can do it. Yeah, we could do this, but you have to raise utility tax or whatever, it could come back. So
Yeah.
we haven't imposed that pressure on you. I think for this exercise, and so on, the real question I have for you and Lori is this, do you combine these or do you want them standalone? It's up to you.
I think I'm fine with combining it. I think we're close enough.
Okay?
I think that's
Yeah.
true.
Right.
And I think the only thing that I wanna,
You have the new data, I have the existing data.
I think the only thing is just to be aware that the grant writer may fall under other positions as well, opportunities as well.
Sure.
Right? So.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right, Larry, increase housing availability.
Yeah, so even if recently house prices have come down a bit, they're still pretty expensive. Mortgage rates are really high. So what do we do in the community for empty nest seniors who don't need a 3-bedroom house anymore? Or recent college grads who want to start a family and move in on their own? So how do we have a range of small and large houses, things for people who just have one income or at their median income level? What changes can we make? What can we as a city do to our zoning to make it easier for this diversity of housing?
Okay. Conversation, question.
Would that be are you talking about having the empty nesters open their homes to other people to come in and rent or live with them as a combined sharing thing?
I wasn't thinking exactly as to what the living arrangements would be, but maybe they want to downsize to a smaller house. But that requires that smaller houses be available on the market, or else they can't downsize.
Because if they do have an old house, or if a senior has an older house, they're probably not likely wanting to move if they don't have to. But a younger person moving in to help be there to, have a shared living situation might work out well. And if there's other programs in other countries that are doing that and successfully.
Yeah, I think in
And
all
you
of.
do it without changing too much.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting. I would say, yeah, and all of the above, whether it wants to be co-living, they want it to be in an attached ADU. Really just making it easier for people to have flexible living situations.
I was just getting ready to ask you about that, if that would tie into ADUs.
Yeah, I would say, you know,
Anything's on the table.
yeah, and also what Lori had said about community land trust. So I guess I'll preemptively suggest merging, number 17 in.
Right,
Yeah.
we'll get there, but nice move.
He's playing chess in his head here.
Yes.
All right.
So Larry, a question, I think one of the issues, I think you've written this broadly, but I wanted to flag one aspect is just how do we make it accessible to people too? So, you know, we have that idea previously of having standard ADU,
Plans.
plans, so that you would be able to get a permit much more efficiently if you used one of those plans. So I think, I just want to say, yes, ours can merge, but I want to make sure it's multifaceted, because that's like where the community land trust, it's, oh, how do we even do this? With the ADU, I think we have a better ordinance, and now the question is, how do we facilitate it, because not that many are getting built. So how do we, you know, is there some way we can facilitate it? So just wanted to, you know, say your umbrella covers a lot of, you know, nuance.
Yeah, I sort of envisioned it as where are there barriers, whether it's in
Yeah.
zoning, it's in affordability, it's about, just general confusion among the public.
Mhm.
But what are the barriers? How can we help address them?
Yeah, good.
Okay, any other questions or discussion, Larry? You're clear what he has in mind, okay? Paula? Reduce police and fire, very specifically.
Yes, very specific.
To north, to Woodland North.
Well, it has a lot to do with, we have a small police force, we have, a small fire response. And I see them at this property a lot.
Okay.
And that has to be a drain on our resources. And knowing King County housing the way I do, I know that their resources far out distance ours. They have a lot more money at their availability. And you know, it could be that there are other areas that have a lot of responses that need to be reviewed as to why are they happening? Because if there are specific nuisance tenants that are drawing all of these resources away from everybody else, if those could be reduced or eliminated, that automatically gives you more revenue or more, you're able to cover more responses with either less or the same amount of people for fire and, because it's a big problem.
Are you talking about like maybe changing the jurisdiction as far as who responds to that particular building?
Well, there are some nuisance laws that if there's a specific tenant that is causing a lot of issues, that they can be moved on to somewhere else. So that way, that immediately reduces the response for that one particular person. Or if King County Housing, you know, maybe they need to pay for their own person to be there.
Is this in this is in your city, right?
Yes,
Okay.
The first part.
yes, it is. And, you know, it's a large complex. It's a low income housing. There's, you know, one thing will be called in for one thing, it turns into something else, and then all of a sudden you have 4 or 5 police responses, and it doesn't result in, I mean, may or may not result in you needing that many people, but they're there all the time. It's across the street from me, so they're there all the time.
Oh, so I was just gonna say, just to get a visual, I'm not sure exactly, do you guys know where she's talking about?
Yeah.
So it's across the street from you, okay.
So, you know, I'm just concerned that it from a resource standpoint, and I don't know the wherewithals of how a city can work with housing, you know, King County housing. But there should be more dialogue at least, I don't know, but all I can say is it's gotta be a huge drain on the resources. That's what I see.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, this is a very specific goal, we're just gonna put it up here as what it is. Reduce police and fire to Woodland North. Tracy?
This is kind of directed to the chief. I'm wondering, we were talking about this in council a while back about instituting like a frequent user charge or whatever it's called.
Revenue.
Yeah, but, I mean, could that be part of the solution?
Because it would be, if there was something like that, it would help deter them. They would, if they were getting charged for something, then they would do more to take care of their own stuff.
Mhm.
And, they have said that they put more resources on the ground, but I don't see it in the last couple months.
I don't think we can charge an agency.
Now, there's only two, options that I know of where we could do something like this. One is for false alarms, where we're constantly going there and there's permits, and then we can issue fines for constantly going there. Second thing is it's Issaquah, the city council implemented, restrictions on businesses where they were constantly having theft issues and shopping carts stolen and that kind of stuff. And when that became a huge problem, then they started putting fees and fines on the businesses.
Yeah,
So I don't know if that's the direction you're looking at, but
It could
like
be.
Mayor said, you can't just.
yeah, so yeah, what the chief's talking about, disproportionate impact fees, and you can do that with commercial businesses. A lot of cities do that, like say with Walmart, there's so much theft, retail theft, and they don't have any security on site. Cities can charge them, you have to go through a very expensive study, and then you can charge them the full amount. The city I worked in, it would have been $40,000 a year to Walmart, but you don't wanna, chase them out of your city. They're a big revenue producer. So you charge them some amount. As far as a housing authority, I don't think you could apply that to a county housing authority. And so I think that requires a partnership and discussions with King County Housing on how they operate and
But like I said,
evict or, hold people accountable.
but if it's specifically just specific tenants, which it
They do have
appears
some
to be,
rights. Yeah,
well,
the county,
yes,
both sides have rights. And
yes.
So again, excuse me in advance, this is a really specific goal at a really specific place. So, which is your goal, and you can have it whatever you want, we can sort of keep it up in that way. Another approach to this might be a goal that says, identify the top 3 frequent flyers, my words, and develop a strategy to approach that. Not that you don't have one even, but what I'm trying to say is that it gets you away from going, this city council is gonna target you.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
and I know that's not, in some ways, that's your intent, because you wanna stop the problem, and that's, you're a policymaker, and you should have those lenses on. How you say that and how you approach that, I think, becomes, I'm just suggesting a different way to think about it.
But that's why I did say that's the goal, but that's why my second statement was talking about identifying other, just like what you said, not to the top 3, but other response areas that are causing a problem.
So one way to position this goal would be to say, just develop, so and pull, and just have this be such as this one and any others. So you don't lose your concern. I'm not trying to you can have what you want, preempt that area, but I'm trying to broaden it just enough
Yeah.
so that it has a larger feel, and particularly if you're gonna develop policy. I know public policy gets developed a lot of times because of that one place and that particular problem, but it's not generally the best approach. It's better to go a bit broader and then go, well, I'm gonna turn this light on you because this is how this is happening.
No, I agree with that.
Yeah, so that'd be all I'd offer. So
I
I'd
agree.
suggest you maybe broaden that.
Yeah.
And then say, as a bullet, this is an area, there may be 3 others that are in there on your radar.
Yeah, I mean, our police department does very similar to what you are doing this exercise. We go through goals, objectives, how we tackle it. For example, if theft is high, we look at, let's reduce it by 5%. We take all the numbers, we reduce it down, so we figure out where the major problems are. So if theft is a huge problem within the north, then we gotta figure out what's our objective, and how do we meet that? What kind of things can we do? Undercover cars, extra patrols, those kind of things. So we don't get specific to a place unless it's really granular on that goal.
Right.
So I'm just gonna put my moniker on this called the frequent flyer goal for police and then, and with, we haven't lost that specific place, so.
No, I agree with that. I don't want to be specific and you're right, You don't want to pinpoint. I'm just saying, I'm trying to speak to the amount of response that's disproportionate
Absolutely.
to the city. That's
No.
what I'm really trying to get at.
And
But that's
today
the
it's
one I-
there, maybe somewhere else tomorrow. And so having the tools to address it, absolutely, so, okay. Ellen, you're up.
Oh,
Funds for climate administrator to oversee and implement the climate action plan. What do you have in mind?
Well, it's a good question. I know that this is something that's kind of already in the works.
Huh?
Sort of on a smaller scale. It's starting, it's been introduced and,
And you have a climate action plan?
Not yet.
we.
Oh, okay,
well,
almost. No, okay,
Yeah, Tracy is probably knows more about it than I do, but, well, I know he knows more about it, but I guess from what I have seen, and the people I've spoken with, that they would like to take it to the next level, and it's just a matter of how do we get to that next level, and
so you're talking about staffing it.
yes, we need at least one particular person to kind of run the show. It needs to be it really needs to be a paid position, because right now it's just all volunteers. And this is like, to really implement a good climate action plan in the city needs to be a designated position
Okay.
that somebody can just kind of take it and run with it.
There you go.
So,
Questions, conversation? Everybody knows? Okay, there we go. Tracy, let's see. Yours has something to do with climate action.
Right. So, broadly speaking, I have no problem combining it with number 8 over there.
And are you okay? Well, let's hear what you have to say first, and then we'll see if she's okay with that.
Yeah, so the broad idea is that, yes, our climate action committee is, coming up with a climate action plan. It's been edited by a consultant. It's coming to council in the next couple of months, for our, approval. And, there are some very specific policy, recommendations in there, such as hiring a climate action plan manager. And we know that, cities near us, Shoreline and Kenmore, have hired such people. So the idea is that, I didn't make it that specific because it's already covered in the climate action plan. Also, as you say, there are many different roads to get to the goal you're getting to. And my goal literally is to implement the goals of that plan, right?
Okay.
So if we can cut back greenhouse gases 30% by 2032, that's great, whether we have a manager or not, right? However we get to that goal. So I kept mine intentionally broad.
Ellen, are you okay with combining, or you want it to be standalone?
oh, I'm absolutely fine with combining. Tracy's okay with that.
You okay with that? Okay. So, there we go.
I have a question.
Questions and comments? Yes.
I have a question on timing, because, we're gonna have, again, everything is a matter of incremental phasing. And we have our new climate grant to take the work that our excellent volunteers have done to another level. And so, do you see needing that person in 2025? Or would that be a 2026? I'm just thinking about when we'll have an actual climate action plan that is kind of in our comprehensive plan. On the other hand, I've asked the climate action folks, like, give us a couple of fast start actions. So I can see wanting to do those and needing to figure out how we're gonna implement those as opposed to the full plan. So I'm just brainstorming. I was trying to think about timing and how all that would fit. I'd really like to have some quick start actions soon, but then the larger plan is gonna take a while. So thinking about what are your thoughts on timing of staffing?
Well, I appreciate what you're saying because I agree with you that I feel like there needs to be something that happens a little quicker. But the bigger picture might be a couple of years down the road. But it would be nice to see some progress, to see it get into motion. So I feel like it's critical. It's very crucial to have something.
There's a presumption on these goals that something on this, if you pick this, would be happening in the next 2 years. So
I hope so.
Yeah. Well, my concern is that right now, and you know, it's not just, of course, the volunteers of the Climate Action Committee, a lot of this is falling on our, I think she's 50% environmental specialist.
Corey,
Yes.
50 or 75?
Okay.
Well,
Anyways,
I don't
It's
remember.
not her
what
full-time
it is,
gig.
that doesn't.
Right, it's not her full-time gig.
No.
So my point is that I was kind of afraid that more would fall on her shoulders once we have a formally adopted a plan. So that's really the trade-off, is basically that when is how much more work do we want to put on Corey versus basically, you know, having somebody who's dedicated to doing this.
Could a consultant
Yeah, no
help
more
us
work.
or not?
At least temporarily.
Yeah. Anyway, okay,
Yeah.
thank you. I don't have any answers. I was
Right.
more
Yeah,
brainstorming.
neither
so.
do I. Yes. Okay.
any other questions or conversation? Okay. John?
So mine was the develop a mobility infrastructure program.
Yes.
And it was intended to be broad to look at road paving, bicycles, sharrows,
Okay.
pathways, and looking at revenue opportunities, grant writing, tying into safety, schools, safe road, whatever, connections, maintenance, and equity.
Okay.
Continue to do what the city is working to do. And just say, as a statement, we, as a council, want the city to develop this program.
So this is a program or a plan that puts money, so as a financial component.
It does, because, for example, as some of the council members have spoken to, Councilmember Bodie and others about GIS, we need to have the data to support the plan, to support requests for funding, whether it's for sidewalks or some other means of doing it. So,
Okay. So this one seems broader and is related to one we just had, conversation we just had on grant writing.
I view grant writing and GIS are part of it.
Part of it, okay.
Of it.
Right,
Same
but I
thing
think this
with,
is standalone, so this feels more standalone, this seems bigger.
It's
and like-
intended to be bigger so that it can address things like a crosswalk on 178. It can address safety connection issues on SR 522. It can address how we go about it.
Okay, so this isn't in part of your CIP already?
No, it hasn't been.
It's not,
It's not been.
no,
Okay.
it's fragmented. And this is intended to be a much more comprehensive.
My question is, are you talking about, in some ways, a better version and a refresh of both safe streets and safe highways into a larger mobility plan? Because we have those documents right now, and they're not bad. But what is what's the connection between your mobility plan and those documents we have, which are a little bit dated?
They tend to be too specific. They, in my mind, they're consultant driven. They're not, practical. There's something good about it, but, you know, it's easy to hire a consultant to give me this little slice. And it doesn't necessarily fit into a larger, more pragmatic program because as it's been said to us, we do not have the financial wherewithal to pave Lake Forest Park. Whether it's with sidewalks or roads, or just little things like filling in culverts, so there's a safe place to walk on a road that doesn't.
Is this have a walkway component as well?
Absolutely.
I think this goes back to this morning's discussion
Oh, yeah.
of what we're talking about.
But it's really
developing.
about a statement that says as a community, we want to have, maintain our infrastructure for connections, not cars, transit, bicycle, pedestrians, and connections between parts.
Right,
As a
right.
statement of what we want to do as a community.
Sure.
And find ways to fund it.
Yeah.
And prioritize how we expend it.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like this isn't the You're not looking for the result of it, you're looking for, these are our priorities that we apply as we make decisions,
No,
right?
I'm talking about a program. I'm not talking about priority. What comes out of the program are priorities.
Yeah, I guess that's what I was trying to say.
So I mean, I'm not coming at it by saying that we should specifically do something on the block. But
Yeah.
that we should be thoughtful about what we do, because it's important to us as a city.
Yeah,
And how do we do that? One of the things that we need to
the
do.
program yields
is gather
priorities,
data.
yields the data for priorities, okay.
Because it would be great if you had an overlay of where are people speeding, where are people cutting through, where are we having accidents, where have we gotten citizen complaints?
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Right now, do you vote for this goal? You know what you're voting for? Okay. Moving along, this is good. Okay, Lori.
Mine is kind of programmatic. It is intended to come up with priorities. And I do think I haven't really thought about what the vehicle or product would be, but, I want to keep, I have dual themes here, community connection and environment. Because that, when you think about our vision for the city, it's, we're a green infrastructure city and, we help address climate change through our green infrastructure, as well as other actions that we take. But we're also a community, if you read all our documents, the idea of being a connected community, whether it's connected by activities or connected on the pedestrian or mobility level. We want those community connections. And then I think more recently, we want to be equitable and welcoming, accessible. So I had said we want to equitably enhance community connections to the environment through improved walkways, parks, and climate action. So it's a lens that I was proposing to prioritize to some extent. So what are our walkway priorities? What are our community connection to park priorities? Maybe it's related to walkways, maybe it's to look at these pocket park ideas. And then the climate action, I have TBD. But I see that as another place for community connection to the environment, especially if we can get some early start actions that have those connections. So it's a little bit visionary and a little bit priority driven, I guess.
And you see this as a plan or a strategy?
I see it as a strategy with multiple subparts. But in terms of communicating to the strategy to the community, we would say, we have a goal of equitably enhancing community connections to the environments. Sub-item 1, improved walkways. Sub-item 2, better connections to parks and equitable distribution of parks. And item number 3, climate action TBD.
Tracy?
So it's almost like, each piece of legislation we look at, in addition to having a fiscal note, would have an equity note, an environment note, and just basically ways in which we're implementing the strategy.
Yes, but I'm also saying when we look at all these other things, we want a priority on community connections to the environment.
Okay, so in other words, when we look at these,
Yes,
right, okay.
yes. So maybe it's a composite that it pulls together. Obviously, it has to be fiscally responsible, right? So I'm not really addressing that. I'm taking the guidance that we can ignore. But my thought is it's partly, you could call it a plan, but it's a lens. It's what we communicate. It's kind of a way of prioritizing to me. So I realize I'm kind of vague, but I feel like when you think of our community, not all this stuff connects to, if you asked our neighbors, like, what's Lake Forest Park about? So I was trying to capture community, environment. connections.
So if you did this, how would the staff know they've done it for you? They brought it to, so, you see where I'm
Yeah. I
pushing you a
understand.
little bit.
And I am struggling myself, but I felt like some of all of this was lacking. If we went out and talked to the community, it would lack resonance. It's technical. And so I was saying, well, what is the umbrella that I would want to prioritize walkways, parks, climate action with? And I realize this is a high level as opposed
It's
to,
okay. Yeah.
you know, something specifically, technical, like a matrix for, prioritizing street overlays. But I would want to say to the community, we have, and maybe it's the umbrella to our goals that we're having here, but I wanted to be able to express that theme. And I wanted to be able to see it embedded in the priorities for the parks, the walkways, and climate action.
So to your point, I think it goes back, Councilmember Goldman started that this morning, was equitable connections to the environment is equitably looking across the city, not ignoring the northeast corners,
Yeah,
northwest corner, southwest corner.
yeah.
So maybe you're right, that is overarching over everything that we put up there.
Yes, and I want, it's equitable connection also to the environment. Because we don't have the same that's why the parks part is in here, because we want people to have that connection to that green infrastructure that makes Lake Forest Park special. So I apologize.
No,
for this
don't
being
do that.
More visionary.
No, actually, it's very visionary. And one of the suggestions I'd have just to think about is that maybe it's not a goal. Maybe it's a preamble to the goals for this particular era or these particular 2 years. And we won't need to wordsmith it today, but we can get the essence, the key pieces of it, and maybe together or staff could go and come up with something that would. I've never done this with goals before, but it seems pretty cool. It's like because when I listen to you talk, it does touch almost, I mean,
Yeah.
right, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but maybe a way to look at this would be less as a goal statement, but more as I use the word preamble, I don't know.
Mission statement.
There might be a better way to say it, but.
Yeah, I was just I clearly understand where you're going with this, Lori, and I was thinking back about, we did something recently, sort of to your point of preamble. Talking about in the past, about putting something into the mix, that indicates what the intent of the policymaking body was at the time that the law was passed. This is also, you were talking visionary, you used the word lens, so it really is, I think that this is, while it is aspirational, it's a lens that the community needs to be looking through and policymakers need to be looking through, as well as the administration when it comes to execution on making, recommendations.
Another way of putting it is if I were out talking to a neighborhood group or, something like that, I would start with something like this before I go here. Because this is the kind of thought that people connect to in our community if you go out and meet with a group of people or your neighbors or anything. So in that sense, yes, whether you call it a vision, a preamble, a lens, maybe it works that way, but all these to me fit under that kind of generic, the way we view our community.
Okay, that was a key point, the way we view our community, but is there any place in all, and what you're talking about for the community to help define that? Or, because it's, will the community, I'm just trying to align what the community thinks of Lake Forest Park and what the mayor and the city council might think of Lake Forest Park, they need to be in alignment. Maybe.
So I agree with that. On the other hand, we have a lot of different documents that have those visions that have been vetted by the community. And I think the thing that's different right now Because if you ask people, you know, it's community meeting places, it's community environment. But I think what's different in here is equitable. And I do think we will try to build that into the new comprehensive plan as well. But, so yes, in a way, I think this is shorthand for what we've vetted with the community before, but yeah, I mean, I think we can go out with this. I don't have any
I
problem
was
with that.
just wondering if.
Yeah.
So on that topic, I'd offer a couple thoughts. One, your community election. So I would hope that each of you sitting here has somewhat of a presumption that you represent your citizens. I know you do and talk to you individually. So I think you should feel some confidence there with that. The other thing is, this doesn't have to be overarching from the standpoint forevermore.
Right.
This could be the capstone for your goals for the next 2 years and what have you. I think what you're talking about isn't wrong. I think that when you look at a comp plan or you look at, if you do a financial sustainability, community-based piece, anytime you're reaching out into the community, you're going to be grabbing specific preferences from them and what their views of the world are. In this exercise, you're not doing that. And I don't know that you're saying, correct me if I'm wrong, this is the community's vision for Lake Forest Park. What I'm hearing you say is our goals fit up under this. And this is, so it'd be something you as a policy body would only maybe adopt for the time period that you have for these particular goals. And you wouldn't, I would urge you not to feel the pressure to have to vet something like this if you qualified it in this way. Now, if you're creating the vision statement for the community of Lake Forest Park, and it was gonna be plastered all over everything you did, and you said, this is you. If you're saying this statement is you out there, then I think you need to interact with them. But I'm not hearing you actually
No,
say
I'm
that.
not saying that, though. I actually thought about that, the idea that we should go back and look at our vision statements because we have new state legislators. And I've actually thought about the concept of branding, because they're kind of we're unlike any other city. They have our old state legislators kind of got our brand. And they did, but our new state legislators are a little more we're more unknown to them. We're a city unlike others that they have. So, you know, I think that, and new members of the community coming in, what is, you know, it's not really like a commercial branding, but what is our brand? So, but we'll be refreshing this when we look at the vision statement and our comprehensive plan too.
Well, I do think that the fact that you just said that you benchmark what prompted the thought, you document that. I think that's really helpful.
Yeah.
So regular, rather than have you vote on this as a goal, let me try something and then don't get crazy. We could pull this out and maybe ask, maybe Lori and some folks to sit down as a bit of a working group and create a statement that would reflect what you're saying and bring it back to you as a council and say, are you cool with this as being our introductory comment about our goals for this year or something? Would that?
Are you guys good with that? I'm good with that, and everyone else.
John, you good? You okay with that?
I'm fine having them go off and consider something.
How about the bringing back part? I just went about that. Huh? Okay, are we?
Shannon had a
Oh, I was just saying, it sounds very resonant of when I do a salary survey, I go to my council or commission members, and first, before I even go that direction, I ask them to agree upon a comp philosophy. And that's the guiding principles then to set the standard on what the salary survey will end up being like, or what we're studying for our going forward with our hiring or our retention. And I just keep hearing the three, like community, connection, and climate. So I think those are the three things that keep getting captured under your whatever your goal philosophy
And
is.
equity. Equity was.
Equity, yes.
Yeah.
But I also, I recently was attending something and they talked about no longer having like SMART goals, but having SMARTY goals, and then it's adding I and E at the end for inclusive and equitable. And that's what I'm hearing pull out of some of the stuff that you are talking about here.
Okay, great. So can we pull this out as just an agreement, as a to-do agreement?
If my colleagues are okay, I'm okay
I'm
giving
hearing
it a
it
try.
for you.
Yeah,
And bring it back to me, John?
yeah.
I guess, as a concept, it's great to say we want to have equitable connections to the environment. But as a city, what does that mean in terms of, is that the way that we have mobility, or is it fiscally, or is it climate oriented, or?
It's a lens for all,
Right.
whatever we end up.
This is not gonna
with
be a
as our
goal. This would be
Even
pulled
if-
out and it would just come back to you
like an
as an umbrella type
statement.
statement for your goals for the next 2 years.
I'm not.
Like a
think it
whereas
helps
for the goals.
Well, it helps you measure, I mean, if you had a couple opportunities to buy a park, for example, there's some equity. If you've already got a heavily served area, the other one might weigh more heavily in that consideration. And there's so many other things that would come into that, but just as an example. That's how I see this.
Yeah.
Is that equitability to connections.
When we look at walkways,
But I guess we should be thoughtful in the way that we, manage the city. And what we see as a vision for the city, that we are equitable, that we consider the environment, that we consider our community. And those are the things that we should do as to whether or not we have equitable connections to the environment. I mean, as a lens, we should have many things that we look through, not just a single pair of glasses, that we are looking at equity. and
So this, you feel limited by this?
I feel limited by them. And that, because equitable connections to the environment, we should be thoughtful for the environment. And it may or may not be equitable. There are things that we want to do that we do want to be equitable about, we do want to be inclusive about, but as an overarching, I mean, it's sort of like, I'm sorry. No, I'm not gonna say.
Yeah, Tracy?
can I just respond? I think the problem that I have is if I went out with 5 items from this list to a neighborhood meeting, it would hit people cold. And there isn't really a way to explain what our city is about and what these fit under. And that's part of why I suggested this, because this is more, even with the broader versions, ministerial, as opposed to connected to at least when I go out and talk with people, they all start with, how are we dealing with growth in the environment? That's and climate change is now a recent action. So anyway, that's my reasoning is I don't think I could start a conversation with 5 items from this list without some umbrella.
The only thing I was gonna add was I appreciate basically what you're saying, Councilmember Brody, about, when you go to a community group, it is great to have a lead in like that. Councilmember Lee, the thing I was thinking about was you're okay with the words. And I think one of our guidelines was, we're not wordsmithing here. So would it be reasonable to go out and have whoever wants to work on this, come up with a statement, which is not exactly that,
Right.
but on the other hand, uses those words and come back and see what you think?
So here's the proposal, but the proposals actually did not have this compete for other goals. Another option we have is just move this thing along and say it's gonna be a goal, and you guys are gonna vote against. I think the intent was less that and more the other.
Mhm.
And so, it's really the choice, it's your nomination. The thing I would throw to the council, and this is why you have 7 people on the council, in about a minute, I'm gonna say, how many you wanna vote to have this brought back to you as a preamble if Lori's okay pulling it as a goal? If Lori's okay pulling for a goal,
I am.
okay,
pulling
you
it.
might wanna wait
Pulling.
until you hear what the vote's gonna be. Because that's how we resolve these kind of things, so.
No, I am willing to do that because I think it makes more sense.
Okay, so does the majority of the council want, how many people would like to see this come back to you as an overarching statement on this council? As opposed, how many would like to see that?
Can I ask a clarifying question first?
Sure.
those exact words or something like that?
No, there's something like that.
Yeah.
There'd be a small working group,
Yeah.
come together, come with a statement that would reflect the spirit that's been discussed quite a bit now, and come back to you for you to say, this works for us as a preamble. How many of the council members are good with that? Okay. All right, so that's what we'll do. So we'll pull us as a goal. All right. Okay, it's gonna come back. All right, let's go to. Oh. That was that one?
Yeah, we got that one.
Okay.
Perkins.
Yeah.
Is that mine?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so, I guess my reasoning behind this would be that, we've all driven or walked on Perkins, which I never walked on Perkins, that part of it, it's
Yeah.
very, it's very dangerous, it's windy, as we all know, and I guess for many years I thought, why don't we make at least part of that a one-way? And that would be, I think I've addressed this before, that it would be the westbound, motorized traffic, right, heading westbound. And then make the eastbound lane just a walking bike path. And somehow designate that, so it's safe, there's a marking between, I don't know if that would be like a. Yeah, I don't know, it would be like a small little cement wall, or I don't know, that might be too permanent, thinking about fire truck, emergency vehicles to get through there. I have here that, this will not only improve safety and walkability, but will help slow the creek bank erosion. It's a direct trail connection to our shoreline neighbors, which there is no designated biking path east-westbound at this point. And this will decrease runoff pollution, which is the number one pollution for all waterways, which is the traffic that goes through there, is the number one pollution vendor. It'll also provide a safer avenue to access the up and coming light rail, which is going to have a station at 185th. So as far as if people want to ride their bikes and hop on the light rail there.
And when perfect one way, everybody knows what that means. They know how much of that section it means and all that. You know, you'd be voting for if you voted for this.
It would, yes, I think.
Okay. Any questions or? Sorry.
Could this be part of a multimodal mobility plan?
Yes.
So-
Well, could it? It's so specific.
It would have, you would want the specific, you would want it to be in, you know, an early action or something as part of that plan, so, but I see it as being a very deserving component. It would require a lot of community communication and so forth to do it. So it would be a multi-year execution, but I do see it as being one, you know, kind of key part, right? Because it's something we all talk about.
We all talk about.
So the question is it subsumed under another goal here, which I think was Larry's goal, right?
But can you call it out as an
Or is
example?
it standalone? This is just their conversation, because is it a standalone goal or, and I'm
I don't know,
thinking
it's hard
this,
because-
but is it?
It falls under that, but it's so specific because it's such a specific section
Yeah,
of
well,
road.
it can be standalone. Yeah. You want to standalone? It's your goal.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Then it is. Any other questions or comments about it? We know what you're voting for here.
I have a question.
Sure.
Where does the instability of the bank come into that? Would that be include, I'm not saying the right words, but she knows what I mean. She knows, right, the water erosion.
Oh, well, the traffic that's, it would eliminate the cars that are on that side of the creek. That's on the creek side, so it would help slow down the erosion that's happening. And every time we get a big storm, that just kind of chunks away even all more. So
Is there any other work that needs to be done there?
I think they've been trying. I don't know the exact details on that, but I know that they try to stabilize and stabilize.
Yeah.
But it's hard to do because of the,
I can speak to this a little bit, up at the upper end to closer to our boreal shoreline, there's been, the substrate has been subsiding where the sewer lines fall. And so that's actually been repaired multiple times. The top, at the lower end, it's sloughing off again in multiple places. And it is a very, literally for the last, 15 years, this roadway has been one, as a matter of fact, I raised the question at a previous planning, I think it was a council retreat many, many years ago about which is one of the most highest maintenance roads. And they didn't have the data at the time, but pretty much anecdotally, everybody expected that was one of the highest maintenance areas.
So that's with the erosion would be kept separate then.
Because you wouldn't have vehicles on that
on that
side
side.
towards the creek.
Hopefully.
Any other questions or discussion around Perkins? Okay. Develop a land bank.
Yeah, so the idea was that specific incident I was thinking about was we have a secondary public works office up on Ballinger Way, and it's a single family home that got converted into an office. It borders a wetlands and a fairly nice, green belt kind of thing. But it also borders our public works yard. And the thought, has been percolating, it's not my idea, that if we were to sell that piece of, that single family home to a developer and then purchase a property across the street, which is a former, sheet metal business or something like that?
yes.
Yeah, okay. And the idea being then that that's a very underserved part of the community that could use a park where that green belt is, that could basically, and we could place the new public works office in that purchased land. Do we have the regulations to do something like that, which is, fairly complicated real estate swap sale?
Trying to think of anything preclude us. I mean, subdividing the property, selling off a portion, picking up another one. I don't think we have anything that will preclude us from doing that.
Okay, and then the second part was.
Except for money, but we're not worried about that today.
Oh, very good. I can read it here.
Nothing. As been mentioned here already, there are folks in the city who may bequest land to the city, bequeath land to the city. And do we have options on, doing stuff like that with that kind of land?
And that's what I mentioned at the start. I do have a draft ordinance that has been completed, reviewed by the city attorney back to me that I will be bringing in the next couple of months that will allow land donation, property donation, cash donation to the city and how it's handled and how, what the administration can accept dollar amount under the mayor or has to come to city council.
And our pre-existing regulations then can talk about the disposal of such property. So can address, whether
Surplus.
sell it or surplus, okay, yeah.
Yeah, it goes in there and it talks about what not regulations, but what strings come attached to the property. And that's part of measuring, are we going to take it? There may be some strings that's like, you may never sell it and that may not work for the city, or you can't sell a portion of it. Yeah, that'll all be tied into there, so.
And I withdraw mine, since it seems to be being addressed, so.
Okay. This one's coming off the list. Okay. Third, housing diversity, support home ownership.
Technically, that's Lori's.
Pardon me?
But that was Lori's.
Oh, I'm sorry, Laura.
Yes.
The other Laura.
I was suggesting to merge that with, Councilmember Goldman's housing, provision. Which is
right over.
Number 6.
number 6.
Number 6, yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
So
so
I just wanted to, call out, what is that saying? Oh. what did I say?
trust.
Land trust.
Oh, the community land trust and the home ownership component. So including affordable home ownership, you could just say. So just add that to the number 6.
Are you good? with
Yeah,
I- yeah, I agree.
diversity of
Okay.
style. Okay.
So,
We don't want just we'd like to try to move people into generational equity and so forth, if we can.
Okay.
It's not equitable if everyone's a renter.
Okay.
Yeah, increase detail in critical areas. Right now, citizens have to spend a fair amount of money to map their own areas. And we have kind of the overview on the website, but it's not to the point where you can say, okay, yeah, I can do this here, I can't do that there. And this is a lofty goal. I mean, it would take a lot, but going back to equity, there are people who cannot invest that kind of money in all that investigation and then find out that they can't do what they wanted to do. And now that money's just gone. So for me, I think it would be fantastic if we were able to, at some point, get these things mapped to a degree that the community can go see it and then know, okay, yeah, my project will work here because I'll be outside of the critical area. Now, that doesn't preclude if you're doing a building and you want to move, adjust the critical area because you're doing some swaps or something. Obviously, you'd have to spend some time to define that, but I feel like people spend a lot of time and money investing into finding out that they just can't do something, and it's frustrating.
Conversation. Gracie and then Larry.
So, you see this as sort of an extension of the GIS work?
Probably, yeah. I mean, that would probably be where the data would end up. But this would be the consultants and all the engineering kind of going behind it to get that GIS stuff more accurate.
Okay, so it's still a standalone from that, right? So, which is where you're going, like,
I had the same question.
okay. So you're wanting to be a standalone goal.
I think so, because I'm not sure quite the other GIS ones went into that kind of
No.
level of research and,
So
Yeah.
that goal as it stands now, looks to me like we're gonna hire some staff or contract some staff to get that general capability up there, of which maybe part of it might be this or what have you, but.
yeah. I think I'm seeing the GIS kind of as more our existing data and getting it into a format that's readable and accurate and updated.
Okay.
But not necessarily doing a bunch of research of this degree that I would be asking.
Lord.
So one of the things that I have worked with the mayor and our community development director on, followed up on our council discussion of the contract for the climate action assessment. And so I believe we have successfully gotten some language in our contract with DOC, that refers to assessing climate assets. Is that our word? Climate assets. And so we have not defined that term. And so to the extent some of these things are part of our climate resiliency, possibly we could use some funds. I'm making this up, as you can see.
These imaginary funds.
Some funds of that big grant to refine some of our climate resilient areas.
Yes.
So I just plant that seed for our administration and for Councilmember Riddle.
Yeah. I think the language is very good, by the way.
Yes, very good job, Laura.
Any other questions or discussion around this? Okay, we've consolidated this down to 11 goals. You have it, take a break. We're gonna kind of, to get this, we're gonna come back and we're gonna rank these things. So take 10 minutes and then we'll come back.
Okay.
We're doing this. That was important.
Oh, wow.
One,
I
I
get it all.
three.
No way.
No, we gotta find Ellen.
Come on, that's fine.
Still happens.
It's the part you get to.
No sense of humor.
No,
No.
no.
Lydia downstream. This is.
Oh, Ellen.
Yes.
The reason why I got it was when I asked you.
Always one.
Yeah.
Other duties.
That's true.
When you get into that excited mode, that's right. It's like,
It's funny.
Doesn't help much.
Mhm.
You're the small fix on this.
we're waiting till the final council. Okay, let me explain what we're doing. This is, potentially the tedious part. Okay. So we're gonna conduct a series of votes. The council members are the ones voting. Fair comparison. 1 against 2. All for 1, I'd say. You raise your hand. All for 2. We record both votes. 1 against 3, same thing. 1 against 4, 1 against 5. Then it's 2 to 3, 2 to 4.
And write small settlement.
And it's 3 to 4, 3 to 4. And the comparisons get smaller, obviously, as they go along. So just stay with this, and then what'll happen is this thing will go up.
Just give them 66.
Okay?
Are we trying to narrow these down to 3?
No, we're gonna rank order these 1 through 11. There may be
Okay.
a tie or two, because what you'll see what happens. So, because every time we vote, each of these comparisons get a number. Right? So they'll start flowing across, and we'll just add this up and you'll see. This also approximates your life, right? Because you many times have to choose between, are we gonna fund this one? Or we're gonna fund this one or that? So these decisions, you'll feel the ambiguity, I'm sure, or the angst, that they say. So are you with me? You guys ready? Okay, I'm gonna call for the vote. It's gonna be sustainability versus multimodal, all for sustainability. 4, 5, 6. Wait a minute. Are you?
Can you
Raise
read,
them
so for those of us who can't really see, can you read them? I mean, read the detail on
Sure.
them? Okay.
Path to financial sustainability, revenue above expenditures, innovate cost savings versus improve multimodal safety. Okay,
And what does
Like
that say?
data and
Public
analyze
data
safety.
and,
great.
okay,
Analyze
gotcha.
safety.
Thank you, thank you.
All right.
Okay,
You good?
yep.
All right. All for financial sustainability. 4. That's 4, this is 3.
No.
Did you change your mind?
No, I was on multimodal.
Can you use something better, man? I'll use purple.
Yeah, here, this one's a good one.
Is that a good one?
That's red.
Cause I didn't
Makes
like
things-
that. 10 numbers plus.
4, 3. Okay. All right, stay with me. Sustainability versus SR 522,
That's
all for sustainability. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh. Check me out.
7-0.
Okay.
I got you.
All right. Financial sustainability against Citizen Financial Sustainability Committee, all for financial sustainability. 1, 6. Sustainability versus grant writer, all for sustainability.
Oh, versus grant writer?
Versus
Yeah.
grant writer?
Sustainability versus GIS grant writer, all for sustainability.
Is that 2?
2. 5. Okay. All right, now raising our sustainability.
Yeah.
Sustainability versus housing, all for sustainability. 2, 5.
I'll speak up, don't worry.
I know.
Are you doing math on TV? then, sir?
I am, I know, write it down.
Path to sustainability versus reduced response to Woodland North. All for financial sustainability. 7. 0.
Yes.
Okay. Financial sustainability against climate action plan staffing, all for financial sustainability. 4, 3. Okay, financial sustainability now is up against mobility infrastructure, all for financial sustainability. 1, 6. There you go. We're in the flow. Sustainability against Perkins one way, all those for sustainability. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1. 2. Yeah, 2. 5, 2. The other.
Seven.
The other two.
Yeah. To 7.
That's all right.
I'm on it.
Yes. Okay, all those are financial sustainability. Okay, financial sustainability against critical areas inventory, all for financial sustainability. 7. 6. Okay, now multimodal safety is up. This is multimodal safety, data collection and analysis and so on, up against the rest. All for multimodal versus reduced speed of SR 522, all for multimodal. 7.
That's what should we change colors?
No.
Multimodal versus Citizen Financial Sustainability Committee, all for multimodal. Okay, multimodal up against the Grant Writer GIS, all for multimodal. 0. 7. Multimodal against housing, all for multimodal.
Oh, that's so tough.
Yeah. Drones.
No, you can hear it now.
Scared about the beats the road, people.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1. Yep. Multimodal against reduce fire response at Woodland, all for multimodal. 7.
Chief voting again.
Multimodal against climate action plan, all for multimodal.
Wow.
3, 4, 4, 3, 5, 5, 2.
It's a tough one.
Yeah.
5. Multimodal against infrastructure, all for multimodal.
Development mobility infrastructure.
What's the
Almost the
difference?
same.
Multimodal against develop mobility infrastructure, financial roads, sidewalks. Okay,
What's the difference?
What's the difference?
They're very similar. They're very similar.
well, this was collect and analyze safety data.
This was the mobility infrastructure program, the matrix and things we talked about this morning. Yeah.
Okay,
Oh, okay, I must.
multimodal against mobility infrastructure, all for multimodal. 1. 1. No.
Yeah.
1.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't want to- it's okay. It's like-
We knew. Fan the white thing.
I can add-
Yeah.
I can add 1 to 6, 6 to 1.
Multimodal against Perkins one way, all for multimodal. I'm looking at 6. But there's one over there.
Too.
Multimodal versus critical areas inventory, all for multimodal. 7. Okay. Okay, next up is SR 522 against the remainder SR 522 against the Citizen Financial Sustainability Committee. All those for SR 522.
Say yes.
Okay, one. 522 against the grant writer GIS, all for 522. 0. 7. 522 up against housing, all for 522. 0. 7. 522 up against climate action plan, all for 522.
Oh, no, it's 7, reduce PD, the fire response.
The other one. Reduce, SR 522, reduce. Repeat fire, yeah, all for 522. 7. Now, 522 against climate action plan, all for 522. 0.
We're hiring somebody for fun.
The staff, it's staff.
Yeah, this would be something we could program in the future year.
522 against the mobility infrastructure, all for 522. 7, 0. 522 against Perkins One Way, all for 522. 2, 3, hold on.
Wait, 1, 2, 3.
3 for 522, 4 for there. And the last one, 522 against critical areas inventory, all for 522. 3, 4. There's 4. 3. Okay, let's get shorter. Stay with me. Financial Sustainability Committee's up next. I'm just gonna call it a committee, okay? Committee versus grant writer. All those for committee. 2.
Wait,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
2 for the committee. 5. Committee versus housing. All those for the committee. 2. 5. Committee against, Woodlands North, all those for the committee. 7. 0. Okay. Committee versus climate action plan, all those for the committee.
That's the staff.
4, 5. 2. Okay, committee versus infrastructure, all those for the committee. 3. Okay, committee versus Perkins One Way, all those for the committee. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And committee versus areas inventory, all those for the committee. 1, 7.
7.
Okay, next up, grant writer GIS position versus housing, all for GIS. 4.
Keep voting again, Mike.
GIS against Woodlands North, all those for GIS. GIS versus climate action plan, all for GIS. GIS against infrastructure, all those for GIS. 3. 4. GIS against Perkins One Way, all for GIS. 6. And GIS against areas inventory, all for GIS. 5. 2.
We got another one.
Okay, let's do this again.
Yeah, sorry.
GIS, no worries. GIS versus areas inventory, all for GIS. 7.
That's fine. I was tardy to the party.
Okay, well, this is getting shorter. I know this is tedious. Housing now is up against Woodlands North, all for housing. Seven. Housing against climate action plan, all for housing. 5. Housing against mobility infrastructure, all for housing. 1, 2. 2 for housing, 5 for. 5 there. Housing up against Perkins one way, all those for housing. 7.
Paul, number 7, with this PD and fire, at least you'll get a draft, first round draft pick.
Okay. From the chiefs. Housing versus areas inventory, all for housing. 6, 7. Okay, list is getting smaller. Okay, Woodlands up next, everybody's favorite. Woodland against climate action plan, all for Woodlands. Woodlands versus mobility infrastructure, all for Woodlands.
Just like the Bears, I'm telling you.
Against Perkins one way, this ought to be good. Woodlands versus Perkins one way. Let's go.
The nail biter.
All those for Woodlands. 1.
Be ever any use out of this thing.
Okay, Woodlands against areas inventory, all for Woodlands. Oh, there you go. 2, 3.
I'm gonna put it in.
Okay,
Do the number.
climate action plans up next. Climate action plan against mobility infrastructure, all for climate action plan. 2. 5. And climate action plan against Perkins one way, all for climate action plan. 5, 2,
They're all tough.
2.
That's why.
Climate action plan against area inventory, all for climate action plan. 6, 1.
Oh,
7.
Which one?
Okay, let's do this again.
yeah.
Climate action plan against critical areas inventory, all for climate action plan.
6 1.
6, 1. Okay. Roads. Infrastructure's up next. Infrastructure versus Perkins one way, all for infrastructure. 7. 4 Perkins.
Perkins got
All
more.
right, infrastructure against critical areas inventory, all for infrastructure. 7. The most disappointing time of the day, the last comparison. The last one, okay. Perkins against increased inventory, all those for Perkins. 7.
Calculator.
Well, see.
Oh, Matt.
And there, we have an awesome clerk that has been entering this all into Excel.
Actually, I have statement.
I'm sure, yeah.
Which is making me very happy at the moment, because I feel like there needs to be a drum roll.
Okay.
So.
Ready, Matt? No, he's not ready.
More coffee for
Yeah.
you.
Do I need to check the math? Is this-
I had so much coffee. I think I should, I think it would go.
That's a Sharpie.
I'm not confused on the two mobility ones, so. Which, I see Perkins is fitting under mobility.
Is that the same color as this?
It shouldn't be the same color as what I wrote the numbers with.
Okay,
It'll write.
so when you're ready,
Oh, there's this purple. This is really bright.
Yeah, that's-
Words reading.
Oh, Tracy's doing it in his head, and you can see.
Oh, well, if it helps you, 9 beat 2 by a little. So, whatever the difference is.
Well, I thought you were like,
I mean, they might both make the top 3, so.
so maybe I spoke too soon.
we're pretending that Matt's doing it, but actually he's not, somebody else is doing it.
Yeah. He fooled me.
You're checking the Excel's map.
I am going to check the Excel map.
But you can be confident in the
Because
numbers.
in finance, you always add your numbers 3 times to make sure you get the same number.
And then you take the top two of
And
the
that
ones,
was
right?
always secret. Are you, did you sum it?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. That little mark.
I think it's a goal to measure twice.
Yes.
Well, you're on.
Well, all the red goods, if you're convinced that at some point you just do it right.
Grab that.
I don't want theory.
It's like stopping and asking for directions.
Yeah.
Or not.
They can just override it up.
There's several different right there. So it would have been key. That doesn't come up.
Well, it's like-
Grab that bottom.
More like build sidewalk.
Oh my God. Well, that way, this is the way to analyze. This is the category.
Yes, so like mine is more general too.
Yeah.
And like the 522 and.
40, 46.
Mobility.
Yes.
They're choosing specific.
Fibers fall where
Oh, my God. You know, it just open now. Like,
I did, like,
Yeah.
that and the dog on top of the car.
If we were more aggressive about.
I didn't even count the.
You know, next time we're gonna hire Price Waterhouse Coopers. You know,
we're not.
and the winner is.
Well, next time, I didn't know this was gonna be a thing. I would have had a full setup. Literally,
It's okay.
15 is correct. And then 4,
The first bullet.
I got 46, you got 46.
I know John already has.
Good, double check. This is good.
Tracy did before.
So you know, fall under
I
522.
stumbled on for 7.
Hold on.
So falling under 522 probably.
I got that.
Under.
I got 13.
I got that in 11.
I also got 13. so.
And Perkins
I will
probably
write it down, in a circle, just write it.
under one of those, improved mobility infrastructure. Yeah,
Yeah.
so I think
Yeah.
those two already fit
Ready.
someplace.
I know. Next time I'll be more
And there's,
prepared.
I'm assuming there's a few like.
Well, my thing is one, you gotta be there.
B, and C, but C.
Well,
Mhm.
I'm there,
I'm sure there's
you
some
know,
inconsistencies.
I completely agree with you, and I think.
But even with that, like.
They're
rockets,
increasing the
scissors,
tolling on
paper,
520.
paper.
Oh my God.
So it's gonna put, remember, I think when they first started, it was like 35% increase.
You guys should have number 7 by now. I know.
Well, toll it. We can toll 522.
Well, that was, I think,
I'm gonna let them tell.
I think for equity.
You ready?
No, because we're getting different numbers.
Your go pass or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
For citizens only.
Yeah, exactly.
Number 11.
I do. In the coming months, I really, yeah, and sort of the cat traffic camera question.
Hey,
I was thinking of
That
that.
would do it itself.
It's gonna help there too.
Yes.
I would,
Thank you.
I'm really thinking.
You're
of
in the way of the
that.
numbers. You make a better door than a window.
More than double.
Sure about that.
Oh, yeah, I see it all the time.
Double check.
I see
No
it.
one even goes like 40, except for the broken down trucks that go 35.
I try to go the speed
I got
limit,
56.
So that's,
I did 38 and I get tailgated down.
I know, me
Lights
too,
flashing.
me too, I do that too.
You know,
I
can-
do that out of like revenge kind of.
I got
like,
13.
I got 38.
Yeah.
Don't tell our neighbors.
Don't let engineers come out.
Well, but there are a lot of people said, even one of my friends who has 2 teenage kids Right, full drivers, he does.
This is a classic
What did they
definition of a
just
lot
put
of
up?
cooks in the kitchen.
56, 5, 56.
I know.
They even agree with my numbers.
Making the same dish, even though we have the same restaurant, right?
Local where you like, oh yeah, I've driven 522.
And a lot of the people say they've gotten, red light or rules on tickets.
They do.
A lot of the electeds.
A lot of the electeds,
Yeah.
You know, so I got sold a ticket and I didn't even remember going through this.
It's just like
And but the
47.
amount was the high dollar amount. It wasn't the low dollar. It was the 200 and something.
Oh.
It was. And it was
Are you sure it wasn't? Because
Number 9.
it's always been 130.
Yeah.
Well, I believe very strongly that we need to, oh, hello. Okay.
We're doing some math without.
We're not.
Number 9.
When I was a waitress, I was so good at adding up numbers and adding.
Okay,
And I
yes,
was so
I agree,
bad,
yes.
because I didn't want to wait for the
I used to
stupid add.
Yep. So 40,
So I just got.
46,
15.
15, 46,
46.
56,
56.
4 or
Oh, no.
13?
You
Miss
forgot
Housing.
That's
49.
Yeah, 49 on that one, I agree.
Did you get all your sevens? Did you catch all the sevens?
I get this 7 and this 7.
Ooh.
So that's, hang on, we made it just to 7.
I got 49.
Okay, we're going Larry.
Good, Larry.
These are other kids that count.
Let's go around. It was my idea, something around.
Yeah, it's 49.
Okay.
Yeah. What is it?
Yeah, that's easy.
Oh, for criminy's sakes.
20.
No, which one is
I
it?
got 49.
38.
38.
I got it.
That's what she did.
Yeah.
We get this one, because we get
58.
Yeah, 58.
Yeah.
Wow.
And whoever got 60, who got 60?
No, oh.
Who got 60?
Director Perigo.
I did it from there.
I'll leave you to the roads.
The 6 looked like an 8.
Yeah.
Computer and a calculator.
This is why I'm not.
One.
Yeah, well,
Right.
I didn't,
Well, your teacher wasn't doing a good job.
I thought you had it,
Housing is
Trying
3.
to keep up, but.
I thought you had it nailed, but I was.
Housing.
Housing is third place.
Oh, yeah, but there's housing.
Number 3. Good.
And tied for 4th is multimodal and CSS.
We have a tie.
Yep.
4.
Yes.
Yeah, I know, this is number 4.
4.
And number
There's a
4 is
tie.
also number 4.
And number 4 is also 4.
And then financial
We
stability.
have 5 or 6. We're doing this Olympics rules.
Okay, so where,
And then.
And one is number 5.
Why?
5.
Well, I was
We
gonna.
don't have to limit the number of medals.
It's number 6.
And
Or 6, yeah, that's right.
Number
6.
6.
Sorry, it is 6.
Michael?
It's 6, not 5, because there's a tie for 4.
We're, it's not like we're giving out medals. It's just, we don't have to jump the one.
No, you're gonna do it. It's number
It's 6.
Saying it's 2 4s, so number 5 should be 6. Number 9 is number.
Yes.
Right, so, sure, if you want to do
You can't have
that.
2 4s.
You can't have 2 4s, but then we're supposed to
Because it
get
bumps
5,
it.
because there's no second degree, no 5.
Yeah, so path to financial sustainability was the 6th most popular of the 11.
Yeah.
But if you have a tie, you're. They're both very-
Okay, you do it that way.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Okay, you agree with me?
Where's 7?
CAP staff, right?
That's 3, so there's 2. We're gonna.
Perkins is the next one.
Perkins.
No,
Perkins.
about-
7, 8. And that's,
No, it's for
next time I will have a template.
Perkins is number 8.
Yeah, Perkins
Perkins
is,
is 8, not 9.
we did number 7, so this is number 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna double check the
Yeah,
numbers.
Perkins is number 8. is.
Perkins is number 8,
The one before Perkins was CAP staff.
Which was.
Okay.
So
So we need-
CAP staff is ranked 7, then
Oh,
Perkins is
8.
ranked 8.
Okay.
So we're
Correct, yeah.
And then.
good thing we have Perkins.
25 is
How many council
not
members does it
8.
take to rank order a list?
More than 7, obviously.
Are we using the same number as a tie? The numbers come in at the same?
Right, yeah,
Yep.
that's a 4. and then
But
you
then
skip
we
5.
jumped to 6.
And then
So we did
critical areas
two
is
more.
number 10.
Yeah.
So if
And
that
then
helps.
frequent flyers is 11.
No,
No,
Yeah.
critical areas,
The one below it is 10.
yeah,
That's number,
That's number 10.
yep, that's number 10, yep.
Well,
And
John's
then-
so it's up.
The Woodlands North is number 10.
Yeah.
Mobility infrastructure.
Lots of it.
The Woodlands North is our last one.
And the other thing is, it was broader than.
Yeah.
Narrower.
I did think there's.
Okay.
got there.
Math isn't our big, we have all these scientists in the room. Maybe that's the trouble. Okay, so there you go. We had a couple of ties. These two. So I guess from my perspective, I'm gonna push you like I did in the beginning. I like to see a cut line from 3 goals, 5 goals, whatever it is, but in the end, it's not about me, it's you. So this will rank order these from 1 to 10 or 11, however
Then
you
you
many you
cut
want
the
to set
bottom
them out.
Combining.
I think the question I'd have is to staff. Do you have any questions about this at all in terms of what it means? Anything that will help you understand this ranking and these goals?
Need to look at it closer, but I'm surprised that half of financial sustainability is
So you're surprised that
the
this
number 1 fell into 6th place.
But if you merge it with,
Well, I think-
4, then
Yeah.
it's got 8 to
Well-
6, yeah.
Yeah. Well, and a grant writer would be a way to get to financial stability, so it's kind of. We broke them up into chunks. And, I don't know.
So this one to me looks like your financial sustainability plan and process. When we talk about that.
So I feel like bullet point 1 could basically be the path to financial stability, it's creating a plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that's the same thing.
And isn't Perkins the same as your multimodal, isn't it?
It's
a
subset, it's,
component.
yeah.
Yeah.
Could be rolled into
Yeah.
that.
Subcategory in there.
Yeah, like for the financial, I interpreted 1 is the more general, we need to be more financially stable. And 4 is, we're going to accomplish that by bringing in volunteers from the public.
Or,
Creating a plan.
Well,
so the operative word, I mean, this is a citizen sustainability, but when that was discussed relative to a larger process that served.
Yeah.
Which kind of is.
Yeah,
yeah, because they're not gonna be able to independently come up with.
No, you lead that
plan.
process.
They-
This is
they-
the committee,
they
this
can't
is your
plan.
committee that you would put together
yeah.
to do whatever, okay?
So could we merge 1 and 4, and could we merge 2 and 9? Into 2, they're both 2 parts of a similar issue. I'm just thinking, and Perkins kind of fits under 9. So I'm just trying to think out loud about, to me, it's not all or nothing.
Right.
Yeah,
Well, and we kind of got a head nod from staff that they would do that kind of mobility matrix. So I didn't want to waste a goal on it. They were already gonna do it. Just to be honest.
yeah, I see that. Some of these are things like, so we're gonna do a plan for financial sustainability as part of the budget process, whether it's listed here or not. This is more of a organizing and communication tool to show the sense of the council, right?
Well, I think the difference, I think between those two is, for me, 4 is creating, a plan to get to where we want to be, like this next budget cycle, and then the committee would review the plan and go educate the plan. 1 is more about how do we revise policies to ensure that we're more sustainable, like ensuring that we have a back check on all of our capital improvement projects estimates, so that like we're not just relying on one person to give us an estimate. So, and that's probably a subtle difference, but to me, this is mostly like, let's get through this year, and then each year we would do it again at the budget cycle. That one's a little more holistically, how do we deal with preventing these things? Number 1. It's just a thought of how I saw them different. I agree,
So-
but
No.
in the next 2 years, it's
Merge the two
just
multimodals.
number 4.
So what I would suggest is that
I would.
at this juncture,
Yeah. maybe Subset.
staff take this, rank order them, and then you're listening to this conversation. People just chose to separate these out when they could have been consolidated. So I think if you take a look at your top 5 goals, we'll rank order the rest of them down. And the conversation then has to be, what would be our plan or strategy to do to accomplish these goals over the next 2 years and bring that to you? That's typically the next step.
What is our top 3 consolidated? Financial stability, financial committee, multimodal, and housing. Kind of the high level, top 3.
People agree with that?
Something's good combined.
Yeah, so if we look at 2 and, so 2 and 9, the improve multimodal safety and develop the infrastructure program. And then the GIS, kind of with item 5, supports that, so that's kind of one topic.
Okay.
The path to financial stability, the financial committee, and the grant writer are all related to budget and financial. And then housing came in as number 3. So those are top 3 buckets, of which we have sub priorities.
I think conceptually you can do that. Where I start getting nervous about this kind of conversation is it starts making these mega goals, and then the question is gonna put pressure on you to fund them. And not that you can't or shouldn't, but the next step in this is to actually take a look at those top 4 goals, if you will. And if they can consolidate in a way that makes sense, because you want to accomplish these. So the next step is for your administrative team to take a look at how this prioritizes out and go, how would we do this? What would we bring to you? And that would be a blend of things that are already in place, because there's some of the matrix and some of that stuff is already happening. There's some brand new stuff in here.
Yeah.
So you have staff on this list.
Yeah.
So that's a number. Okay, so at this juncture, wouldn't you kind of like to know what your top 5 goals are gonna cost you? And if you can even, and what that would mean? And I think that's the next level of professional analysis, if I'm in your chair, I'd like to see. Because that may change some things for you. Because we didn't put that constraint on you. We didn't say, well, you only have, $1 million to deal with, so pick something for $1 million. So it seems like that would maybe be the next thing you could do, because you can consolidate these because they conceptually or content wise hang together. But you might end up with one goal that has 6 elements that, and so I kind of hate to see you do that.
I appreciate that, Michael. I actually think that we did try to consolidate in the brainstorming.
Did.
I think we should kind of keep this for now with the ranking, and then as we interact with staff, we can kind of refine it. You're right, I think that, some of these things, if there may be a temporal element, there may be a financial element, there are lots of ways that this could shake out a little bit into kind of our final set of two-year
Right.
strategies. So but I like the idea of preserving what we have right now and not losing that and then taking it from there, not doing that today.
Right. Well, we don't have time for that.
Yeah. And the
Oh,
only
we're
thing-
good.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I would say is like not losing some of the lower ones that would fit into the bigger
Yeah.
categories, like, let's not lose those.
So typically
I
what
like that
I'll
idea
do is
very much.
I'll
Yeah.
write a report and I'll put these out 1 through 10. Whatever the number ends up being. So we won't lose those and where they are in the ranking. But it'll be up to you to do three things. One is the final wordsmithing, leave for you guys to do, maybe someone to do it and bring it back to you, make sure you're happy with it. And some analysis on what's gonna cost you, how they would go about, accomplishing your top 5 goals, if you will. You can go as many as you want, but however, I think there's other opportunities. If there's things underway, and we didn't bring a lot of staff perspective in on that, well, we're already doing this, this, and this, or what have you. And there's quick wins. I think it'd be good for you to know that that's coming. The final reason to keep a list that's even longer than 3 or 5 goals, if you will, is opportunity may present itself for number 9. Money could come out of, who knows, somewhere, and then there you go. You do have staff in here, and that, if I'm the administrative side, I wouldn't be nervous about it, but I'd be paying attention to that, because that's a number, so.
Could I say, I do think that what Councilmember Riddle said, which is some of the lower ranking ones could more easily, it's harder to meld the higher ranking ones, right? Because you lose nuance, but maybe, we could put including Perkins into into number 9, right? And then maybe, highway speed, and ways to deal with safety on 522 could fit under 2. So just picking up, I was taking your hint, which is to look at the bottom and see.
Okay, John?
Yeah, the discussion earlier was about whether or not we should just leave them as standalones, and I think the value is that we should just leave them as standalones because they represented specific items the council members wanted to think about. And so while we can think of them as part of, for example, reducing the speed on 522 or one way on Perkins Way as multimodal safety connections, they were specifically brought out. And so I think it's worthwhile just to leave them where they are as a reminder that those were things that council members specifically wanted to talk about. They may not flush out when you do the whole studies and the matrix and stuff, but they may rise to the top because we are politicians.
And you can make that happen. I like that.
John, I agree with you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I was kind of envisioning, we keep the sub bullets, but we kind of put them under their mini umbrellas. But we keep track of the different items that we come up with, but they'd be multimodal, we'd have kind of our section. As long as they're
I would just
identified.
offer, there's 11 up there. It's on one page. I don't know if we need to subrogate them under other budgets.
That'll be your call.
Yeah.
It'll come from me in rank order 1 through 11. And then there's a tie, obviously, so you can grapple with that. Wordsmithing will be specific to your city and the way that you want that to happen. This is going to hopefully inform a budget and a work plan. So that's where innovation and opportunity starts to really, where the rubber hits the road. If, for in fact, you could pull this under somewhere else, that doesn't mean you shouldn't have it as a listed goal. How you actually implement that and where you do as part of an operational strategy, I don't think you should burden your goals with that. I think John's point's a really important one. A council member said this, you voted on it, it stood alone. So we'll hold that in that report. How you go about doing that, is an operational strategy that happens. What I really hope for you is that you fund your most important goals, and 2 years from now, you can go back and go, done, whatever, or progress on, or what have you. So that's what I really hope for you.
I thought you said we just had to have fund goals.
No, I meant to say, I was hoping to have fun while you set your goals. That's what I was trying to.
Just procedurally, colleagues, I look at the list in the top five, for example, without going too much further yet. There are some that are gonna be easier to come back and say, this is what it could look like, what it would cost. There's gonna be some other things that we're going to have to flesh out, collaboratively, and try to figure out what makes the most sense. Some of these are pretty, I shouldn't say that any of them are straightforward, but they're much more simple than other ones. So we can certainly have a conversation with council leadership and we're all going forward about which structure you want to do it, whether it's a push or a pull from the administration. One of those situations where you guys form a group to get together to say, flesh out number one, but just a little bit more description or not, or we come up with an idea and then we go back and forth on it and figure out what's the best way to do it. Some of them I think are gonna be pretty simple, but the other ones are gonna be a little bit more. Flesh out maybe in a cow or work session or something.
Right? Any other, Tracy?
So in 10 days, I meet with the Climate Action Committee. The fact that it dropped to number 7 on our priorities list, what do I tell them?
I think what you tell, I mean, is it considered, are you talking about the staff member?
No, about the volunteers who are staffing the committee.
Well,
The fact that.
Yeah, staffing the committee, number 8.
No. I meant basically the fact that we prioritized at number 7, does it mean that they've gone dead in terms of not presenting the plan?
No,
this was only if we would assign a staff member.
No, see, yeah, manager.
Okay, so we.
Program.
Okay, got
So
it.
we want them to continue, we just can't afford to
But it is
staff.
kind of, if it's their prime, if it's a prime recommendation, are they gone dead?
I don't think so. I think that's part of your budget discussions this
Okay.
fall.
We can continue to consider it, yeah.
If I could just for a second speak to that, the really essence of the question you're asking, that is, if you're not in the top 3 or 5, or if you're not on the list at all, are you chopped liver? What is that? Yeah, the answer is no. I'll go back to the first thing I said. There's things on this that's not on this list that is, if I'd have put this on your list, it'd be number 1. But it's not on your list because you're providing services in that area, you're doing certain things in that area. So this is not what's important relative to the other service packages. These are things that you feel you need to focus on for the next 2 years and move forward, given where you are at this juncture with your city. That's just the way I talk about it. The fact it's on the list for the goal in and of itself, given the array of things that I see on lists, is huge. So the other way I'd look at it is say, it made it to the top 11 items in this entire city that's important to the city council. And that's actually the truth. That's actually how that happened. So.
Also, I would point out something that we talked about earlier is these goals are in a vacuum of assuming unlimited funding. And there might be items of opportunity that bump up an item. For instance, us having gotten a $500,000 grant on climate planning. And so that might make number 8 very attractive if it ties into the grant we're getting.
Right.
That's really good. Thank you.
Other comments or questions? Are you tired yet? Wow. Oh, yeah. Okay. I think we're here. First of all, thank you for working really hard. It's been really interesting and kind of put this together pretty quickly, but it's been great. I enjoyed it. I think the next steps we've just discussed, I don't know. Are we ready to adjourn this meeting? Laura,
Michael, I would like you've done this with multiple cities, so I'd like you to share with us any thoughts you have on how our process went and kind of broad observations about where we've been in the continuum of cities. Recognizing we're small, so.
So I really, every one of my clients is different. Every community is different. It's one of the great things about America. It's one of the great things about our state. So it's not that kind of comparison, but in terms of content or the unique character, it's almost impossible for me to make. What I can talk about is how the process, how I saw the process going, and really, from my perspective, when I leave here today, this is my thoughts about your goals. I think these are real goals. I think these are things that if I'm a staff person and any of this is in any of my area, I have a pretty good understanding of what I think the sentiment is on this council for this particular area. So this is at a level that can drive a budget. You give a team, your administrative and financial team, a chance to do a workup on it. So that's huge from my perspective. I'm working with a client right now for 3 years. They've just had these global goals and they've tied their city manager's performance evaluation to these goals. And where this really shows up, and I've been teaching to them, please get more specific. So we're doing something this year very different to get to that place. Why am I saying that? I didn't have to do that with you. And I haven't worked with you before. I don't know. I mean, this is the first time. So you came in the door pretty ready to go on some pretty clear things. I think the comment and the discussion earlier about the overarching sense of values and sentiment as to who we are or what these goals are in support of during this time really reflects the distinction between the trouble some councils have getting to a place where they're actually driving the direction of the city towards something. And I think you did that really well right away. And my test for that is these. I can go, okay, I can see, I mean, if anything, we hadn't had to pull you out, Woodlands and Perkins, those are pretty specific, not wrong. But I'm almost always at the other end of the scale where, blue sky, green grass. So I think that was great. I didn't get any. So Lori, I told you I'd say this, but it was true. I did not get any of the vibes I get off a lot of my city or strong mayor, former government clients. I did not get that vibe. I did. I've got stories. And so,
I paid him to say this.
So that was good.
Dubious that we got along with the mayor.
Yeah, you did. And I said to her
in one of our conversations, I was like, I am right here.
I've never seen it, but I told her I'd acknowledge it if I did, and I did see it. And I'm
Thank
acknowledging it. So, great working with staff. There were staff in the room I know that maybe weren't as directly involved in some of this, but I kind of look at that relationship as well, because in the end, you're part of a larger team, different roles that you have, but the staff has to be able to leave here with some sense of direction. And so I'm hoping that happens a little bit today and through the discussion. So it was cool. I mean, it's a long day and but I liked it. It's good.
I would say, I said this to Sean earlier before the break, one of the breaks. Nothing has surprised me today. I'm very pleased about. I think very cohesively, this group knows what it's looking for, and that makes our world so much easier as a group.
Bill, any comments from you?
No, I think what I told Michael is that nothing up here surprises me. You just said it. We know where we need to go. We've just got to find how to get there, and make sure that it's prioritized appropriately. And
Realistically.
that's going to be the difficult part. And dollars may prioritize some of that.
Yeah.
Like Michael said, some opportunities may come up. And so we'll go with that, but.
I think one of the questions that you may have going forward is to how far down the list do you go? Do you want to go to fund things and more importantly to the tension between fiscal sustainability and doing the things you need to do? And looming out there, maybe not for you right away, but for many, many communities in the next 3 to 5 years, you're gonna see a lot of, I've already started seeing it. One of my clients, they're going out to the people for money. And they're getting to a place where they don't have enough money. And what we're seeing coming, particularly out of COVID, it's not just to sustain operating, but the communities are kind of coming out of that wanting to do stuff. They're wanting to buy something. They want to make that happen and so on. And I don't know if that's just the pressure from the community wanting amenities or how that is. But I do see the next era for municipalities is really going out and testing that water in terms of getting monies to do things. So, and that may be in your future. So, I don't know. Thank you. It's been great. And I think we're done.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, staff.
Yeah, thank you, Seth.
Who's gonna be your first round draft pick?